I became a true heiress after binding the god-level Tycoon system. Ding! The super-rich system Suibianhua is at your service. On their way to work, Zijin was bound to a system called Suibianhua. Consumption task completed, triggering 2x rebate, ownership of Xingyu Huafu No. 1 villa, relevant documents have been placed in the system backpack, consumption task completed, triggering 3x rebate, ownership of Dingsi Building, relevant documents have been placed in the system backpack. Chapter 1, Spend Freely, at your service. Ding! The God-tier Tycoon system, Spend Freely, is now at your service. Beginner mission issued, please spend 2 million within 2 hours. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Your exclusive black gold card has been delivered to your bag. Please check and confirm tilde. At 8:30 in the morning, Zijin had just stepped off the bus when a sudden mechanical voice rang in her mind. Hearing that something about a mission and a black card had been placed in her bag, Zijin quickly rifled through it. Sure enough, inside her bag was now a black card adorned with golden star totems. Could this card actually be used? You have 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. If the mission is not completed in time, the spending amount will increase and the timer will reset. Please act quickly. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Zijin glanced at the black card in her hand and headed straight toward the Jinshin Mall under the Lu Corporation, located just across from her office building. Jinshin Mall was the most high-end shopping center in the imperial capital. If you didn't have at least $1 million on you, you wouldn't even dare walk in. But all Zijin wanted right now was to test whether this so-called Spend Freely system's black card was real or not. As she walked into Jinshin Mall, the luxurious golden interior nearly blinded her. 2 million yuan, and she had to spend it all in just 2 hours. After surveying the place, Zijin finally decided to splurge on luxury goods. Jinshin Mall had 12 floors, with luxury items concentrated on the 5th and 6th floors. Zijin headed to the 5th floor first. The first store she walked into was Tiffany. After she entered, no one came to greet her. Though Zijin had never bought luxury goods before, she had heard the stories sales associates in these stores often judged customers based on appearance. And her appearance? The most expensive thing on her was a phone worth less than 4,000. Her clothes were bargain finds from online shopping platforms. Her entire outfit didn't cost more than 500. So it was no surprise that no one paid her any attention. But Zijin didn't care. Her main goal was to spend money. Hello, can you please show me this one? She called over the nearest sales associate, pointing to a T-series smile necklace in the display case. However, the associate glanced at her, then turned and waved at a girl standing in the corner. Xiaomai, you handle this customer. Zijin. Still, she didn't mind. As long as someone served her, that was fine. Xiaomai pressed her lips together but eventually walked over. Hello, miss. I'm Xiaomai. May I have your name? Just call me Miss Yun. I'd like to take a look at this smile necklace. Of course, Miss Yun. Xiaomai put on gloves and took out the necklace from the case. Would you like to try it on? Although she didn't believe Zijin could afford it, she still upheld professional standards. No need. I'll take that, and also these smile earrings and the square bracelet. Please wrap them up. Xiaomai froze for a moment, surprised that Zijin didn't even want to try them on before buying. Although the items weren't extraordinarily expensive, as an intern, even a commission from a purchase like this would be very rewarding. Of course. Anything else you need? This one too, wrap it up. Zijin was pointing at a T1 wide diamond bangle, priced at 322,000. Xiaomai. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect this plain-looking woman to actually be a hidden rich heiress. Right away. TCH, dressed in cheap knockoffs and trying to buy a 300,000 bracelet. Must be putting on a show. The associate who initially rejected Zijin couldn't help sneering when she overheard the purchase. Xiaomai hesitated, feeling incredibly awkward. Wrap it up. I'm paying by card. Zijin ignored the comment. Whether or not she was faking it would be clear once the card was swiped. She handed over the black gold card issued by Spend Freely to Xiaomai. What kind of garbage card is that? I've never even seen it. Don't think you can fool people with a random card. If it gets declined, won't you be the one embarrassed? I don't think I've done anything to offend you since I walked in. Even if you believe I can't afford it, as a store employee, do you think it's appropriate to mock a customer like that? Did you sneak in here without proper training or something? Zijin was never one to take insults lying down. She hadn't bothered earlier, but now this woman was pushing her limits. I've seen plenty of customers like you coming in to try things on and take selfies. Barging in dressed in cheap junk, wasting our time, and expecting royal service. Yep. She was clearly mentally ill. Xiaomai gave Zijin an apologetic look. That co-worker was a backdoor hire, so none of them dared to challenge her openly. I'll pay. Whether I can afford it or not, we'll know once the card is swiped. Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule. She had less than 2 hours, after all. Of course. I'll check you out right away. Xiaomai placed the 3 shopping bags at the counter and handed the card to the cashier. Xiao Li, please process this payment. Xiao Li, the cashier, had watched the whole scene unfold. Though she too doubted whether Zijin could afford it, she still processed the payment by the book. Maram, your total is 356,750. Please enter your password. Password, 918,888. The spend freely voice echoed in Zijin's mind. Calm composed, she entered 918888. Soon, the cashier's screen showed a payment successful message. The POS machine printed a receipt, followed by the cash register. No way. The mocking associate was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Who knows where your money came from? Maybe you're Liana. The store manager, Zhu Ling, had arrived at some point and cut her off with a stern voice. Maram, I'm the manager, Zhu Ling. I apologize for the trouble caused by our poor staff training. As compensation, please accept this small gift from our store. She handed Zijin a Tiffany gift bag. The contents were unknown to Zijin. Elsa Peretti, open heart, necklace price, 12,200. The spend freely system helpfully displayed the item name and price above the bag. Seeing the 12,000 price tag, Zijin found it acceptable. After all, she had just spent over 300,000 here. All right, I'll accept this on your behalf, Manager Zhu. I hope that next time I come, I won't have to go through something like this again. Absolutely. Xiaomai, please escort Miss Yun. Hearing Zijin say she'd return, Zhu Ling felt relieved. At least the customer wasn't lost. Xiaomai quickly stepped forward to escort her, but Zijin waved her off. No need. I still want to browse other stores. You go on. With that, she grabbed her bags and headed toward the next shop. Chapter 2, Villa Number 1, Xingyu Huafu. 1 hour left until the 2-hour time limit ends. Spend It All began its countdown again as Zijin stepped into the second store Hermes. Maybe it was because she was already carrying a Tiffany shopping bag, so although the sales associate wasn't overly enthusiastic, she didn't ignore her either. Hello, miss, is there anything I can help you with? Do you have her bag in stock? Unfortunately, we don't at the moment. But feel free to browse our other items, they are all excellent choices. Zijin understood all too well this was Hermes' infamous bundling policy. If you wanted a bag, you had to buy other items first. With only an hour left, Zijin didn't have time to be picky. Whether she could get a bag or not, she needed to start spending. Mini horse pendant. Buy. Lucky charm. Buy. Slippers. Buy. Trash can. Buy. She didn't even know how much she had grabbed, just that the sales associate could no longer hold any more before she finally stopped. Total it up. How much? Your total is 563,000. Will you be paying by card or cash? Card. The associate led her to the cashier. After a successful transaction, she smiled and said, about that her bag you asked for, I just checked our inventory and it turns out we do have one beige 39 in stock. Would you like it? Zijin internally knew it. Of course it's in stock, they just wanted me to bundle. Yes, I'll take it. Just wrap it up. Swipe the card. With no time to spare, Zijin didn't even bother to look at the bag and simply let the associate handle everything. The associate smiled brightly. Certainly. Xiao Qiu, help the customer check out. Another 32,050 spent. But she still had 1,048,200 to go. I'll leave these here for now. I'll come back to pick them up later, okay? She wanted to spend the rest as fast as possible. Of course. If you give us an address, we can also provide home delivery. Zijin had bought so many random items that she couldn't carry them all by herself. She left the address of her current rental apartment and quickly dashed off to the PSA watch store across the street. Welcome to PSA, miss. Zijin nodded and quickly scanned the watches on display. Her eyes locked onto two pieces. Limelight Galler Diamond Watch limited to 50 pieces, 595,000. Altiplano Ultra Thin 18K White Gold Mechanical Watch 441,000. Total, 1,036,000. Still short of her goal by 12,200. These two. Pack them up. I'll pay with card. Zijin's swift selection and card presentation stunned the associate. But she was a seasoned pro and quickly recovered. Certainly. She efficiently packed the watches and led Zijin to the cashier. From entering the store to completing payment it took less than 10 minutes. Zijin's extravagant spending left others in the store completely dumbfounded. Is this how low-key the rich are these days? Wearing clothes worth less than 500 but buying million yuan watches? Zijin didn't care what they thought. After purchasing the watches, she headed straight to the Lotus smartphone store on the first floor and spent an extra 799 to buy the latest flagship model from their Master Series. Task complete, spend 2 million within 2 hours. Perfect execution. Newbie mission complete, spend 2 million in 2 hours. Mission rewards, 2x cashback triggered. 4 million has been transferred to their host's savings account. Ownership of Villa No. 1 in Xingyu Huafu granted. Property documents have been placed in the system inventory. Please check accordingly. Zijin. She spent 2 million and got 4 million back plus a whole villa. Was this system straight out of a fantasy novel? Her phone vibrated. She checked it, a new message from the bank. Construction Bank. On July 1st at 9:21 a.m., 4 million has been transferred to your account ending in 30/70 via Spend It All e-transfer. Your current balance, 4,014,476.74. Zijin stared at the message, nearly forgetting to breathe. Spend It All really meant spend it all. With 4 million in her bank account, she truly could spend however she liked. She quickly exited the screen, trying her best to stay calm and avoid attracting attention. They say money moves the heart, and she believed it. Silently getting rich was the real deal. Clutching her phone, Zijin headed to a nearby milk tea shop. She ordered a mango smoothie. When the server brought it over, she took a big sip to calm herself down. Once her emotions were under control, she called Hermes to update the delivery address. Now that she owned a villa, of course she was moving. After finishing her mango smoothie, Zijin hailed a taxi straight to Xingyu Huafu. It was her first time at the luxury estate. She discreetly pulled a keycard from her system inventory using her handbag as cover, swiped herself into the community, and walked to the security booth. Hi, I'm the owner of Villa No. 1 in the Villa district. It's my first time here, could you give me directions? The guard was just about to question her identity, having seen an unfamiliar face open the gate. But now that she spoke up, he was happy to assist. Oh, you're the owner of Villa No. 1. Just go straight down the main road. It's the first building you'll see. You can't miss it. Villa No. 1 was located at the heart of Xingyu Huafu, the crown jewel of the estate. It had been sold from the very beginning, but the owner had never shown up until now. Thanks. I came in a rush and didn't prepare much. I bought some candied chestnuts on the way here, please have some. She had seen a roadside vendor while in the taxi and suddenly craved some, so she asked the driver to stop and bought a bag. Oh, no need to be so polite. Just doing my job. This estate is pretty huge, walking in could take 10 or 20 minutes. I'll radio the patrol team and have someone drive you in. One moment. Most residents of Xingyu Huafu were billionaires. Few were as approachable as Zijin. He worked here for years, but this was the first time a villa owner had gifted him anything. Even if it was just a few chestnuts, it warmed his heart. Moments later, a patrol car arrived and drove Zijin to Villa No. 1. She thanked the patrol officer and entered the villa by entering the code. The moment she walked in, she was greeted by a luxurious traditional Chinese interior design and fell in love instantly. The villa had 3 floors, with a total area of 1,200 square meters, not including the front and back gardens or the underground garage. In the capital, this kind of property would easily cost several hundred million yuan. Yun Zijin waited inside until Hermes' staff arrived to deliver her packages. Then, she left the estate once more. Residents of Xingyu Huafu usually drove themselves, so hailing a cab or DD ride here was rare. She waited about 20 minutes before someone accepted her ride request, and another 5 minutes before the car arrived. When Yun Zijin got into the car, the driver gave her a strange look. It was his first time getting a ride request from Xingyu Huafu. Anyone living here should be had a garage full of luxury cars. Who takes a taxi from this place? Chapter 3, A Bloody Plot About a Wealthy Family. Yun Zijin knew that the driver looked at her strangely, but she didn't intend to explain and just asked the driver to take her to the rental house. She rented a one-bedroom apartment by herself. The landlady only charged her 2,000 yuan a month in rent because she had just graduated and was a girl. In the capital city where every inch of land is valuable, a one-bedroom apartment for 2,000 yuan is like meeting a living Buddha. Yun Zijin is very grateful to the landlady. Although she is planning to move out, she will still visit her in the future. The house was on the second floor and it only took a few steps to get there. After returning home, Yun Zijin began to pack her things. Knock, knock, knock. Yun Zijin had just taken out the things when she heard someone knocking on the door. Who would come to see her at this time? Yun Zijin frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. But the knocking on the door seemed to be persistent, as if she would not give up until she opened it, and she knocked 3 times every once in a while. Yun Zijin took a baseball bat and looked outside through the peephole. All he could see was a man. He couldn't see his face through the peephole, only his collarbone. Yun Zijin moved a little further away from the door, took out his cell phone and called the community security guard. Uncle, there's someone knocking at my door, but no one's making any noise. Can you bring a few people with weapons over to check out what's going on? On the other end of the phone, the security guard responded quickly, hung up and started calling for help. Since the other party did not knock on the door violently, Yun Zijin initially judged that he had no ill intentions. However, one must be on guard against others, so she asked the security guard to bring people to bring weapons. About 10 minutes later. Who are you? What are you doing here? In the room, Yun Zijin heard the security guard's voice and it was the first time that he thought it sounded so nice. I'm Zijin, the general manager of Xia Group, and I'm here to look for someone. Who are you looking for? What's the matter? Yun Zijin, private matter. When the security guard heard that it was a private matter, he frowned, but he still felt that it would be better to ask Yun Zijin to solve it himself. Girl Zijin, uncle is outside the door, and there are several security guards following him. It's okay, come out and take a look at the situation. Zijin, so you didn't open the door because you thought he was a bad guy? With acquaintances around, Yun Zijin was not so scared anymore. She took her bag, opened the door, and walked out by herself without letting anyone else in. What's the matter? Tell me. I heard that Miss Yun was an orphan. Yun Zijin frowned. What did it have to do with him whether she was an orphan or not? Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush. That's right. I don't like to hear your hypocritical and grandiose words. The security guard also joined in. I suspect that you are my biological sister, so, can you please cooperate with me to do a paternity test? Zijin's words successfully made Yun Zijin look up and look at him. It's been 21 years. There's no need. Yun Zijin has lived in an orphanage since she could remember. When she was young, she longed for her parents to find her, but later she no longer expected it. Parents are secondary, the most important thing is that she lives happily. I know you have been donating to your orphanage, no less than 2,000 yuan every month. But this will make your life very difficult, and after paying for rent, utilities, there will not be much left after a month. The Xia family is one of the most famous wealthy families in the capital. If the paternity test proves that you are my biological sister, then you are the daughter of the Xia family, and the pocket money you receive every month will be enough for you to support all the expenses of the orphanage. Don't you think it's unnecessary? If it was before she met Suibianhua, she might have been tempted, but now when she opens her phone and sees the 4 million balance in the card, Yun Zijin is not so tempted anymore. Why do you doubt that I am your biological sister? It is impossible to have such doubts without any reason. My sister, the one who lives in the Xia family now, was in a car accident and needed to donate blood, but even if Zijin didn't say it, Yun Zijin knew it. It was because he wanted to donate blood, but the blood type was not right. Then after testing, he found out that there was no blood relationship. She actually encountered the cliched plot of a wealthy family replacing a prince with a cat. How exciting! And then you found out about me. Xie Zhiyan nodded. The security guard and the few people he brought with him were also stunned. This melon is enough to fill you up. I can cooperate with you to do a paternity test, but I have to declare in advance that I don't want to go back to the Xie family. Zijin could already imagine how deep the Xie family's waters were, as such a bloody plot as the cat replacing the prince could happen, and she didn't want to get involved in it. When Xie Zhiyan heard that Zijin was willing to cooperate with the paternity test, his eyes lit up. As long as you are willing to do a paternity test, the rest can come slowly. Girl Zijin, then we can leave now if everything is fine. Since he came to look for his relatives, the security guard would not worry about Zijin's safety. It's okay, it's okay. Sorry for bothering you guys, I'll buy you a drink next time. You are the one who got it right, girl. Uncle is waiting for your good wine. We are leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Seeing that Zijin was getting along well with the security guards, Xie Zhiyan felt even more distressed for Zijin. Because she is the only daughter of the Xie family, Jiao never needs to manage these interpersonal relationships. She only needs to consider whether she is happy or not. Looking at Zijin again, she was wearing cheap clothes and her white hands didn't even have simple solid color manicures. It can be said that the two people's growing environments are completely different. Please don't look at me like that all the time, it gives me goosebumps. When will the paternity test be done? I'll check my schedule. No, Monday to Friday, I have to go to work. Although she has money in her card, the atmosphere in her current company is still good, and Zijin has no plans to resign for the time being. If you are free, you can do it now. I will take you back in the evening. That's fine. Which hospital are we going to? Kant Hospital under Xia's control. Kant Hospital, is that the private hospital that charges very high fees? I heard that the best VIP ward costs 100,000 yuan a night. However, since he was the one who asked her to do a paternity test, he shouldn't ask her to pay for it, so Zijin didn't say anything. It was not until they reached the entrance of Kant Hospital that the two finally broke the silence. Arrive. Zijin got off the car by herself. Seeing this magnificently decorated hospital, Zijin sighed, it was worthy of being a hospital of a wealthy family. The decoration looked much more luxurious than that of a public hospital. Xie Zhiyan had already arranged for the paternity test. As soon as the two entered the hospital, a doctor in a white coat and a medical mask came over and said, "Let's go to the identification department." In the identification department, Xia's father, Xie Zhengguan, was already waiting. When he saw Zijin, Xie Zhengguan's eyes flashed with shock. Zijin looked so much like the old lady. "Hello, I'm Xie Zhengguan, your..." "Hello, uncle." The three words Zijin completely blocked Xie Zhengguan's subsequent words. DNA identification can be done using blood, hair, and oral mucosal cells. Which one would you choose? Chapter 4 Paternity Test. Let's do a hair identification. Do you want to pluck it out now? Zijin didn't want to have her blood drawn, and she didn't want to have her throat stabbed, so she chose to pull out her hair. Xie Zhengguan didn't care, Zijin could choose whatever she wanted. The doctor's movements were very skillful. He plucked their hair in a short time. After placing the sample, he spoke, "The test results will be available in half an hour at the earliest. Please wait. After all, it is our own hospital, so there is no need to queue up for identification, and the results will be notified as soon as possible." Okay, I've already cooperated with your request to conduct a personal identification. I'll leave now if there's nothing else. Zijin now just wants to go home, throw herself into her bed and sleep soundly. Xie Zhengguan looked at Zijin's leaving back and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xie Zhiyan. "Dad, Zijin still has some estrangement from us. Just treat her as a child and wait until the paternity test comes out." In Xie Zhiyan's opinion, as long as the paternity test confirms that Zijin is Xia's child, she will return to the Xie family sooner or later. After all, what the Xie family can give her are resources that she can never earn in her entire life. Don't tell your mother and sister about this yet. Wait until the results come out. His wife usually looks at Jiao like the apple of her eye. If she knew that Xia Jiaojia was not their biological daughter, she would be so upset. And there is Jiaojiao. After all, she is the child they have raised for 21 years. They have a deep affection for her and it is not something they can just give up. I just hope that after Yun Zijin returns to the Xia family, the two sisters can live in peace. Xie Jingguang had good ideas, but he never thought about whether Yun Zijin was willing to return to the Xia family, and whether Xia Jiajia was willing to live in peace with Yun Zijin. On the other side, after leaving Kant Hospital, Yun Zijin took a taxi directly back to the rental house. Yun Zijin called the landlord and explained that she had saved money to buy a house, and that she would move her things out this month and would not renew the lease starting next month. Although the landlady felt sorry for him, she sincerely wished Yun Zijin success in his career and everything went well for him. Then he transferred the 2,000 yuan 1 month's rent that Yun Zijin had deposited to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin accepted it happily, then went straight to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. Because she had to go to work the next day, Yun Zijin washed up and went to bed early. A dreamless night. Task release: please spend for $1,000,000 before midnight tonight. Task reward: to be unlocked. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yun Zijin was awakened by the sound of spending money. Seeing that today's consumption task had increased to 4 million, Yun Zijin felt numb all over. Fortunately, the deadline for the task was before midnight, so she could go shopping at Jinxing Shopping Mall after get off work in the afternoon. The most important thing now is to eat breakfast and go to work. Now that he had money in his pocket, Yun Zijin started taking the subway to work. As for taking a taxi, it is impossible to take a taxi. During the early morning rush hour, taking a taxi will only make you stuck in traffic. After finishing breakfast at home, Yun Zijin trotted to the subway entrance, followed the crowd into the subway, and after looking at the direction he wanted to take, he followed the crowd into the car. During the morning rush hour in the capital, crowded subways have become a common phenomenon. Yun Zijin just feels as if he has been squeezed into a pancake. After finally getting out of the station, Yun Zijin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After taking a break, I walked towards the Dingsi Building where the company is located, queued up to take the elevator to the 20th floor, and clocked in to start my working day. Knock, knock. As soon as Yun Zijin sat down at her workstation, the general manager of the company appeared at the door of the department. Yun Zijin, come to my office. Yun Zijin's face was full of question marks, and he looked at Sang Ying beside him. What's the matter? Sang Ying, how would I know? Although I had a lot of questions, I had to go because the general manager asked me to. Arriving at the door of the general manager's office, Yun Zijin raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. When I opened the door, I saw Xia Jian sitting on the sofa in the general manager's office. The general manager was not there. Without thinking, I knew that it was Xia Jian who asked her to come here under the name of general manager. Boss Xia is really very resourceful. Not only did he find where she lived, he also found where she worked. What did he want to do? Since I was able to find you, I must have done some research. Here are the results, take a look. Yun Zijin knew that inside was the DNA paternity test report between her and Xie Jingguang. I picked up the file bag on the table, opened the contents, and quickly saw that the probability of the father-daughter relationship was 99.99%. I know the result, but I also said that I don't want to go back to the Xia family. For me, my life is pretty good now. Your appearance is not something worth being happy about for me. She is no longer the little girl who longs for her parents, and she can live well on her own. Xia Jian didn't know how to describe his feelings. Of course, he hoped that Yun Zijin would return to the Xia family so that the family could be reunited. But Yun Zijin obviously didn't think so, she didn't even want to recognize them. You are my sister, this is an indisputable fact. The bloodline of our Xia family must not be lost outside. I will assume that you have not yet adapted to your new identity. After a week, I hope you can adjust your mentality and follow me back to the Xia family. Although Xia Jian felt sorry for what Yun Zijin had suffered over the years, he was also the heir to the Xia group. Having been used to being in the upper circle, facing someone who always disobeys you, you feel fresh the first time, but get annoyed the second time. Xia Jian did not give Yun Zijin a chance to refuse. After saying that, he left the general manager's office, leaving Yun Zijin standing there alone. That. Xiaoyun. Yun Zijin came back to his senses and saw that the general manager had returned to the office. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, general manager, I was distracted just now. I'll leave now. Yun Zijin quickly left the general manager's office and returned to his workstation. Yun Zijin really didn't want to go back to the Xia family, but Xia Jian's attitude was tough. With her current status as a nouveau riche with only a villa and 4 million in savings, she was no match for the Xia family at all. We have to think of a way. What's wrong? You seem distracted since you came back from the general manager's office. What happened? Sang Ying saw that Cheng Jinli looked unhappy, so she took advantage of her free time to come over and ask. It's okay, I just can't figure out some things, and I'm a little distracted. Sister Ying, go and do your work, don't worry about me. Finally, after getting off work, Yun Zijin said goodbye to Sang Ying in the company building, and then went straight to Jinxing shopping mall opposite the company. However, Yun Zijin did not go to the luxury floor, but went to the food city on the 12th floor. Before you go shopping, of course you have to reward your stomach first. With money in his pocket, Yun Zijin walked with much more confidence. Finally, I chose a Chinese restaurant whose decoration looked very warm. After the dishes were served, the old rules apply, friends eat first. Yun Zijin took a group of photos, and only after making sure there were enough to post in a 9-square grid did she put down her phone and start eating. Chapter 5 Shopping, Xia Jiajia wakes up. After eating hot pot, Yun Zijin went straight to the luxury goods floor. Forgive her. She has never been rich since she was a child. The only way she can think of to spend money quickly are buying cars, houses and luxury goods. It was so late today, and the several auto expos in Dijing were relatively remote, so buying a car was definitely not an option. As for buying a house, she already had villa number 1 in Xingyu Huafu, so she didn't want to buy a house for the time being. In the end, Jinxing Shopping Mall is the most suitable. Yun Zijin bought accessories and bags from Tiffany and Hermes yesterday, and today she decided to start shopping from the 3rd store. The 3rd one is Cartier. Yun Zijin had learned a little about this brand from many of her colleagues. The Cartier salesgirls had already heard about Yun Zijin's spending at the first 3 stores yesterday in their salesgirls communication group. Originally they felt it was a pity that this low-key rich woman almost came into the store to make a purchase, but was cut off by the watch shop across the street. I didn't expect this person to come again today. As low-key as ever, she only wore a 3,000 yuan Hermes paving UNI bracelet. It is said that yesterday he bought 2 watches worth nearly 1 million yuan in total in less than 10 minutes. Hello, I'm Xiaoqing from the Cartier counter. Welcome. Yun Zijin nodded, but didn't ask her to introduce it, and looked at it herself. This bag looks okay. Let me take a look. Yun Zijin pointed to the Panthea extra small chain bag in a calfskin handbag with gold and palladium finish in the corner display case. She prefers simple and elegant designs and doesn't like big logos. This one looks good. Xiaoqing was a little disappointed because this bag cost less than 10,000 yuan. However, after what happened yesterday, she knew that Yun Zijin was rich, so she took out the exhibit from the display case fluently and let Yun Zijin try it on. You have a good eye. This is a mini bag ingrained calfskin with a detachable chain. The design is inspired by the cheetah, creating soft and timeless leather goods that continue the classics, are exquisite and versatile, and are suitable for all occasions. It looks great on you and suits you very well. Pack it up, and give me one of these bracelets, too. In addition to the bag, Yun Zijin also took a fancy to a Love Series rose gold diamond bracelet, which was priced at 445,000.00, plus the bag at 9,350.00, totaling 454,350.00. Xiaoqing immediately smiled happily. She was indeed worthy of her reputation as a low-key rich woman. She could buy bracelets worth hundreds of thousands, or bags worth less than 10,000, all depending on her preference. Yun Zijin had no idea what these salesgirls thought of her. She bought these relatively affordable items purely because she wanted to slowly change her outfit. First she changed it to a few thousand, then to tens of thousands, and finally to hundreds of thousands. With such gradual changes, no one would find it strange. They would just think that her consumption level seemed to have always been like this. After shopping at Cartier, Yun Zijin went to Chanel. Yun Zijin doesn't like Chanel's recent ready-to-wear suits very much, but she has her eyes on the fat man who won the golden ball in the store. She was lucky, there was only one left in the store, so she bought it. Finally, Yun Zijin bought another set of Chance Encounter perfumes, and she spent 51,960.00 in the Chanel store. However, Yun Zijin was not very satisfied with the speed at which money was spent. Thinking about how she spent 1 million on 2 watches yesterday, Yun Zijin set her sights on a luxury watch store. The purpose of a rich woman is to treat everyone equally, and Yun Zijin finally joined Vatran Constantine. Yun Zijin's achievements had spread throughout the luxury goods floors of the Jinxing shopping mall. As soon as the Vatran Constantine employees saw Yun Zijin coming in, those who had no customers on hand all surrounded him. However, Yun Zijin didn't like having too many people around her, so she let them decide for themselves who would entertain her. Before they made a decision, Yun Zijin walked around the store by herself. But when I saw a watch that looked like jewelry, I stopped. The salesgirl also quickly decided on the reception staff. When she saw Yun Zijin stopped, she hurried over. Hello. This is our brand's Yiling Goddess Series Moon Phase Jewelry Mechanical Women's Watch 8016F. It is decorated with 1,377 gorgeous diamonds. The watch is equipped with a poetic and precise moon phase display function. The concentric and coaxial eccentric circle design is inherited from the historical watch design of Vatran Constantine. Yun Zijin actually didn't want to hear any of this, as long as she thought it looked good. But Yun Zijin waited until she finished speaking before nodding. Wrap it up. Okay. This Miss Yun was truly the most forthright guest she had ever received. Having bought 2 watches yesterday and another one today, Yun Zijin doesn't want to buy any more watches anymore. I paid the bill and left Vatran Constantine. Remembering that her skin care products seemed to have run out, Yun Zijin started looking for them in the mall. Yun Zijin bought several well-known big brand skin care product sets and several boxes of facial masks, thinking that she would use them first and make some comparisons so that she would know which one to buy next time. But there was still more than 1 million yuan short of the consumption target, so Yun Zijin stepped into Hermes for the second time. The salesgirl who received Yun Zijin was the same one from last time, named Shuqin. Ms. Yun, welcome to visit us again. Well, my target this time is Kelly Elephant Grey, you know that, right? I know. I'll ask someone to see if there's any stock. You can take a look at the others first. Yun Zijin of course knew what she meant, so she started shopping in the store. Passifolia number 1 dinner plate, buy. Hermes Equestrian Show Jumping Mug set of 3, buy. Hermes Garden of the Nile perfume set, buy. Anyway, as long as the items looked okay, Yun Zijin asked Shuqin to pack them up, as they would provide door-to-door delivery service. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Zijin had just finished shopping when her cell phone rang. When he looked down, he saw that it was an unfamiliar number and Yun Zijin subconsciously rejected the call. There are so many telecommunication scams nowadays, so it's better not to answer unfamiliar calls. Ms. Yun, the warehouse manager just contacted me and said Kelly has an elephant grey one. Can I pack it for you? Yun Zijin nodded and swiped the card successfully. Consumption task, spend for million.00 before midnight, completed. Mission reward, triggering 3 times rebate, 12 million.00 has been issued to their host's savings card ownership of Dingsi Building. Relevant documents have been placed in the system backpack, please check it carefully. Dingsi Building? Was that the building she had in mind? Yun Zijin couldn't wait to see the ID, so she quickly stopped a taxi and asked the driver to take her to Xingyu Huafu. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Zijin had just gotten into the car when someone called her again. Looking at the number, it was the one she had just hung up on. Yun Zijin hesitated for a moment, but still answered it. Hello. It's me, Zijin. Hearing that it was Zijin, Yun Zijin frowned subconsciously. What do you want from me? Jiao Jiao has woken up. I don't know how she found out that she is not the daughter of the Xie family. She has been worried ever since. Are you free now? Let's go to Kinder Hospital. Although Zijin asked Yun Zijin if he was free, Yun Zijin could tell that his tone was commanding. Yun Zijin frowned, and his impression of Zijin dropped even more. Chapter 6 Dingsi Building Xu Yuanfu. No time. She wasn't raised by the Xie family, so why should she be responsible for Xie Jiaojiao's bad mood? Yun Zijin hung up the phone directly and put Zijin on the blacklist. At Kinder Hospital, outside Xie Jiaojiao's ward, Zijin listened to the sweet female voice on the phone and quickly realized that he had been blacklisted by Yun Zijin. How is it? When will she arrive? Xie Jingguang was also outside the ward, watching Xie Jian make a phone call. Xie Jian moved his lips, and finally told the truth. She didn't come over, and she just blocked my phone number. Xie Jingguang. He did not expect this result. How did the call go? When can she come over? Zhang Yichun came out of the ward, looking unhappy and speaking in an impatient tone. She refused. There was no way he could keep it a secret any longer, so Xie Jian simply told the truth. Otherwise, if he said he would come later, he would never be seen in the end and would be exposed in the end. Why not come? You, her brother, called her in person to invite her. What else does she want? Zhang Yichun really couldn't muster much affection for her own daughter whom she had never met. When she heard that her son was rejected, her impression of Yun Zijin became extremely bad. Xie Jian didn't say anything. Anyway, this was the current situation. He couldn't possibly tie Yun Zijin up. On the other side, Yun Zijin took a taxi back to Xingyu Huafu, and the Hermes staff also delivered the things Yun Zijin bought at Hermes today to Xingyu Huafu. After all the Hermes staff had left, Yun Zijin finally had time to open the system backpack and saw the property ownership certificate inside. I don't know how the system works, but in addition to the property rights certificates for each office in the Dingsi Building, the system backpack also contains the property rights certificate for the entire Dingsi Building. There is also the land use certificate for the construction of Dingsi Building and some related information, etc. There is nothing that Suihua can't do, only what Yun Zijin can't think of. Dingsi Building has 88 floors above ground, with the first floor being an office space for 100 units, and 3 floors underground, which is a parking lot for bosses and employees working in Dingsi Building. However, management fees are also required, but the price is cheaper than parking spaces outside. After reading the property ownership certificate, Yun Zijin put them all back into the system backpack. Then I started to organize the things I bought in the past 2 days, and classified them into different categories, putting things that should be put in the kitchen, and taking things that should be taken to the bedroom and cloakroom in the cloakroom. Task release. Please spend 6,000,000 before midnight tonight. Requirement: complete the consumption task in the first Auto Expo City in Dijing. Task reward, to be unlocked. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yun Zijin was awakened again by the sound of Suibianhua issuing tasks. When Yun Zijin saw today's consumption task, his eyes darkened. The Imperial Auto Expo City is located in the suburbs. If she wants to complete today's consumption task, she can only take a leave today. But she just asked for a day off the day before yesterday. If she asked for another day off today, her supervisor might not be so easy to deal with. Never mind for now. I'll go to work in the morning and see what happens in the afternoon. Yun Zijin got up from the bed, quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, did her skin care, and changed her clothes. Because he was staying at Xingyu Huafu today, Yun Zijin took a taxi to Dingsi Building. Fortunately, she got up early, and when the car arrived at Dingsi Building, there was still half an hour before work. Yun Zijin walked slowly towards the staff elevator. Miss Yun. As soon as Yun Zijin walked into the front lobby of the building, she heard a very excited voice calling out, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Isn't he this? Xu Yuanfu, the property general manager of Dingsi Building. Miss Yun. Xu Yuanfu, with his almost 3-month-old belly, ran towards Yun Zijin at a clumsy pace. Yun Zijin blinked and suddenly remembered that she was now the only owner of Dingsi Building, which explained why Xu Yuanfu came to her. When Xu Yuanfu was about to continue speaking, Yun Zijin quickly made a hush gesture towards Xu Yuanfu. Good morning, Mr. Xu. What can I do for you? For Xu Yuanfu to be able to get the position of property manager, observing people's words and expressions is a necessary skill. He understood Yun Zijin's intention in seconds. This was because he didn't want to reveal his identity. He understood the low-key game played by rich people. It's about my little niece's tutoring. Last time I asked Miss Yun for help to ask if there are any classmates who want to take over the tutoring job. How is it going now? Yun Zijin gave Xu Yuanfu a wise look and said, Yes, Mr. Xu, add me on WeChat and I'll give you the WeChat addresses of my juniors. Yun Zijin called up the QR code for adding friends and handed it to Xu Yuanfu. Xu Yuanfu readily took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, scanned the QR code and added a friend. Mr. Xu, if you have anything to say, let's talk on WeChat. Okay. Xu Yuanfu certainly knew what to do. Then I'll go to work first if there's nothing else. After chatting for a while, 10 minutes passed. If she didn't leave, she would be late for clocking in. You go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me. Xu Yuanfu would certainly not let Yun Zijin be late for work because of him. Yun Zijin walked into the employee elevator and quickly arrived at the 20th floor, entering the company's office area. He greeted everyone he met along the way politely and quickly arrived at his workstation. Zijin is here. Senior Sang Ying greeted Yun Zijin familiarly. Good morning, Sister Sang. As soon as Yun Zijin sat down, she received the quarterly financial statements of Dingsi Building and a list of the building's tenant companies from Xu Yuanfu, which also included notes about some special tenants. For example, rent discounts, postponed rent payment dates, etc. However, that was the relationship between them and the original owner, and it certainly wouldn't work with her. Yun Zijin quickly sent a message to Xu Yuanfu regarding this issue, asking him to pay the third quarter rent on time according to the contract when paying this month. If he refused to cooperate, she had the right to unilaterally terminate the lease contract and find a new tenant. Before, when Xu Yuanfu faced those people with connections, he had to be shameless when collecting rent, but now it is different. The entire Dingsi Building is under the name of Yun Zijin alone, and he, as the general manager of the property, is equivalent to Yun Zijin's spokesperson in Dingsi Building. If the tenants want to raise any issues, they have to contact him and Yun Zijin. The difference is huge. He used to be a grandson, but now he is a liberated serf and is singing his praises. Xu Yuanfu quickly edited a paragraph about this matter and sent it to a group of tenants of Dingsi Building. It emphasized that the Dingsi Building had a new owner. All the following matters were proposed based on the requirements of the new owner. Tenants could have opinions, but they would bear the consequences of not complying with the rules. On the other side, Yun Zijin had already entered work mode. When it was almost time to get off work in the morning, Yun Zijin entered the supervisor's office with a written leave application. Xiao Yun, you've been asking for leave too frequently these days. If you keep asking for leave, I won't be able to tell my superiors when they ask about it. The supervisor looked at Yun Zijin's leave application and felt a little embarrassed. I approved her 1 day's leave the day before yesterday, and the next day she asked for half a day's leave again. What could have caused her to ask for leave so frequently? Chapter 7 Budget 6 million. Boss, I really have something to ask. If you don't approve it, I will have no choice but to resign. Yun Zijin's face was full of seriousness. She had really considered it. After all, the benefits that her job brought her were far less than what she would get from doing system tasks. Are you serious? The supervisor discovered that Yun Zijin was not joking and she was really prepared to resign. I'm dead serious. Okay, I'll approve your application this time. You should think carefully about leaving. Our company's salary and benefits are pretty good in the industry. If you quit, you may not be able to find a better job in the future. The supervisor signed a leave application for Yun Zijin, but while signing, he also persuaded Yun Zijin. After all, it is really rare to find an intern as talented and productive as Yun Zijin. If nothing unexpected happens, Yun Zijin will definitely be the first intern to be converted to a full-time employee among the company's other interns of the same period. Thank you, sir. I will seriously consider it. Yun Zijin took the leave application and left the supervisor's office without saying anything else. How is it? Has it been approved? Sang Ying was shocked when she found out Yun Zijin was going to ask for leave again. These post-2000s people are so bold. Yun Zijin waved the leave application in her hand towards Sang Ying. Of course, there is no leave that I cannot take. Sang Ying gave Yun Zijin a thumbs up. She admired his ability to take leave. It's almost time to get off work. I'll give my leave application to the administration department and leave. See you tomorrow, Sister Sang. See you tomorrow. Yun Zijin left Dingsi Building and took a taxi to Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of Dijing. Although Yun Zijin has bought a lot of luxury brands in recent days, she is still used to wearing her original clothes at work. She only wears a Tiffany T-Series T1 diamond bracelet on her hand. She only wears it because everyone is busy at work and basically no one will pay attention to it. However, just because your colleagues don't notice these things doesn't mean that others won't notice them. The salespeople at Auto Expo City are similar to those at luxury goods counters in that they all serve customers based on their preferences. Yun Zijin came alone, and preliminary judgment is that she is here to buy a car by herself except for the bracelet on her hand. She does not wear any big branded clothes, and the authenticity of the bracelet is yet to be determined. It can be seen that this is her first time here, but there is no timidity on her face, so she must have come prepared. To sum up, she is a potential customer but not a big order. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and it was quickly sold out. Hello, I'm Li Qi, a salesperson at a Volkswagen 4S store. What car would you like to see? Public. This brand doesn't seem to have any particularly expensive cars. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to buy a Volkswagen for the time being. The Volkswagen brand focuses on being affordable, but what Zijin wants today is a car that can help her spend all the 6 million yuan, rather than just buying a small car for commuting that costs less than 200,000 yuan. Is that so? Then could you please tell me your budget so I can recommend a brand to you? Li Qi didn't expect that he would fail before he could accomplish his goal, but he quickly adjusted his state. He couldn't place orders, but he could introduce customers to his friends' brands. The unspoken rule of their Auto Expo city is that for customers who refer others, they have to give the referring customer a commission of 0.5% of the sales commission when they place a sales order. Although it's not much, a mosquito, no matter how small it is still meat. 6 million, maybe. Okay, 6 million. You said your budget is 6 million. Li Qi originally thought that Zijin's budget was only 200,000 at most, and that she just didn't like the Volkswagen brand, but she didn't expect. He has 6 million, but he won't buy a Volkswagen. Zijin nodded and gave Li Qi an affirmative answer. Please wait a moment. I'll ask someone to come and introduce it to you. Do you have a favorite brand? Because salespeople are not allowed to sell across brands, Li Qi can only refer this order to another brand. Li Qi has already added everyone in the sales group. Whoever grabs the 6 million order will get it. Someone in the sales group responded quickly, but not everyone believed him. Li Qi was not surprised by this situation. After all, there were so many sales in the Auto Expo city, so there were always some weirdos. Not long after, a salesperson who looked young came out of the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Brother Li. Li Qi looked at the person who came and knew that he was pushed out by other sales staff. Because they didn't believe that the customer he introduced had the ability to buy a car, but didn't want to miss it, they could only push in and turn out. If the deal was really done, they might be able to grab the order. This is not the first time this has happened. Interns basically have no authority to place orders in the store. Ms. Yun, this is Hu Yi, the salesperson of the Rolls-Royce brand. Given your budget, there are many good Rolls-Royce models to choose from. Zijin didn't care much about the brand of the car. As long as she could spend 6 million, it was better than anything else. Let's go and take a look. This way, please. Hu Yi did not have much confidence in this order. He was not pushed here by anyone. A more important reason was that Li Qi usually took good care of him and he did not want to put Li Qi in an embarrassing situation. However, when I heard Li Qi say that Zijin's budget was 6 million, I was shocked. Could it be that this was an invisible rich woman? Do you have a preferred car model? Our brand's models tend to be more business-oriented. Although their performance is comparable to that of sports cars, their models are almost all business-oriented. Generally, people who buy Rolls-Royce are successful middle-aged people. Please recommend some to me. Li Qi has just told you that my budget is 6 million. Please recommend a few to me. Zijin really doesn't know much about these luxury cars. Okay, I don't know if you're interested in an SUV. The price of this Cullinan is quite reasonable. Although it may be a little overpriced, it should be a small problem for you. As Hu Yi was talking, he waited for Zijin to come to the Cullinan display car. If you need a test drive, I can help you apply for it. Is there a smaller model? It is undeniable that Cullinan is indeed a car model that many boys would like, but Zijin is a single man, so there is no need for him to buy such a big one. A smaller one? Then take a look at this Phantom. Do you like it? But this car only has 2 seats and the price is relatively low. Hu Yi brought Zijin to the Phantom display car again. The black body and smooth lines immediately attracted Zijin's attention. Having received so many guests, Hu Yi has some experience in analyzing guests' micro-expressions. He knew that this Phantom was the right introduction. How much is the car worth? If I sign the contract, how long will it take for me to get the car? Will you take care of the license plate and insurance? Buying a car in Beijing and drawing lots for license plates is not an easy thing. If the 4S shop can help to do it in a unified way, Yun Zijin can save a lot of trouble. The landing price depends on the configuration you choose. We can take care of all the formalities. As for the car, we produce it according to the order. It may take at least half a month. There is no other way. Hearing Hu Yi's words, Yun Zijin nodded. All right, order one for me, pay in full. Chapter 8 Grab the order. Hu Yi was stunned by Yun Zijin's straightforwardness, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. Okay, I'll go prepare the contract, you take a rest here. Hu Yi brought Yun Zijin to the sofa in the store for customers to rest, poured Yun Zijin a cup of warm water, and then hurriedly prepared the contract. Hello, I'm Wang Jian, our store's top salesperson. Xiao Hu, who just received you, is busy now and can't leave, so I came to receive you. Yun Zijin took a sip of the warm water on the table and said, Oh? You are helping him with reception. Then who will get the credit for this order? Yun Zijin saw through this clumsy way of grabbing the order at a glance. Well, Xiao Hu is unable to receive you due to personal reasons. The consequences will of course be borne by Xiao Hu personally. Although it was not stated explicitly, everyone present knew the answer. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait a while. These salesmen will not show off their skills until they see the rabbit. Once they see the meat, they will come faster than anyone else. She doesn't care how others deal with her, but Yun Zijin is not willing to provide performance to such people. Of course, it's an honor for Xiao Hu that you are willing to wait, but as a service staff of this store, the last thing I can see is making customers wait. I have prepared the contract, please take a look. Wang Jian took out a contract from the briefcase in his hand and was about to hand it to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin didn't answer, just looked at Wang Jian quietly. Wang Jian felt a little dazed when Yun Zijin looked at him, but for the sake of performance, he still wanted to give it a try. Look, as an old employee, I can give you a bigger discount than Xiao Hu. If handing over the contract directly is useless, then change the strategy. He doesn't believe that there are people who would refuse the discount. The price is several million, even if the discount is only 0.1, it can be much cheaper, and someone else might agree to it. But who made him meet Yun Zijin, who only wanted to spend money and didn't want discounts? Thank you, but I don't need it. What a joke. She finally saw a car with a suitable price. If she was given a discount, wouldn't that be equivalent to making her consumption task more difficult? Yun Zijin firmly refused. After a long time, Hu Yi finally came back running with the contract. It was unknown how long he had been running, but he was sweating profusely. Miss Yun. Sorry, my manager just wanted to talk to me about work. I kept you waiting. Hu Yi felt a little embarrassed, mainly because it was his leader who called him and he couldn't refuse. However, when Hu Yi saw Wang Jian standing next to Yun Zijin, his face looked a little bad. Brother Wang, why are you here? Although they asked this, the two of them knew very well why Wang Jian was here. Har Miss Yun has been waiting here for too long, so I came over to entertain you. Now that you're back, I won't be an eyesore here anymore, you guys can chat. Knowing that Yun Zijin will not become my client, Wang Jian doesn't want to waste time here anymore. Is the contract ready? Sign it now. I have something else to do after you sign it. There was not enough money to spend on the Phantom, so Yun Zijin looked up some cars under 1 million that were suitable for girls on Baidu and decided to go to the Porsche store to have a look later. Here is the contract, in triplicate, one for us, one for you, and one for the third-party law firm. Take a look, and feel free to ask any questions you have. Yun Zijin picked up one of the contracts and began to read it. Suibianhua can scan the contract for the host, is it necessary? As soon as Yun Zijin picked up the contract, she heard the voice of Suibianhua in her mind. Scan it. It was also her first time dealing with a car purchase contract, and she was afraid of being cheated, so she didn't think about spending it casually. There was also a hidden function that helped her scan the contract, and Yun Zijin was very satisfied. Scan completed, the contract is legal and compliant without traps, the host can sign with confidence. Hearing Suibianhua's reminder, Yun Zijin smiled slightly. Their contract was still qualified, so she didn't need to argue with them anymore. There is no problem with the contract, it can be signed. After saying that, Yun Zijin took out a pen from her bag, signed her name on the last page of the contract, and stamped her index fingerprint. Hu Yi also signed his name and index fingerprint on the person in charge. When he got the contract just now, he had someone help him stamp the company's seal. After signing the contract, Hui took Yun Zijin to the cashier to pay the bill, and the final price was 5,500,000.00. We are still 500,000 away from today's goal of 6 million. I also want to order a car worth about 500,000 yuan. Do you have any recommendations? Even if I make up for it a little bit myself, today's spending limit must reach 6 million. You mean, you want to order another car? Hui didn't expect that Yun Zijin, who had just spent 5.5 million, would order another car. Although the price dropped 10 times in one go, it was still a lot for them. Yes, it's suitable for girls. Then I recommend you go to Porsche. They have several models like those, which are quite suitable for girls. Among them, there is a type of ice plum powder, which costs less than 1 million yuan and is very popular among girls. Hearing this, Yun Zijin's eyes lit up. I'll go and take a look. Yun Zijin casually folded the contract worth 5.5 million and put it into her bag, then walked out of the Rolls-Royce 4S store and walked towards the Porsche 4S store. Hui had already announced to the sales group that Yun Zijin had just ordered a Rolls-Royce Phantom at the Rolls-Royce store, so when Yun Zijin entered the Porsche store this time, she received unprecedented welcome. Hello, I'm Lilith, our store's top salesperson. How can I help you? When facing big customers, SA's voice becomes much sweeter. As soon as Yun Zijin entered the Porsche store, she saw the ice plum pink color that stood out among the many cars on display. That car has a very special color. What kind of car is it? You mean the ice plum pink? This car is one of our best-selling models, and many girls have a special liking for it. Do you need a test drive? We can arrange one for you now. When SA heard Yun Zijin asking about Bing My powder, he knew that today's order was basically secured. There is a reason why ice plum powder is loved by many girls. No thanks. Do you have this car in stock? Or do you need to make a reservation like over there? She now lives in Xingyu Huafu, and it is more convenient for her to go to work with a car. In Xingyu Huafu, whether you take the subway or a taxi, it is quite troublesome and you have to wait for a long time every time. You're in luck, a car just arrived today and we've even released the news. If you want, I can ask the manager to give you the car now. After all, between placing an order immediately and having the possibility of placing an order, I believe the manager will know how to choose without being told. Although Bing My powder is a favorite of rich ladies, they cannot guarantee that someone will buy it. A car will break down if it is kept for too long, so the best thing to do is to sell it as soon as possible. Chapter 9: Real Estate in the Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of Imperial Capital. That's great, go ahead and apply. Yun Zijin originally wanted to come and see the Bing My powder, and now that she has seen the real car, she really likes it. Since there is a car available, Yun Zijin will not be polite. Whoever they had originally intended to give the car to, it was hers now. Okay, wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Lilith poured Yun Zijin a cup of hot water and then hurried to find the manager. During the time Yun Zijin sat down, many people noticed her presence. Some people were curious about Yun Zijin's identity, some were curious whether Yun Zijin could really afford Bing My powder, and some were wondering if he could hook up with her. However, when Yun Zijin raised her hand to play with her mobile phone, she inadvertently revealed a Tiffany T-Series T1 diamond bracelet, and many people stopped thinking about it. Anyone who can casually wear a bracelet worth more than 300,000 yuan on his hand is obviously not someone who is short of money. After a long time, Lilith came back trotting, holding several contracts in her hands. Ms. Yun, the manager has agreed to sell the ice plum powder to you. This is the contract I just prepared. Please take a look. Lilith swiftly handed one of the contracts in her hand to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin took the contract and asked Suibianhua to scan it for him again. Did you help with the license plate and insurance? Don't worry, we will take care of it. Lilith gave Yun Zijin an affirmative answer, and she then signed her name and stamped her fingerprint on the contract with confidence. After Lilith checked the 3 contracts and made sure there were no problems, she took Yun Zijin to the cashier to pay. Yun Zijin took out the black gold card given by the system and handed it to the cashier, and the payment was completed successfully soon. However, because the consumption limit exceeded 6 million, the system deducted another 330,000 from Yun Zijin's savings card to make up the 880,000 for Bing My Fan. Consumption task: spend 6 million.00 before midnight requirement. Complete the consumption task in any Auto Expo city in Dijing, completed. Mission reward: triggering for times consumption rebate, 24 million.00 has been issued to their host's savings card, and the relevant certificates of ownership of the real estate of the Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital have been issued to their system backpack. Please check it carefully. Hearing the prompt sound of completing the task, Zijin opened his mouth. The system is really becoming more and more generous. Thanks to the rebates from her purchases, she now has nearly 100 million in her bank account. Not to mention, she still has rent to collect from the Dingsi Building this month. If the rent is paid, she will probably become a billionaire in an instant. As for the Auto Expo City, according to the system, she owns the real estate of the entire Auto Expo City, which means she can collect rent again. The thought of not wanting to go to work reached its peak at this moment. It will take about an hour to go through the relevant formalities. Would you like to wait here or come back in an hour? Or you can leave a contact number and I will call you when the formalities are completed. Lilith smiled sweetly and spoke to Zijin in a very sweet voice. It's okay. I'll just sit here and wait. You can go and handle the formalities. It's only an hour, and it's over in no time after watching some short videos. Okay, I'll be quick. Lilith arrived with the contract and quickly disappeared into the store. Zijin sat back in the seat where he had just sat and took out his cell phone to kill time. However, before she had played for long, someone called her. The caller ID showed that the number was unfamiliar, so Zijin hung up decisively. Unexpectedly, the next second, the same number called again. Zijin could only answer the call. Hello. Zijin. Where are you? Zijin. It's him again. He's haunting us. What's it to you where I am? What's the matter with calling me? Zijin really couldn't understand. Since Xia Jiaojia was already in a bad mood because of the matter of the real and fake daughter, why was he still insisting on letting her return to the Xia family? She had clearly stated many times that she would not go back to the Xia family, no go back to the Xia family, but it was as if she didn't understand what she was saying. Jiaojia fainted because of you, don't you feel any guilt at all? Jiaojia is still lying in the hospital, how can you still have the nerve to go out and have fun? Zijin? Are you okay? What does Xia Jiaojia's fainting have to do with me? I didn't appear in front of her from beginning to end. Can you blame me for this? Why don't you reflect on why you didn't keep this secret, causing Xia Jiaojia to be upset to the point of fainting? Is it because you didn't give people food that caused them to faint due to malnutrition and anemia? There are so many reasons that can be explained, but you have to tie it to me? Zijin. Do you really think I'm stupid? After being scolded by Zijin, Zijin remained silent for a rare moment. He knew that Zijin was telling the truth. She never appeared in front of Jiaojia from beginning to end, so why did he think it was her fault that Jiaojia fainted? Zijin always felt that something was wrong. Okay, if you called just to talk about this, then forget it and hang up. Zijin hung up the phone without hesitation and blocked everyone at the same time. No matter how many new numbers Zijin can find, she will block each one that calls her. See whether she can add more blacklists or he can find more new numbers. Par. As soon as she hung up the phone, someone clapped loudly next to her. Zijin subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a boy in flashy clothes, looking at her with a smile. However, Zijin was sure that she definitely did not know this person. After all, if she had ever seen such a showy man, she would definitely be impressed. Hey! My name is Xingyan, what's your name? When the show-off man saw Zijin looking at him, he walked over in 2 steps and sat opposite Zijin. Ching. It sounds nice. I just heard your steady output, it was very exciting. I want to get to know you. Zijin, young man, why is your attention so focused? Years of experience in battle are not worth mentioning. She is an orphan, and if she didn't have some tough skills, she wouldn't have grown up this big. Are you here to buy a car or? What do you think? Xingyan, I think I asked a nonsense question. Have you picked a car? If you don't do well in the test, I can be your advisor. Apart from anything else, I know a lot about cars. Xingyan's personality is very outgoing. No, I've already bought it and I'm waiting for the formalities. Have you bought it? What did you buy? I also want to buy a new car, but I haven't decided what to buy yet. Can I get your opinion for reference? Xingyan's face was full of anticipation. Iced plum powder, do you want to buy it? Zijin spoke seriously, if the curve of her mouth corners was not so obvious. Forget about the ice plum powder. I'm a grown man and it's not really suitable for me, har har. Xingyang didn't expect that Qingqing, who just saw her with a hot temper, actually bought such a girlish ice plum powder. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. When will your car be processed? We have a car race tonight on Panshan Road. Are you interested in going to watch? Feeling that the topic of buying a car was over, Xingyang tried to find a topic about racing. Chapter 10 Sale does not break the lease, please pay the rent on time. No, I have no interest in racing. Even if Zijin had no sense of security, he would not participate in a car race with someone he met for the first time and whose name he didn't even know whether it was real or not. No, it doesn't matter if you can't race. As a girl, you just need to sit in the passenger seat and cheer me on. Don't worry, I'm definitely not a bad person. If it ends late, I'll drive you home directly. Do you think a normal girl would go to a car race with a stranger she just met? Zijin's words were very straightforward, and Xingyang didn't know how to respond. For a moment, he actually felt that what Zijin said made a lot of sense. Why? This was the first time in Xingyang's life that he was rejected so bluntly by a girl. He suddenly became more interested in Zijin. Okay, I understand your concerns, but meeting is fate. If you don't want to compete, you can add WeChat, right? Xingyang took out his mobile phone, clicked on his personal QR code, and handed it to Zijin. Zijin didn't want to talk too much with him, so she took out her phone and scanned the QR code to add him as a friend. Okay. Looking at the friend request from the WeChat user named Zijin, Xingyang agreed in a very good mood. I'm off to look at the cars. I'll see you next time. I hope you can agree to accompany me to the car race. Racing is almost a common occurrence. Someone organizes it every few days, and it's all about the thrill. Zijin smiled with a fake smile. They were from completely different worlds and the possibility of them meeting again in the future was basically zero. Zijin waited in the rest area for about 40 minutes, and Lilith came back trotting on her high heels. Ms. Yun, your license plate and various car purchase procedures have been processed. If you have a driver's license, you can drive on the road immediately. Here are the car keys and the relevant invoice information, please keep them. Lilith handed the car keys and spare keys to Zijin, and then handed over a file bag. Zijin took the keys, put one into her bag, and held the remaining one in her hand. Then she began to check the file bag that Lilith gave her, checking and confirming the invoices and so on inside. After confirming that there were no problems, she rearranged them and buttoned up the file bag. No problem. Please help me make this trip. I'm leaving first. With a car, Zijin will find it much more convenient to commute to get off work. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Just as Zijin was about to drive away from Auto Expo City, his cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, Zijin subconsciously thought that Xia Jian had asked someone to borrow a phone to call her. I watched the phone ring for a long time but didn't answer it until it hung up automatically. Lilith, on the other hand, glanced at the incoming call number inadvertently and felt that it looked familiar. Why? But she was just a salesperson and didn't dare to speak casually at this time. When the phone rang for the second time, Zijin finally answered it. Hello, are you Ms. Zijin Yun? Zijin felt relieved when he was sure that the person opposite him was not Xia Jian. It's me, you are. Hello, Ms. Yun. I am Wu Yutang, the person in charge of the Auto Expo City in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital. I just received news that you have bought all the real estate in the Auto Expo City, including the land. The lease contract. It's July now, and it's time to pay the third quarter's rent. Wu Yutang was afraid that Zijin had other plans after buying the real estate in Auto Expo City, so he called him in a hurry as soon as he received the news. Sale does not break the lease. The rental contract has been transferred to my name. The original landlord should have told you that Mr. Wu only needs to pay the rent to me on time according to the contract. However, I heard that the contract signed between Mr. Wu and the original landlord will expire at the end of this year. If Mr. Wu needs to renew the contract, he needs to inform me 1 month in advance. If Wu Yutang does not renew the contract, she will have to find another place to rent the place, and she must be informed 1 month in advance. After all, it is such a large area, and it is not easy to find a new tenant. Of course, of course. If nothing unexpected happens, I will renew the contract. Thank you, Ms. Yun, for making it easier for me. After hearing Yun Zijin's words, Wu Yutang knew that Yun Zijin was not the kind of landlord who would make trouble. But think about it, the person who was able to quietly acquire the entire Auto Expo City real estate probably doesn't care too much about the 500 million yuan in rent he receives this month. That's right, the entire Auto Expo City has a monthly rent of 500 million yuan, which is 6 billion yuan a year. This price is entirely due to the fact that the Auto Expo City is located in a remote area and has a small flow of people, but it is huge, with a large area and a full range of car brands. Many wealthy people choose Nanjiao Auto Expo City when buying cars. You're welcome. It's mutually beneficial. The original landlord should have told you about it. I've also shown you the rental contract transfer agreement. It has my bank card information. Just deposit the third quarter's rent into my card before the 5th of this month. Don't worry, I will pay the rent on time. Although he could tell that Yun Zijin was probably not very old, Wu Yutang didn't know why, but he couldn't have any bad thoughts towards Yun Zijin. If you don't have anything else, hang up. I need to drive. Because of this phone call, Yun Zijin wasted another 10 minutes. On the other hand, Xingyang also liked a car, but the store didn't have any in stock, so he had to make a reservation and wait for half a month before he could pick it up. When Xingyang came out after signing the car purchase contract, what he saw was the scene where Yun Zijin had just hung up the phone. Ching ching. When Yun Zijin heard Xingyang calling her Ching Ching, she didn't react at first. It took her a while before she remembered that this was the name she had just told Xingyang. Mr. Shen. Why call me Mr. Shen? It's too strange. Ching Ching can call me Xingyang, or Brother Xingyang. That's fine too. Xingyang was very showy and posed towards Yun Zijin in a way that he thought was very handsome. Yun Zijin almost vomited out the overnight meal. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yun Zijin took her things and walked quickly out of the Porsche store. She soon saw the ice plum powder that had just been unloaded by the staff at the door. It has to be said that there is a reason why Ice Plum Pink has become one of women's favorite luxury cars. No matter what others think, Yun Zijin was stunned at the first sight. When I sat in the driver's seat, I felt like a princess in a fairy tale. After Yun Zijin got his driver's license, he never touched a car. Fortunately, he found the feeling soon and drove quite steadily. Drive safely back to Xingyu Huafu and register your license plate with the security guard. You will not need to register when driving in and out in the future. Yun Zijin drove the car into the basement of Villa No. 1 and after trying several times, he finally successfully completed the reverse parking. When Yun Zijin got home and turned on her cell phone, she was immediately flooded with message alerts. Not only were there WeChat messages, but there were also text messages and several missed calls. Yun Zijin felt a little strange and clicked on one of the text messages to check the content. Chapter 11 Decision to Resign. The missed call was still from an unfamiliar number, but probably because she didn't answer, I texted her again. Based on the content of the text message, Yun Zijin guessed that the owner of the number should be her biological mother whom she had never met. From the words in the text messages she sent, Yun Zijin could imagine the resentful face she had when she sent the messages to her. Her biological mother, who had never raised her for a single day, sent her text messages full of complaints. Yun Zijin simply deleted the messages and blocked her. He wanted her to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xia family. In order to reassure Xia Jiaojiao, he told everyone at the party that she was an orphan they had kindly adopted and that Xia Jiaojiao was the real daughter of the Xia family. Even so, they spoke in a tone that seemed to want her to be grateful. Yun Zijin had no idea what they were thinking. Do they really think she is a soft persimmon that they can squeeze and twist at will? Yun Zijin removed Xia Jian's mobile phone number from the blacklist and called him. The call was connected quickly, but the person who answered the phone was not Xia Jian, but Xia Jiaojiao. Yun Zijin? Are you the biological daughter that mom and dad found recently? Oh, you're the delicate girl who faints easily. You sound quite strong, you're not pretending, are you? Yun Zijin is allergic to this kind of white lotus and green tea bitch, and can't help but scold them when he sees them. Xia Jiaojiao just bumped into the muzzle of her gun. I was in a car accident, it's normal to faint. I know you don't like me. If you mind, I will tell Mom that I will move out of the house after I am discharged from the hospital. Mom and Dad are your parents, and I shouldn't compete with you for them. Zijin. What did you say to Jiao Jiao? Why did she want to move out of the house? As a sister, you should be tolerant of your sister instead of being so jealous that you want to drive her out of the Xia family. Zijin didn't know that when Jiao Jiao heard Zijin talking to someone outside, she changed the topic to her plan of moving out of the Xia family. When Zijin came in from outside, he saw Jiao Jiao crying and saying sadly that she wanted to move out of the Xia family. And the person on the other end of the phone that she was talking on was Zijin, who naturally became the culprit of this incident. Zijin, MDZZ. Shut up. I called you so that you can tell your mom not to call or text me. It's annoying. I will not attend the Xia family's birthday party, and please don't come to me again. As for Jiao Jiao, she is your sister, not my sister. After saying that, Zijin hung up the phone and added the person to the blacklist again. When Zijin wanted to say something, he found that the phone was hung up. When he called again, the call was not connected. With previous experience, Zijin knew that Zijin had most likely put him on the blacklist again. Brother, sister. After Zijin hung up the phone, Jiao Jiao looked at him timidly. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't fall, which made her look even more pitiful. Just take good care of your injuries and don't worry about anything else. Zijin rubbed his eyebrows, and fatigue was clearly evident on his face. During this period of time, he was busy with Xia's affairs, had to look for Zijin, and finally had to make time to see Jiao Jiao. He was so tired that his eyes were red. Now there is an obvious crack in the relationship between Jiao Jiao and Zijin again, and Zijin feels tired both mentally and physically. Brother, is it because of me, my sister, that you don't want to go home? I know that I am not my parents' biological child. I have taken my sister's place. I should take the initiative to return this place to my sister. As Jiao Jiao spoke, tears began to fall again. Nonsense. You have lived in our family for more than 20 years. Even if we are not related by blood, you are still the eldest daughter of our Xia family, my Zijin's younger sister. This is something that no one can change. Zijin is really good to Jiao Jiao. Even after knowing that Jiao Jiao is not his biological sister, his attitude has never changed. What gave him the most headache was Zijin, who was unwilling to return to the Xia family. But my sister. Brother knows how to handle Zijin's affairs, you just need to rest and recover. This is the dinner I bought for you from Qingjin Pavilion. Eat it while it's hot. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave first. Zijin shook the table above the hospital bed, put the incubator in his hand on the table, gave Jiao Jiao a few words of advice, and was about to leave. When Jiao Jiao heard that it was dinner at Qingjin Pavilion, her eyes lit up, but when she heard Zijin say that he had to have a meeting, a hint of complaint flashed in her eyes. But it was covered up very well, okay. Thank you, brother is the best. Jiao Jiao opened the lunchbox herself, took out several layers of food inside, looked at Zijin's back as he left, and put down her chopsticks the next second without eating a single bite. Task release. Please host to spend at least 100 million.00 at Lu's charity auction tonight, no upper limit, task reward, to be unlocked. The invitation to the auction has been sent to the system backpack, please check it carefully. It was 6 o'clock in the morning again, and Zijin was awakened by the system's task release notification sound. When Zijin saw the amount of consumption, his eyes widened. The minimum consumption is 100 million, there is no upper limit. Spend it casually if you want to play big. However, where is the address of this Lu's charity auction? Zijin took out the invitation letter from the system backpack and saw the address and time written in small gold letters in the lower left corner of the invitation letter. Address, 9th floor, Jinshin Hotel. Time, 8 o'clock 10 p.m. on July 4th. Do I need to wear formal attire for this kind of auction? Zijin was a little confused. She had been going on a shopping spree these days but seemed to have never bought a dress. Besides, apart from the dress and makeup, she couldn't do it all by herself. Besides, if she had to prepare her look, she probably wouldn't be able to go to work today. At this moment, Zijin finally made up his mind to resign. Since she was going to resign, Zijin no longer deliberately chose economical clothes and jewelry. The results of all the shopping over the past 2 days have come into play at this time. By the time Zijin had dressed herself, it was already 7:30. Yoon Zijin immediately picked up Bing Mifen's keys and rushed to the underground garage to drive. After rushing for a long time, Yoon Zijin finally arrived at Dingsi Building at 8:30. This time when she came in, not only were the security guards enthusiastic when facing Yoon Zijin, but even the front desk clerk on the first floor was smiling. Yoon Zijin nodded slightly as a greeting. When he came to the 20th floor again, Yoon Zijin's mentality was completely different. Sang Ying looked at Yoon Zijin, who looked completely radiant today, and was surprised. Wow! What medicine did you take today? You look so energetic. Although their company pays well and has a great working atmosphere, they always feel a little sluggish during working hours. I didn't take the medicine, I'm the one who's going to quit. Yoon Zijin, who has already achieved financial freedom, feels very happy when she thinks about the freedom she will have after resigning. Chapter 12, No One Believes the Truth. Resign? Are you serious? Sang Ying didn't expect Yoon Zijin to suddenly resign. They all got along well, and she had never heard that this girl had any unpleasantness with anyone. Of course I'm serious. I'm writing my resignation letter now. As he spoke, Yoon Zijin sat down at his workstation, opened a Word document on his computer, and began to write his resignation letter. I'll hand over all the work I have on hand to you. It's not much anyway. Their company is a design company, and its main business is to take orders and produce design drawings. Yoon Zijin's design direction is mainly garden design. That's not good. You still have to wait until your resignation letter is approved before you can hand over your work. Who you hand over to depends on your supervisor's opinion. The more orders she takes, the more commission she can get, but Sang Ying is afraid that Yoon Zijin will give the orders to her directly, which will then lead to gossip among people. It's all right. If you think it's inappropriate, I'll ask the supervisor then. Yoon Zijin was writing her resignation letter while speaking. 10 minutes later, Yoon Zijin sent her resignation letter to her supervisor via OA. Then I started to organize the work on hand, including those that had not yet started, those that were half started, and those that were sent back by the client for revision. I put them all into different categories. Not long after, Yoon Zijin was called to the office by her supervisor for a talk. Yesterday I asked you to think about it carefully. Is this the result after your consideration? The supervisor opened the resignation letter Yoon Zijin sent her. Yes, after careful consideration, I have decided to resign. Can you tell me the reason? From what I understand, you get along well with your colleagues. Yoon Zijin's ability is unquestionable, and the supervisor is really reluctant to let such a talented person go. I saved an old man out of kindness. He had no parents and no children. After he died, he gave me all his property. When I received the property, I realized that I could live a comfortable life by collecting rent. I needed some time to absorb the huge sum of money. In order not to delay the company's business progress, I decided to resign. Supervisor, do you think I trust you? Regardless of whether his supervisor believes it or not, Yoon Zijin has made up his mind to resign. Moreover, she is an intern, so she doesn't need to wait a month to resign. She can leave as soon as her work is handed over. The supervisor originally tried to persuade her to stay, but after seeing Yoon Zijin, he knew that she had made up her mind, so he had no choice but to approve it. All right, just hand over your work and leave quickly, so I don't have to worry about you. After much difficulty, he met a good candidate, but he resigned not long after he started working. The supervisor felt heartbroken and really didn't want to see Yoon Zijin, the culprit, again. Thank you for your help, supervisor. You are such a nice person. After the handover, I will treat everyone to afternoon tea. Any choice? Yoon Zijin gave the supervisor a good guy card and also suggested treating everyone to afternoon tea. Hurry up and hand over your work. The supervisor said unhappily. Yoon Zijin ran out of the supervisor's office happily and was kind enough to close the office door for her. How about it? Seeing Yoon Zijin coming out, Sang Ying immediately moved closer to ask about the situation. Don't worry. I'll hand over my work and go to the finance department to collect my salary. After that, Yoon Zijin picked up the various to be completed orders she had sorted out and said, "These are the orders I haven't completed yet. The precautions are all marked with sticky notes. Sister Ying, you can choose them and help me distribute the rest to others. By the way, I am inviting everyone to afternoon tea this afternoon, and I would like to trouble Sister Ying to help me organize it." Although Yun Zijin is popular in the company, she is an intern after all, so her organizational ability still depends on Sang Ying, an old employee. Sang Ying gave Yun Zijin an okay gesture. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done for you. Sang Ying quickly chose what she wanted from the pile of orders sorted out by Yun Zijin, and then sent private messages to a few girls who were on good terms with her, asking them to come over and choose the orders. Then he sent a screenshot of the menu of BA1CHAG to the leaderless employee group, stating that Yun Zijin was treating, and then started a chain of ordering. Done. Thank you, Sister Ying. Yun Zijin gave Sang Ying a big hug. By the way, I really want to ask, why do you suddenly want to quit? Sang Ying held back this question for a long time, but finally couldn't help but ask it out loud. Hee. If I say I became rich overnight and don't want to go to work anymore, do you believe me? Yun Zijin was telling the truth. It's a pity, no one believed it. Sang Ying looked at Yun Zijin with a look that said, do you think I'm a fool? See, I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe it. Yun Zijin spread his hands. Let me see what they ordered, and then I'll order one by one. Yun Zijin took out his cell phone, opened a pornographic app, and started placing orders according to the names on the list. Why did you think of treating me to afternoon tea? After all this time, you don't have much left from last month's salary, do you? Sang Ying really couldn't understand why Yun Zijin, who was very frugal before, suddenly became so extravagant. It's completely to the point where they don't treat money as money at all. They say I became rich overnight. Yun Zijin showed Sang Ying the PSA Limelight Gala Series diamond set ladies watch on her wrist. Your watch is very nice. What brand is it? I'll go check it out next time. Obviously, Sang Ying didn't get what Yun Zijin wanted to express. Yun Zijin. I bought it at the Jinxing shopping center across from our company. It's a PSA women's watch. Oh, it's the Jinxing shopping mall across the street. Then should we go take a look together after get off work today? Sang Ying swallowed the second half of her sentence after she realized what Jinxing shopping mall Yun Zijin was talking about. Jinxing shopping mall, after confirming with her eyes, is a place she is not worthy of entering. Sang Ying only now began to take a serious look at Yun Zijin's outfit today. She was wearing a Chanel-style suit, Valentino one-stud patent leather high heels, a PSA watch, and a silk scarf on her head. If she was not mistaken, it should be Hermes. So the bag she carried today is also a real her bag? That's right, as a woman, Sang Ying saw the bag Yun Zijin was carrying at first sight today. She originally thought it was just a high imitation of Hermes her bag, but she didn't expect it to be the real thing. You are very secretive. Sang Ying was almost screaming at Yun Zijin's outfit today. This outfit was enough to buy an apartment in a second or third tier city, and it simply shocked her friends. I told you I would get rich overnight, but you didn't believe me. I believe it. I will believe whatever you say from now on. Sang Ying's living conditions are much better than Yun Zijin's before, but she is reluctant to spend her money on luxury goods. Instead of spending thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on a pair of shoes, she might as well use the money to have a good meal. So what are your plans after you resign? Although Yun Zijin said that she is rich now, Sang Ying still feels that a woman should always have her own career. No matter how you do, at least you're not wasting your time at home. Let's rest for a while first. Yun Zijin was not sure whether the system had consumption tasks for her to complete every day, so she had to observe for a while. Chapter 13 Meeting Xingyang at the auction. Yun Zijin distributed all the orders she had, and after the delivery man delivered their afternoon tea, she said goodbye to everyone and left the company. After leaving Dingsi Building, Yun Zijin went to Jinxing shopping mall again. She remembered seeing the styling studio when she came here 2 days ago. Sure enough, Yun Zijin finally found a styling studio on the 7th floor of Jinxing shopping mall. The decoration looks quite warm and beautiful. Yun Zijin was amazed by the decoration style as soon as she entered. Hello, welcome to the Wanmei styling studio. What kind of styling transformation would you like to have? Yun Zijin's outfit today was obviously very much in keeping with the style of a wealthy young lady, and someone came to greet her as she entered the door. I'm going to a charity auction tonight. Do you have a stylist who can do this? The fact that Wanmei modeling studio can be opened in Jinxing shopping mall proves that it has considerable strength. Yes, our stylist Xia Weining has done a lot of similar ones. However, Master Xia's price is a little bit more expensive than that of ordinary stylists. Zijin glanced at the other person and said, "It doesn't matter. It's expensive for a reason. However, I hope the final result is worth the price, otherwise I will refuse to pay." Zijin said the ugly words first. "Of course, we are building a reputation, not just a quick buck. Please sit here and wait. I will call stylist Xia Whining over for you." Zijin sat on a chair in front of a mirror. "You know what, this chair is quite comfortable." The person who went to call the stylist came back soon, but he didn't look very good. Zijin could more or less guess what had happened, but since the other party didn't bring it up in front of her, Zijin pretended not to see it. "Hello, Master Xia is currently working on a styling project for someone else, so I am not available to do it for you right now. You may need to wait, or I can help you find out which stylist is available and call her for you." "That's fine, but you need better skills. I won't pay you if it doesn't look good." "You're kidding. Our stylists all have good reputations. They won't do anything that would ruin their reputation." After saying that, he went to contact a stylist for Zijin. Not long after, he came over with a man. This is Eric, the stylist in our store. He is also very experienced in evening party styling. This is Eric's portfolio. You can take a look." Zijin took Eric's portfolio and flipped through it. There were indeed quite a few eye-catching looks. "Okay, try to make it simpler, not too complicated." Zijin doesn't like overly complicated styles, as they look messy and, if not careful, can look too tacky. "Okay, let's go over here and wash our hair first." Eric brought Zijin to the hair washing area in the store. In order to ensure the customer's privacy, Eric even drew the curtains. It took Zijin a full 4 hours to complete this entire look. The dress and various jewelry she wore were all provided by the styling studio and were included in Zijin's total spending. Because this payment was not made at the auction, Zijin could only pay with his own card. But she has at least tens of millions in her card, it's possible that she can't even afford a hairstyle. However, when Zijin came out of the Wanmei modeling studio, she remembered that she had driven out today and now she was wearing a dress and high heels, so she was completely unable to drive. Finally, Zijin took out his cell phone and booked a designated driver online. Zijin, wearing a white dress and standing next to the ice plum pink Porsche, suddenly became a scenic spot outside Jinxing shopping mall. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking videos of Zijin. Zijin really didn't have a good impression of people who started filming videos without even asking a single question. But now the other party has more people and more power, Zijin can only lower his head silently to prevent them from taking a picture of his face. Fortunately, the designated driver arrived quickly. What surprised Zijin was that the designated driver was actually a girl. "Hello, the last digit of the designated driver's license plate is 7786. Zijin checked the order information she had placed, and after confirming that there was no problem, she gave her the key and got into the back seat. "Go to Jinxing Hotel. Okay, fasten your seatbelts, please. Today's traffic regulations are quite strict, and seatbelts are required in the back seat as well." Zijin fastened her seatbelt as instructed. Jinxing Hotel and Jinxing Shopping Mall are not far from each other, probably because they are both owned by Lu's company, so even their names are the same. The car quickly arrived at Jinxing Hotel, but it was still early and Zijin didn't want to go out, so he simply booked a room and rested until the time came. At 7:50 in the evening, Zijin came to the 9th floor of Jinxing Hotel with her handbag. At this time, quite a few people could be seen in the entire auction venue. Zijin used her handbag as a cover, took out the invitation letter given by the system from the system backpack, and handed it to the staff at the door who was checking the invitation letter. Seeing the invitation letter handed over by Zijin, the staff member paused, then smiled and bowed his head. "Good evening, Miss Yun, I will take you to your seat." There were no private rooms at the Lu's charity auction, and everyone was seated in the audience seats on the first floor. It's just that the front space is obviously much more spacious than the back space, and the various configurations are completely on a different level. The staff took Zijin all their way to the front position. Although it was not in the middle, it was definitely not too far away. Zijin could only sigh in his heart at this moment. Sure enough, the system knew whether there was a solution or not as soon as it took action. "Ching Ching? Zijin." On a whim, she gave herself a pseudonym, never expecting to meet Xingyang again. Yun Zijin turned around and looked at Xingyang. He, Mr. Sheng, good evening. Xingyang was followed by, or rather, Xingyang was followed by several people. When they heard Xingyang calling Yun Zijin, everyone looked towards Yun Zijin. Xiaoyang, do you know him? The person who spoke was a man standing next to Xingyang who did not look like a serious person. His style is similar to Xingyang's, but compared to him, Xingyang lacks some sophistication. Yes, the girl I told you about last time who enjoyed swearing at people. It's a pity that she didn't agree to go racing with me at that time. Xingyang showed a regretful expression on his face. Yun Zijin smiled wistfully, nodded slightly at a few people, and sat down in his seat. When the other people saw where Yun Zijin was sitting, they all looked towards Yun Zijin covertly. This location. Everyone, take a seat. The auction is about to begin. Feeling that someone was sitting next to him, Yun Zijin looked up subconsciously. He was the one who was obviously the core figure among the people who were walking with Xingyang just now. Yun Zijin smiled at Lu Yunqiu as a greeting, then turned around and tried his best to ignore the people around him. In order to divert attention, Yun Zijin picked up the list of auction items on the table in front and began to look through it. Chapter 14: A new understanding of Yun Zijin's financial resources. Originally, he was just casually browsing through them, but he didn't expect that Yun Zijin would actually take a fancy to several of the auction items. Yun Zijin secretly wrote down the auction items and then put the list back on the table. At 8 o'clock, the host announced the official start of the auction, then walked off the stage and replaced him with the auctioneer. The first item to be auctioned today is a set of white jade jewelry, which includes a pair of earrings, a pair of bracelets, a peace locket, and a jade hairpin shaped like a bamboo. However, the jewelry set was provided by a lady and had been worn before, so Yun Zijin had no intention of bidding on it. Ching. Do you like this set of jewelry? Do you want me to take a picture of it for you? Xingyang didn't know when he exchanged seats with the person sitting on the other side of Yun Zijin. Seeing that Yun Zijin hadn't moved, he actually wanted to take a picture of the jewelry and give it to Yun Zijin. I appreciate your kindness, but I will take the photos myself if I want them. At best, they had only met twice, and Yun Zijin didn't think they were in a relationship where they could send gifts to each other. After being rejected, Xingyang secretly sighed and could only look for another opportunity to perform. The jewelry set was finally bought back by the lady who provided it for 1.2 million yuan. Yun Zijin didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. However, this auction is held for charitable purposes, so there seems to be nothing wrong with the other party doing this. After all, it's someone else's own stuff, and the auction house doesn't have a rule that prevents people from bidding it back. In any case, the money they should pay won't be reduced by a penny. Soon, the staff brought up the second item. It is a piece of jade that has been completely unwrapped and unpolished. This piece of jade is as big as two adult men's hands. It has different shades of red all over. From a distance, it looks like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Yun Zijin was attracted by the jade at first sight. When Yun Zijin first saw it on the auction list, he noted it down as one of his targets. But there is still a difference between the picture and the real thing is more shocking. The starting price of the red jade stone that has been reborn from the ashes is 500,000. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The bidding begins. 200,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, people rushed to call out their prices. Yun Zijin looked at the soaring prices and sighed in his heart, these people really don't take money seriously at all. When the number of people bidding gradually decreased, Yun Zijin began to participate. 3 million. It was 2.8 million just now, but Yun Zijin raised it to 200,000 at once, and another person backed out. Ching, your way of calling. Yun Zijin didn't have time to pay attention to Xingyang. The other side had already called 3.01 million. Yun Zijin pursed his lips and said, 4 million. This time, even Lu Yunqiu, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyebrows. This way of calling is totally unconventional. 4.5 million. 8 million. 8 million directly defeated the two people who were bidding against Yun Zijin. Including her, there were only 3 people left. 10 million. 12 million. Yun Zijin had almost no hesitation, giving people the feeling that as long as the other party dared to bid, she would dare to follow suit. Ching, you are really the best bidder in the next auction. You bid the price without any hesitation. 12 million. The other party hesitated for a long time, but finally did not raise the price. Although the phoenix rising from the ashes is rare, the best way to get it is to ask a craftsman to polish it into the shape of a phoenix rising from the ashes and use it as a decorative ornament. However, this is difficult to sell and the price cannot be raised. There is absolutely no profit from 12 million. But it would be a pity to cut it directly into jewelry. After weighing the pros and cons, I finally decided to give up. After successfully bidding for this piece of phoenix rising red jadeite, Yun Zijin's mood visibly improved. In the following time, Yun Zijin also bought a violet jade bracelet and a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. Xingyang was sitting next to Yun Zijin and was stunned by Yun Zijin's generous auction style. Ching. Wait a minute, my name is Yun Zijin, you should stop calling me Ching. Yun Zijin never expected that he just didn't want to reveal his personal information to strangers, but in the end he would shoot himself in the foot. Every time Yun Zijin heard Xingyang calling her Ching, she felt particularly awkward. Xingyang. So I'm the only one who sincerely and seriously wants to make friends. Zijin, the auction isn't even halfway through yet, and you've already spent nearly 100 million. Are you sure your family has no objection? Anyway, Xingyang himself doesn't he have that much money to spend? This is all my own money, and no one can say anything if I spend it. Yun Zijin did not say that she was an orphan. Zijin, is your target also the piece of land in the western suburbs? Many people are coming here for that piece of land. Yun Zijin really hadn't paid attention to this. When she was flipping through the list of items for auction just now, she didn't seem to see any land auction. What land? I didn't see any land auction on the auction list just now. Yun Zijin spoke seriously, but she didn't know that when other people heard her words, their eyes changed unpredictably. It's a piece of land in the western suburbs, right next to the resort that Lu is planning to develop. Brother Yunqiu and his team's target today is this piece of land. From what you said, it seems like this piece of land is a sure win. Yun Zijin was not interested at first, but after Xingyang said that, she suddenly became interested again. Lu Yunqiu, who listened to the entire conversation between the two, said, "When you want to snatch land from me, could you please not do it in front of me? It's not just a sure win, it's a ton of money. If I had money, I would have competed." Xingyang is still a college student, and the only pocket money he can get every month is a little bit, and the maximum amount will not exceed 20 million. Trying to buy land with 20 million is simply a pipe dream. You have no money, but I have money. Yun Zijin's interest in the piece of land reached its peak at this moment. Miss Yun wants to compete with us for that piece of land. Lu Yunqiu spoke out of the blue, scaring Yun Zijin so much that he stepped back subconsciously. But he quickly realized, it's an auction, the highest bidder wins. Yun Zijin's words made Lu Yunqiu stunned for a moment, then he chuckled, Miss Yun is right, the one with the highest bid wins. After that, the two never spoke again. Yun Zijin spent a huge sum of 3.8 billion to buy a 2,143.56 carat pink diamond, simply because this pink diamond touched Yun Zijin's few girlish hearts. This refreshed Lu Yunqiu and Xingyang's and others' understanding of Yun Zijin's financial resources. Originally, they thought Yun Zijin was just talking when he said he wanted to bid for the land, but now they had to take Yun Zijin seriously. If Yun Zijin can come up with 3.8 billion or even more cash flow, then she may really be able to buy this piece of land. As time passed, the auction finally came to an end, and the western suburbs land that many people had been looking forward to was finally delivered as the final item. Next, it's time for what everyone is looking forward to. The last lot of the night, the western suburbs land. The total area of this land is 4,000 square meters. Chapter 15 Yun Zijin's financial strength is terrifying. The last lot is a piece of land in the western suburbs. Starting price, 50 million. Each bid increment must be no less than 100,000. The bidding begins. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding sounds began to rise from below. Yun Zijin, Lu Yunqiu and the others have not spoken yet. Those who bid at the front are basically cannon fodder. When the price almost reaches the expected price, the real competition begins. Zijin, how much money have you prepared? Xingyang listened to the sounds of bidding one after another, and couldn't help but talk to Yun Zijin again. Yun Zijin glanced at Xingyang. Brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that he doesn't have it. Ahem. Xiaoyan, if you ask this, Aren't you just revealing all of Miss Yun's cards? Think before you speak next time. Li Yucheng coughed lightly and kindly reminded Xingyang. Xingyang then remembered what question he had just asked Yun Zijin, and his face turned red. Yun Zijin waved his hands, not really caring. Anyway, she can spend as much as she wants, there is no limit to the amount she can spend today. If she wanted, she could buy the entire auction. However, Yun Zijin is not such a greedy person. He will only participate in the auction when he comes across something he likes. The price of the land quickly soared to 1 billion. Li Yucheng, Fu Ziyi and Lu Yunqiu were already gearing up for the deal. Yun Zijin also sat up straighter. 2 billion. Li Yucheng immediately added 1 billion yuan to the amount and screened out a lot of people. 2.5 billion. Fu Ziyi was not willing to be left behind and added another 500 million. Yun Zijin looked at Lu Yunqiu, who hadn't spoken yet. 3 billion. As soon as Lu Yunqiu opened his mouth, another 500 million was asked. 3.5 billion. Yun Zijin is the only girl among all the remaining bidders. Zijin, do you still have money? You just spent 3.8 billion to buy that pink diamond. When Xingyang heard Yun Zijin say another 3.5 billion, he felt extremely nervous. If you cannot pay for something at the auction held by Lu's company, it is not so easy to get away with it. Moreover, in Xingyang's opinion, the richest families in Dijing are Lu, Li, Fu and Shen. However, the financial strength displayed by Yun Zijin today is completely comparable to that of their four major families, as if he was a hidden family that appeared out of nowhere. Of course, I'm not stupid. I would bid without money. Yun Zijin certainly knew the consequences of not being able to pay, and the fact that she bid a price proved that she had the ability to pay. 4 billion. Lu Yunqiu followed Yun Zijin and raised the price. 4.1 billion. This time, Li Yucheng only added 100 million yuan tentatively, but this also indirectly indicated that this price should be almost his limit. 4.2 billion. The person bidding later was probably the one who thought Li Yucheng was out of money and might be able to get a bargain. 4.5 billion. Fu Zi didn't give anyone else a chance. 5 billion. Yun Zijin added it very easily. Hearing the price Yun Zijin called out, Lu Yunqiu frowned. This was already beyond their estimated price. If I had known earlier, 5 billion was just the money to buy the land, and the subsequent development would be the big expense. However, Lu Yunqiu was not sure whether Yun Zijin had enough financial resources to make subsequent development investments after purchasing the land. If she can't do it, then it would be a waste of money to buy this land. Ms. Yun, have you ever thought about what project you plan to develop after purchasing the land? Subsequent development projects will also be a considerable expense. Miss Yun can think it through carefully. Lu Yunqiu did not bid again. 5 billion was their final reserve price. Any more would not be worth it. The land in the western suburbs was finally successfully acquired by Yun Zijin for 5 billion yuan. Yeah, why do I want this piece of land? Yun Zijin was so happy bidding just now that she hadn't thought about what she was going to do with the item. But after Lu Yong's reminder, she suddenly came to her senses. But the auctioneer's hammer had already fallen, and even if Yun Zijin wanted to regret it, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yunqiu, who had just walked past Yun Zijin, almost lost his balance when he heard Yun Zijin's muttering. So, they were tricked by Xingyang, right? If Xingyang and Yun Zijin hadn't mentioned the land in the western suburbs, Yun Zijin might not have participated in the auction, and the land would not have been won by a newbie like Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin thought about it for a while and stopped worrying about it. She thought that things would work out when the time comes. She could talk about the future later. The most important thing now was that she had to pay. Yun Zijin came to the payment counter, took out the black gold card that Suibianhua had given her, and completed the payment smoothly. Consumption task: please complete the consumption of 8,894,000,000.00 at the Lu's charity auction tonight. Completed. Mission reward: triggering 3 times the reward, 26,682,000,000.00 has been issued to the host's savings card. Suibianhua specially hired a host-exclusive bodyguard group equipped with a Suibianhua brand 7-seater nanny car. When Yun Zijin heard about today's mission reward, his eyes lit up. It turned out that someone was giving him a pillow just because he was dozing off. She was just thinking about how to bring these things back to Xingyu Huafu safely. Now that she has a bodyguard that she can afford, she feels more at ease. However, where is the bodyguard provided by the system? Just when Yun Zijin was about to ask the system, she saw a group of 7 people, each 1.8 meters tall, walking towards her. There was no need for Suibianhua to explain now. Yun Zijin recognized at a glance that this was the bodyguard specially hired for her by Suibianhua. Miss. 7 people bowed to Yun Zijin in unison, but Yun Zijin only felt that he had carved out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Har, no need to be so pretentious. I just bought these. Just help me load them into the car and escort me home safely. Yun Zijin adhered to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, others are embarrassed, and asked 7 bodyguards to help her move things. She held the land ownership documents herself, and asked them to help her get the other vases and diamonds. After Yun Zijin left with his 7 bodyguards, Lu Yunqiu and others appeared where Yun Zijin had just stood. Yunqiu, what do you think? Yun Zijin's sudden appearance tonight caught them all off guard, and the piece of land in the western suburbs was auctioned off just like that. I don't think much of it. It's her ability that allowed her to bid for the land in the western suburbs. Do you want to take the land from her? Judging from Yun Zijin's performance at the auction tonight, he definitely doesn't seem to be short of the 5 billion. And, those bodyguards always made Lu Yunqiu feel that they were not just ordinary bodyguards. How could that be possible? I was just thinking about whether I could work with her. She bid for the land in the western suburbs only because Xiaoyang mentioned it. She definitely hasn't made any plans yet. As long as the project plan we prepare is good enough, she has no reason to refuse. Li Yucheng had been thinking about the feasibility of this matter ever since Yun Zijin bought the land in the western suburbs. You are really an idea guy. If we can get her involved, I have a feeling we won't have to worry about funding for the project in the future. Fu Zi also felt that it was a very correct decision to win over Yun Zijin for cooperation. Yun Zijin spent more than 8 billion without blinking an eye. His financial resources are completely comparable to those of the old families in the capital that have been passed down for hundreds of years. It's so terrifying. Chapter 16. What a coincidence. Yun Zijin didn't know that she had just attended an auction and the money in her hands was being targeted. She was now being escorted by 7 bodyguards, cautiously returning to Xingyu Mansion. Fortunately, Villa number 1 is large enough to accommodate a group of 7 bodyguards. Just put your things in my room, and then you can choose any room you want to live in, except the master bedroom. Yes, miss. The leading bodyguard, with 7 other people, held the things Yun Zijin had taken pictures of today, and entered Yun Zijin's bedroom without looking around. After putting the things away, they quickly retreated. Yun Zijin looked at the things on the desk and put all the jewelry into the cloakroom. Yun Zijin placed the red jade phoenix ornament on the desk in the room. Other things like tables and jewelry were placed in the cloakroom. Task release: please spend 5,000,000 before midnight tonight. Requirements: use your left hand when swiping the card. Reward: to be unlocked. When Yun Zijin woke up in the morning and saw the requirements behind the consumption task, he was silent. Is this similar to the joke about taking the left foot first today and then getting dumped? However, Yun Zijin just complained in her heart. No matter what the system task required, she could only complete it obediently according to the requirements even if she had any opinions. Fortunately, you just need to be careful to use your left hand when swiping the card, which is not a difficult requirement to accomplish. Yun Zijin finished her breakfast leisurely at home and drove to the place where she had rented a house before. Although she had moved to English Washington these days, there were still many things in her rental house that she had not packed. Now that he has resigned and has 7 bodyguards, Yun Zijin is thinking about moving all his things out as soon as possible and clearing out the house for the landlady to make it easier to find tenants. Wait here. I'll call you after I finish packing. The 7 bodyguards originally wanted to follow Yun Zijin up, but were stopped by Yun Zijin. It was a small 1-bedroom rental apartment, and it was really crowded with 7 tall and strong bodyguards entering at once. Besides, there are still a lot of her personal belongings in the house, so it would be more reassuring if I cleaned them up myself. Yes, miss. Their duty is to protect Yun Zijin's safety. On the premise of ensuring Yun Zijin's personal safety, they need to obey any orders from Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin came to the rental house on the 2nd floor and simply packed up her clothes, shoes and other personal belongings. Then I took some photos in the tenant complex built by the landlord's grandmother. Qingqing Zijin, my dears, I am about to move out. I am here today to move. I cannot take the things in the photos with me. If you need anything, you can come and get it. Actually, there wasn't much, just a small table, stools, hair dryer, clothes hanger, and other things bought during my stay. Zijin thought no one would want her second-hand clothes and shoes, so she packed them into her suitcase and planned to find a place to donate them later. As soon as Zijin appeared, many people in the group started talking. Some asked why Zijin moved away, and some asked where Zijin moved to. Of course, there were also some sarcastic people who asked Zijin if he had become rich and didn't want to have anything to do with poor people like them. Zijin simply ignored the messages. Just say it in the group, she will wait in the rental house for 1 hour, and anyone who wants to get something can come and get it within an hour. After this point, it will not be so easy to move things. After all, the landlady is not always available. Although Zijin didn't have much money before, he carefully compared and selected everything he bought, and the quality was completely worth the price. So when Zijin posted the photo, many people were interested and said they would come back from the company right away. Taking advantage of this time, Zijin called the landlady again. The call was connected quickly. "Hey! Little girl! What's the matter with calling me?" The landlord's grandmother's kind and energetic voice came from the receiver, and Zijin felt that her mood had improved a lot. "Landlord, this is it. Didn't I call you before to tell you about checking out? I'm coming to move in today. When are you free? I'll return the keys to you." "Oh. I'm not in the imperial capital right now, little girl. How about this? My grandson is in the imperial capital. I'll talk to him. I'll send you his contact information later and you just give him the key." When Fang Shushan heard Zijin wanted to return the key, she remembered that she always felt like something was unfinished before she went out for the trip, and it turned out to be about the house key. "Okay, then send me your phone number and I'll contact him." "Okay, I'll hang up first. Wait a minute and I'll send it to you right away." Zijin didn't have to wait long before Fang Shushan sent her a phone number. There was also a voice message from the landlord's grandmother. "Little girl, this is my grandson's phone number, just call him directly." Zijin sent an OK emoticon to the landlord's grandmother. Zijin directly dialed the phone number sent by the landlord's grandmother. The first call was hung up. "Zijin. It's normal to be hung up on calls from strangers. Just call again." Zijin tried to calm herself down and dialed the number again. Fortunately, the second call went through. "Hello, I'm Ms. Fang Shushin's tenant. Your grandmother gave me the number. I'm moving out and need to return the keys, but the landlord's grandmother is not in Dijing, so she asked me to contact you. Can you tell me how to return the keys to you? Either by mail or in person, it's fine." In order to avoid being hung up again, Zijin immediately stated his identity and then quickly recounted the whole story. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a long time before speaking. "Ms. Yun, I'm Lu Yunqiu." "What? What the hell is this, Lu Yunqiu? Lu's auction. Lu's auction. Lu Yunqiu." Zijin then remembered that no wonder the voice sounded familiar to him. "It's Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Mr. Lu, would you choose to mail it or give it in person? Mr. Lu has something he wants to talk to Miss Yun about, so let's meet." Lu Yunqiu did not forget that Zijin still held a piece of land in the western suburbs. "Okay, when and where shall we meet?" "This afternoon, at 3 o'clock, Shiyu Cafe." Zijin had nothing at the moment but plenty of time, so he agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone with Lu Yunqiu, Zijin heard a sound in the stairwell outside. She stuck her head out and saw the neighbor girl across from her. The landlord's grandmother's house is across the street, and the two of them would occasionally make plans to have dinner or go shopping together. After a few visits, we became familiar with each other. "Zijin. You don't know, I just saw a Porsche down there. That ice plum pink is so heartwarming, I'm so envious." As Lu Lanqi spoke, she naturally pulled Zijin and looked down towards the window. "Zijin, is there a possibility that the car is mine?" Chapter 17, Clearing the rental house and returning the keys. However, Zijin did not tell this matter. After all, Lu Lanqi probably would not believe it even if she told her. "If you envy me, then work hard to make money and strive for the day when you can afford it. How can it be better to have something yourself than to envy others? It's easy to say, but when saving money, buying a house must be the first priority. It is not easy to buy a house in Dijing. Don't think too much. You are the first one to arrive. In this room, apart from the appliances and furniture originally provided by the landlady, you can take whatever you like. Zijin spoke very generously. Are you serious? I remember you spent a long time carefully selecting these things before buying them. I've already been attracted to many of them. Are you moving far away? Don't you want these things anymore? Lu Lanqi naturally thought that Zijin might need to rent a house in another place for work, but it would be really strange if he didn't take anything with him when moving. It's quite far, and these things are hard to move. I've left the links, so you can just buy them later. Hurry up and pick them. I'll help you move some while I'm free. Xingyu Huafu is indeed quite far from here. I want this. I've been eyeing your lazy sofa for a long time, and your set of dishes, but when I went to see it, it was out of stock. Lu Lanqi walked around the house with a bunch of things in her hands. Lu Lanqi. I was the first to see that lazy sofa. Zijin and Lu Lanqi had just moved their things to the corridor, and before they had time to move into Lu Lanqi's house, they heard someone calling Lu Lanqi's name. Their voice was so sharp that Zijin wanted to cover his ears. Well, first come, first served, I've already said that in the group. There are other ones at home, would you like to take a look? Peng Jingjing is a typical princess with princess syndrome. Zijin and Lu Lanqi don't usually play with her. I didn't hear her say anything in the group just now, so I thought she didn't want the things she left behind, but I didn't expect her to be the second one to come back. Now he is competing with Lu Lanqi for the lazy sofa. Zijin is speechless. But she was going to move away soon, and she didn't want to take the blame on herself for causing Lu Lanqi to fall out with other people in the building. No. I don't like anything else. I just want this lazy sofa. Rather than saying that he despises it, it would be more accurate to say that this lazy sofa is the most expensive of all Zijin's things. Because she wanted a more comfortable feeling, Zijin strictly looked at various types, compared them carefully, and read reviews and QA before buying a lazy sofa. If the quality is good, the price will naturally go up. Zijin saved up for a long time before she could afford to buy this. Just for this lazy sofa, Zijin almost had to live on coarse food during that period of time. I've clearly said it in the group, first come first served. And you didn't ask for it in the group, Lanqi was the first one back, so if she wants it, it's hers. My things, I can give them to whoever I want. If you don't like other things, then don't come in and choose. I don't really want to give them to you either. Lu Lanqi gave Zijin a manual thumbs up, took out the key to open the door, and moved in all the things she had selected. She is not a pushover. She would not give things to Peng Jingjing just because of a few words from her. If she wants something, she doesn't take the initiative to fight for it, but waits for others to leave the good things for her. She looks ordinary, but she has beautiful thoughts. You guys. I took leave from the company and rushed back. Do you know that because of this incident, I lost all my salary for today? Peng Jingjing's face was filled with indignation, and she looked at Zijin with unfriendly eyes. If it weren't for this lazy sofa, there's no way she would rather have her salary deducted to come back. It's like everyone came back from leave, who can you blame for being a step slower? I can tell you, I won't give you the lazy sofa. As soon as Lu Lanqi finished speaking, someone else came back. The person who came back this time was a boy who lived on the floor above Lu Lanqi. When he heard them arguing, he didn't know whether to go upstairs for a moment. The story of these three women, a weak man like him cannot stop them. Dengming, you're back? I've packed all my things. You can take whatever you want except the landlord's furniture and appliances. First come, first served, while stocks last. Although Zijin is a girl, many of the things she bought are simple in style and can be used by boys without any problems. Deng Ming nodded, carefully walked around Peng Jingjing, then quickly slipped into the door and selected what he needed. In the end, Deng Ming took a hair dryer, a small coffee table, and a floor lamp. When Peng Jingjing saw Deng Ming also took out something, she became anxious and ignored the conflict between her, Zijin and Lu Lanqi just now. She rushed into the room and started to clear out the things inside. Zijin was shocked when she saw Peng Jingjing taking whatever she saw at the door. Is this still the princess who was so particular about being exquisite from beginning to end? Over the next hour, people came back one after another, and the things inside were soon cleared out, leaving only a few things. Since everyone had taken leave, they took their things and went back to work. After clearing out the things, Yun Zijin contacted a part-time worker and checked the house from inside to outside. He then took videos and photos before he stopped. After finishing all this, it was already noon. Yun Zijin washed his hands, found a restaurant nearby to eat, and then drove back to Xingyu Huafu. Yun Zijin was going to meet Lu Yunqiu in the afternoon, so she took a shower to wash off the smell of dust on her body from cleaning. We drove off at 1:30. The Shiyu cafe that Lu Yunqiu mentioned is near the Lu Group building. When Yun Zijin arrived by car, there were still 30 minutes until 3 o'clock. Yun Zijin did not go to Shiyu coffee shop to wait, but got off the car and walked around, trying to find a place where she could spend the 5 million. It was not until 2:50 that Yun Zijin stepped into Shiyu coffee shop, and Lu Yunqiu also arrived at this time. The two met at the door of the cafe. Ms. Yun. When they met again, Lu Yunqiu saw a Yun Zijin who was completely different from the one at yesterday's auction. Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. Good afternoon, let's go in first. Lu Yunqiu made a please gesture towards Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin smiled slightly and walked into the coffee shop, followed closely by Lu Yunqiu. Yun Zijin looked around and quickly chose a four-seater seat by the window. Sit here. Lu Yunqiu nodded and took a seat in an elegant manner. Yun Zijin, followed suit. The waiter, who had noticed the two of them, came over at this time and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "A cup of black coffee." "Cappuccino, thank you." Yun Zijin took a look at the menu and made a decision. "Okay, please wait a moment, both of you." After saying that, he turned and left to place an order for them. After the waiter left, Yun Zijin took out the key to the rental house from her bag and handed it to Lu Yunqiu. "Here are the keys. Everything inside has been cleared out. I also hired someone to clean the place. Here are the videos and photos I took after the cleaning. If there are no problems, let's sign the lease termination agreement." Chapter 18. I prefer to collect rent. Lu Yunqiu was stunned by Yun Zijin's decisiveness in talking about business as soon as he sat down. He thought Yun Zijin would exchange pleasantries with him a few times before getting down to business. However, he still admired Yun Zijin's style of doing things, and he himself did not like procrastination. "No problem, Miss Yun has tidied it up very neatly. I brought the contract with you, take a look." Lu Yunqiu took out 2 lease termination contracts from the briefcase he brought with him and handed one to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin herself was not very good at reading contracts, but she had a system. When Suibianhua told her that there was no problem with the contract, Yun Zijin signed her name with confidence. Lu Yunqiu also signed his name in the Party A column and noted that it was a proxy signature. After all, it was Fang Shushan who rented the house to Yun Zijin, and he was just the person entrusted by Fang Shushan to sign the lease termination contract with Yun Zijin. After signing the contract, the waiter just brought over the coffee they ordered. "Please enjoy your coffee, both of you." After the waiter left, Yun Zijin spoke up. "Mr. Lu said he wanted to talk to me about something." "What is it?" "Ms. Yun should know that at yesterday's auction, Li Yucheng, Fu Ziyi and I were only planning to bid for the land in the western suburbs. We didn't expect that Miss Yun would appear out of nowhere and bid for it." Yun Zijin nodded, and she admitted it. "Miss Yun probably bought the land on a whim yesterday. I guess she doesn't have a development plan yet?" "I have a development plan here. I wonder if Miss Yun is interested." As he spoke, Lu Yunqiu took out another document from his briefcase. It can be seen that the preparations are very thorough. Yun Zijin opened the project development plan handed over by Lu Yunqiu. This is a hot spring resort development plan. The piece of land Yun Zijin bought yesterday is exactly where the gap in the land is. Together with that piece of land, it can form a relatively complete circular plot of land. I've looked at the plan, and the location of that piece of land is indeed quite coincidental. But I don't quite understand, how could such a powerful consortium like Lu's miss a piece of land? For development projects like this, shouldn't the land have been prepared long ago? If it weren't for Miss Yun, I believe this land would belong to the Lu family. The original purpose of putting it up for auction was to give the project more exposure. Anyone with a little common sense would not compete with Lu's for it. Who would have known that Yun Zijin, such a fierce girl, would suddenly appear? The key is, I actually took a picture of her. This is very infuriating. Yun Zijin heard 3 parts of sarcasm, 3 parts of gnashing of teeth, and 4 parts of helplessness in Lu Yong's words. Yun Zijin touched her nose, thinking that she had indeed not thought this matter through carefully enough. That, we can discuss cooperation. At worst, I won't steal things from you next time there's an auction. Miss Yun, do you want to have another chance? Yun Zijin didn't say anything else. She couldn't guarantee that. We are getting off topic. We are talking about the Shijiao Hot Spring Resort. Cooperation. I have no problem with that, but we need to make it clear how to cooperate. Yun Zijin really didn't think too much when she was bidding for the land. If Lu Yunqiu hadn't come to her for cooperation, she might have sold the land at some point. But cooperating with Lu's company is also a good choice, as long as she can make money without doing anything. Of course, I have someone draw up a contract. Miss Yun can take a look at it. Yun Zijin put down the project plan and picked up the contract that Lu Yunqiu had just taken out. It has to be said that Lu Yunqiu's ability to sit firmly on the position of president of Lu Corporation at the age of 25 is beyond doubt. However, Yun Zijin soon discovered that in this contract, she had very little say in this project. Her piece of land occupies at least 10% of the total area of the development project, but she can only get 5% of the project dividend. Moreover, during the project development period, the land development rights of her plot of land will belong entirely to the Lu Group, and she cannot raise any objections to the development plan during this period. To be honest, Yun Zijin felt that Lu Yunqiu seemed to be treating her as a sucker. Well, I don't know much about the development of these projects, and I may not be able to find any problems if you guys trick me. But I am very interested in collecting rent. I will not participate in your project. I can find a team to build the resort according to your plan, and you just need to pay me rent every quarter. I believe that Lu's company should be able to afford even this little rent, right? Although investing in land sounds good, before the resort makes a profit, she is essentially giving the land to Lu for nothing, without any income at all. But renting is different. From the moment the lease contract takes effect, Lu has to pay her rent. It doesn't matter how much money she makes, all she wants is a stable income. Lu Yunqiu didn't expect that Yun Zijin would actually give him such a proposal, which he couldn't handle. No one would ever make such a proposal. After all, those who choose to cooperate basically have no financial support for development projects. Ms. Yun's proposal is novel. But I don't have the final say on this project alone. I will go back and discuss it with other directors of the company and then give Miss Yun a reply. You are welcome, I am in no hurry. She doesn't need that money, and it won't have any impact on Yun Zijin when the project is developed. But for Lu, time is money. Lu Yunqiu took a final sip of black coffee and said goodbye to Yun Zijin. As the president of the group, Lu Yung's time is counted by seconds. It is already very rare for him to spare so much time to accompany Yun Zijin and have coffee. Before leaving, he did not forget to pay the bill. Yun Zijin finished her cappuccino before slowly walking out of the cafe. After taking a walk just now, Yun Zijin discovered a very hidden gem of a traditional clothing custom tailor shop here. The owner of this store is a well-maintained middle-aged woman named Wang Zhuqin. She is wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam and has delicate makeup on her face. If she hadn't revealed to Yun Zijin that she was over 50 years old, Yun Zijin would have thought she was only 30 years old at first. Yun Zijin had no resistance to traditional clothing, so when she saw the place where custom-made clothes were available, she ran over after finishing her coffee. Because of lack of time, she did not order any clothes. She just chatted with Wang Zhuqin for a few minutes and then left. Seeing Yun Zijin coming back again, Wang Zhuqin's eyes lit up. Xiaoyun? Have you finished talking to your friends? That's about it. There are still some issues that need to be confirmed. We can only talk about it next time. I'll make custom clothes. Yun Zijin couldn't hide her love for the clothes she saw just by looking at them on display in the store. Okay. This is a style that the store often makes, take a look. Choose a style and we will give you a design. Feel free to ask for anything you want. Wang Zhuqin handed Yun Zijin a thick booklet, which contained various traditional clothing styles. Chapter 19, The Test of Buying a Teapot at the Antique Street. Yun Zijin flipped through a few pages and quickly chose a Tang-style skirt in a more elegant sky blue color. However, the specific details can only be decided after Wang Zhuqin's design drawings come out. Yun Zijin left her phone number and paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan. When she swiped the card, she remembered to use her left hand. Although it is a drop in the bucket compared to 5 million, Yun Zijin will not let go of the money if it can be used to complete the consumption mission. After leaving the tailor shop, Yun Zijin walked towards where she had just parked her car. Yun Zijin. Just as Yun Zijin was about to pick up the car keys to open the door, she heard someone calling her name. When I turned around, I saw Xia Jian. Yun Zijin, bad luck. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Do you know where this is? This is not the place for you. This is where the Lu Group building is located. There are basically some high-rise buildings nearby, and most of them are filled with white-collar workers who get up early and go to bed late every day. However, Xia's family is not on this street. Just strolling around. She couldn't say that she had just had coffee with President Lu in the cafe because she had checked out. Looking at Xia Jian's expression, one would probably just think she is bragging. Jiao Jiao will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will be Grandpa's 80th birthday. If you come with me today, I will have someone prepare a dress for you. You have to attend Grandpa's birthday party too. No. Yun Zijin is not in the habit of asking others to embarrass her. Don't think she doesn't know. In order to take care of Xia Jiao, they plan to announce at the banquet that they will adopt her as their adopted daughter. In this way, she will be considered a member of the Xia family, but as an adopted daughter. Even if she doesn't have any money to spend freely and doesn't have billions of dollars in assets, she doesn't care. What kind of people are they? Do they think they are RMB and everyone should like them? You are my parents' daughter. If you don't attend Grandpa's birthday party, how do you want the entire upper class of the imperial capital to view us? Xia Jian frowned, thinking that Yun Zijin was being unreasonable. Grandpa? Go ask around in the entire upper class circle of the imperial capital. Who knows that I, Yun Zijin, am the daughter of your Xia family who was replaced by a cat as the crown prince 21 years ago. You also said that I was the daughter of the Xia family. Since you found me, have you ever given me a penny? Have you ever cared about how I am doing now? How much pocket money does Xia Jiao get every month? How much do you give me? What do you give her as a birthday present every year? And what have you given me? These should have been mine. I was very generous not to ask her for them back. Even if I don't live with you, we are related by blood, so we should treat each other equally, right? I won't talk about other things, just pocket money. I heard that Xia Jiao makes 1 million a month. I am 21 years old, 252 months old, 1 million a month, that is 252 million. As my biological parents and my biological brother, shouldn't you make up for it? Yun Zijin's words blocked Xia Jian's words. He opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Even with more than 200 million yuan in pocket money, Xia Jian didn't dare to accept it. Although the Xia family has some fame in the capital, it is still difficult to come up with so much money at once. After all, a lot of money is in the company's account, and the money in their own accounts is actually not that much. Not everyone is Yun Zijin, who has an inhumane system backing him up. Okay, I've said it many times, I won't go back to the Xia family, so when you see me in the future, just pretend you don't know me. I am also annoyed by your constant scolding. After all, you have never raised me. I don't know what kind of ungrateful people you are scolding me for. Yun Zijin walked around Xia Jian, got into the passenger seat of Bing Meifen's car, stepped on the accelerator and left. Any random brand nanny car followed closely behind. Looking at the car Yun Zijin was driving, Xia Jian wondered when Yun Zijin had the money to buy a Porsche. But before he could think about it, his cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Xia Jiao's sweet voice rang in his ears, and Xia Jian felt a little irritated for the first time. Yun Zijin had no idea about what happened next on Xia Jian's end. In order to spend money, Yun Zijin drove to the famous antique street in the capital. Regardless of whether the price can go up or not, spending money is her primary goal. Yun Zijin parked the car in a nearby parking lot and walked in with bodyguards Lingyi to Lingqi. The vendors on the roadside kept shouting, and all kinds of sounds of soliciting customers were heard everywhere. Yun Zijin's target was directly the antique shop. However, there are many antique shops in the antique street. Yun Zijin compared them back and forth for a long time before finally choosing his target Jubaojai. The name sounds auspicious. There were not many people in the store. Yun Zijin only saw an old man wiping things carefully at the counter. He showed no intention of entertaining her when he saw her come in. However, after a quick look, Yun Zijin felt that this store should still have some heritage. Old man, I want a set of purple clay teapots. There is a tea room in Xingyu Huafu No. 1 villa, but there are no tea sets. Yun Zijin doesn't drink tea much and has never bought any. Just a day's consumption task reminded her that the tea room was still short of a set of tea sets, so she came over. After hearing Yun Zijin's words, the old man who was wiping something stopped what he was doing and carefully placed the things on the display case. Little girl knows tea. Although the old man seemed to be indifferent, he still answered every question. I'm not lying to you. I don't know much about tea. It's just that my tea room is missing a set of tea sets. It doesn't matter how much money it is, she just wants to spend it. If you don't know about tea, why buy a purple clay teapot? Just buy a set of modern ceramic tea sets from the outside and that will be enough. This means that you are unwilling to sell. Just tell me what you want in exchange for selling it to me. Price is not an issue. Do you really want to buy it? The old man looked at Yun Zijin. Certainly. As long as you pass my test, I will sell you this set of purple clay tea sets. What test? Yun Zijin looked at the old lady warily. She was not someone who could be easily fooled. Don't worry, this isn't a test that involves murder or arson. You just need to watch me learn how to make tea. If you can successfully make a pot of tea, you'll pass. The old man brought Yun Zijin to the tea room in the store, where a purple clay Pishio teapot was placed. The moment Yun Zijin saw the teapot, her eyes lit up. It was so cute. If I pass the test, in addition to selling me tea sets, I also want a teapot. After buying the tea sets, she went to buy some tea and made tea and raised her teapot whenever she had time. Okay. I have a little golden pig. If you pass the test, I'll give it to you. It's a deal. The old man started to make tea, and Yun Zijin watched intently. It must be said that even though he sold antiques, he still had a bit of ancient charm. Although Yun Zijin had never been exposed to the art of tea, she had a good memory and wrote down all of the old man's movements, imitating them one by one. In the end, she successfully brewed a pot of tea. Li Bingjin watched Yun Zijin making tea and nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that the little girl did have some talent. Chapter 20. The system also has 2 days off. I didn't expect you to succeed. I got this set of purple clay tea sets from a friend. It was preserved from the Song dynasty and is like a family heirloom. If the family hadn't fallen on hard times and needed money urgently, they wouldn't have sold it, and I won't cheat you, just take the 2 million. Yun Zijin picked up the set of purple clay tea sets and looked at it carefully for a long time. Although he couldn't tell what was special about it, it did feel very good to the touch. Okay, swipe the card. Yun Zijin handed her black gold card to Li Bingjin with her left hand. Li Bingjin raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the black gold card in Yun Zijin's hand. He didn't expect to meet such a rich man today. Okay, I'll pack your things for you. Be careful on your way back. I won't be responsible if anything gets bumped into or damaged once you leave this door. The unwritten rule of the antique street is that items cannot be returned once they leave the counter. This all depends on the judgment of both the buyer and the seller. If the judgment is right, then there will be profit. If the judgment is wrong, then you can only admit that you are out of luck. After all, the seller did not force the purchase or sale, and everyone acted on a voluntary basis. Lingqi, who was following behind Yun Zijin, consciously helped Yun Zijin carry things. Li Bingjin saw the bodyguard behind Yun Zijin. Although he was surprised that Yun Zijin actually had a bodyguard with him, he understood after thinking about where this person came from. Unexpectedly, young people at such a young age know to protect themselves when they go out. After swiping the card, Li Bingjin returned the card to Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin borrowed the card and continued strolling on the street. He looked left and right along the way, spending a few thousand here and tens of thousands there, and the remaining 2.95 million was spent unknowingly. Consumption task: spend 5 million.00 before midnight tonight. Requirements: use your left hand when swiping the card. Completed. Mission reward: triggering 4 times the reward, 20 million.00 has been issued to the host's savings card. Ownership of the Imperial Jade Lakeside community, and related certificates have been issued to the system backpack. Please check for them. When Yun Zijin received the message that the task was completed, he just stopped in front of a small stall selling hand-woven ropes. He turned around and realized that people from Lingyi to Lingqi already had a bunch of things in their hands. It seems like we bought a bit too much, so let's stop here for today and go home. The moment Yun Zijin waved her hand and decided to go home, people from 01 to 077 felt relieved. Being assigned to perform tasks beside the system host is not so easy to accomplish. the owner of the hand-woven rope stall, all this wealth did not fall on me after all. The news of Yun Zijin's lavish spending in the antique street today had already spread throughout the street, and many people were praying that Yun Zijin would patronize their stalls. It's not that no one wanted to make a move, but once they saw the 7 bodyguards following Yun Zijin, no one had any ideas anymore. I can't beat him. According to the supreme law of the interstellar system, Saturday is a rest day and the host does not need to complete the consumption task. According to the interstellar system and host labor law, the host can use a maximum of 10 million.00 in spending on rest days. The use of the amount is not mandatory, it cannot be accumulated, and rebates cannot be triggered, and there are no rewards. As soon as Yun Zijin woke up from his sleep, he heard the system notification. The system actually has rest days, 1 million a day. However, Yun Zijin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the use of the credit limit was not mandatory. You have to rack your brains every day to think about how to spend money. It may feel great at first, but you will become numb after a long time. Yun Zijin got up from the bed, brushed her teeth, washed up, walked out of the room, and prepared to make herself breakfast. Good morning, miss. Suddenly a loud voice rang in his ears, scaring Yun Zijin so much that he retreated tactically. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was the bodyguard Ling Qi. Good morning. You? Miss, breakfast is ready and you can eat anytime. Ling Qi was wearing a black suit. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a golden ratio figure. He was respectful and slightly bent over, looking like a gold medal butler. Can you cook? Aren't they bodyguards? Yun Zijin originally thought that when she was free, she would hire a few chefs so that she wouldn't have to cook by herself. Also, Villa number 1 is too big, so in addition to the chef, we have to hire a few servants and a housekeeper. Yes, I used to be a chef in the gourmet plane. Wow. Yun Zijin looked at Ling Qi differently. Suibianhua sent her 7 bodyguards and a chef for free. How come she encountered such a good thing? This is really great. So the dishes you can cook are all from the food plane? Can you cook dishes from Blue Star? Will the ingredients be different? Miss, you will know once you try it. Ling Qi didn't want to talk too much about the food plane with Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin didn't ask any further questions, she just asked casually. When Ling Qi didn't answer, she didn't ask again. However, when Yun Zijin arrived at the restaurant and saw the dazzling array of breakfasts on the table, she knew that Ling Qi's cooking skills were definitely not simple. I can't finish this much, so you can ask others to come and eat together. By the way, do you guys come here without any change of clothes? I happen to be free today, let us go to the mall together and I'll pick out some clothes for you. Yun Zijin swallowed the steamed bun in her mouth and noticed that the clothes Ling Qi was wearing today were exactly the same as yesterday. Although there is a dryer in the villa and the clothes can definitely dry overnight, we can't really let them wear the same set of clothes all the time. Ling Qi really wanted to say that the clothes equipped by the system had an automatic cleaning function, but when he saw Yun Zijin's serious look, he did not say it. Okay miss, I'll notify the others. After having breakfast, Yun Zijin went back to her room to put on makeup and prepare for going out today. After Yun Zijin finished breakfast, people from 01 to 06 appeared from various places in the villa and came to the restaurant to eat. When everyone heard Ling Qi say that Yun Zijin was going to buy clothes for them, their expressions changed and the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. However, they finished the breakfast on the table. The appetite of 7 grown men is beyond your imagination. By the time Yun Zijin had packed herself up and was ready to go out, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. On their way to Jinxing Shopping Mall, Yun Zijin received several calls from unfamiliar numbers, and Yun Zijin hung up all of them. Arriving at Jinxing Shopping Mall, Yun Zijin waved her hand and said, "Today is your home court. If you see anything you like, you can tell me. I'll pay for it." Yun Zijin shook the black gold card in his hand. "Thank you miss for your generosity." Yun Zijin. This deafening voice means he wants her to live in a 3-bedroom apartment for free. Keep a low profile. Go in and choose your clothes. You can choose any style you like. I am very democratic and will not force you to wear a suit or sunglasses. As soon as Yun Zijin said this, the eyes of the bodyguards behind him lit up. "Miss, I like the clothes in that store." Ling Qi was the first to speak, and Yun Zijin looked in the direction his finger pointed. Chapter 21 Meeting the Xia family. It turned out to be a cyberpunk-style trendy brand store. To be honest, Yun Zijin is not very fond of this flashy style. However, she had just said that she was a democratic host, so of course she couldn't refuse now. Okay, let's go to that store first. You guys can take a look and tell me if there's anything you like. Yun Zijin and his group walked towards the trendy brand store in a mighty procession. Yun Zijin. Seeing this familiar voice and that condescending tone, Yun Zijin really wanted to curse that the voice was haunting her. Brother, is it sister? Yun Zijin knew who the delicate and weak voice belonged to without having to guess. Are you Yun Zijin? What is your relationship with them? Yun Zijin didn't even turn around. As soon as she heard the name, she knew it was her biological mother whom she had never met. When she turned around, she proved that her guess was correct. Today is the day Xia Jiaojiao is discharged from the hospital. After being discharged, she didn't go home to rest, but was in the mood to go shopping in the mall. It seems that her injuries are not serious enough. Anyone help me? What's your attitude? I'm your mother after all, and that's how you talk to me. Zhang Yichun originally had aversion to Yun Zijin, the daughter who suddenly showed up. Now seeing Yun Zijin's bad attitude towards her, her impression of Yun Zijin became even worse. I will talk to you the same way you talk to me. Do you have anything to do? If not, I'll leave. I'm busy. She was still waiting to buy clothes for her bodyguards. Every second they delayed might result in her not being able to spend her 10 million daily salary today. Elder sister. Yun Zijin glanced at Xia Jiaojiao, whose eyes had turned red without her knowing, with a slightly cold look in her eyes. I'm an orphan. I don't have the habit of recognizing a sister. Besides, our birthdays are on the same day. It's not certain who was born first on that day. Don't come up and yell before you figure it out. Yun Zijin. Xia Jian didn't expect that Yun Zijin not only had a bad face towards him, but could also be so sarcastic and mean even to the elders and his sister who had just been discharged from the hospital. I can hear you. I've told you so many times that you should just pretend you don't know me when you meet me next time. Master Xia, do you not understand what I'm saying or what? They would quarrel every time they met. Yun Zijin was really annoyed. She glanced coldly at Xia Jian and was about to turn around and leave. Etc. Yun Zijin paused and looked at Xia Jian. If there is anything wrong, please release it. I told you yesterday that tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday party, and as the daughter of our Xia family, you should attend. We came out today to pick out a dress for Jiaojiao, and since we've met, let's go together. Yun Zijin glanced at Xia Jian and said, Are you so persistent that you insist that I attend this birthday party? Yes. Yun Zijin smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Okay, then I'll do as you say. I'll choose the dress myself, and you just remember to pay. But I hope you won't regret it. Don't expect her to waste money on unnecessary consumption that is not part of her plan. Yun Zijin glanced at the three people, not intending to say more to them, and turned around to leave. Etc. Yun Zijin closed her eyes and told herself to stay calm. After a while, she turned around again and said, If you have anything else to say, please tell me all at once. You haven't told me yet, what relationship do you have with them? Zhang Yichun frowned and spoke impatiently. Sister, don't be angry. Mom cares about you too. After all, you are a girl, shopping in a mall with so many boys. Xia Jiaojiao stopped talking halfway through her sentence, but the remaining half left people with endless reverie. You are who you are, and you judge others by who they are. Look. Wearing a black suit and sunglasses, who would think of him as anything other than a bodyguard? You'd better be quiet and don't force me to do anything to you. Xia Jiaojiao pretended to be frightened, backed away with fear on her face, and hid behind Zhang Yichun. Evil girl. What do you want to do? Jiaojiao has just been discharged from the hospital. Do you want her to be hospitalized again right after being discharged? Yun Zijin. She can be hospitalized just by saying a few words. Is Xia Jiaojiao a paper man? Ms. Zhang Yiqin, I hope you understand that you didn't raise me. Every penny I spend now was earned with my own hands. No one in your Xia family has the right to tell me what to do, including you. My biological mother. If there is any debt, it should be your Xia family that owes me. Yun Zijin's words left Xia Jian and Zhang Yichun speechless. They wanted to refute, but in the end they found that what Yun Zijin said was true. Only Xia Jiaojiao, in the corner where no one could see, had a look in her eyes that seemed to be filled with poison, and there was no trace of the little white flower in front of others at all. Okay, stop hanging around me, I'm busy. After saying that, Zijin turned around and took the 7 people from 01 to 07 into the trendy brand store at the back. Zijin is considered a famous wealthy woman in Jinxing shopping mall. When people in the trendy brand store saw Zijin, they came up to her enthusiastically. Mom, brother, this store seems to sell men's clothing. Is my sister buying clothes for those boys? After Xia Jiaojiao calmed herself down, she began her performance. Humph. As expected, he grew up outside, and his temperament has become wild. Jian, you should keep an eye on her from now on, don't let her ruin the reputation of our Xia family. Zhang Chun did not have any motherly sympathy for her daughter at all. Instead, she was always worried about whether Zijin would bring shame to the Xia family. Xia Jian glanced at Xia Jiaojiao with mixed feelings, but finally nodded, I understand. Okay, forget about her. Jiaojiao's dress hasn't been chosen yet. Don't let irrelevant people ruin our mood. Zhang Chun took Xia Jiaojiao's hand and led her to the shop where they usually made custom dresses. Xia Jian glanced at Zijin in the trendy brand store and saw her taking clothes from the shelf as if they were free. She even compared the clothes to one of the men next to her. She pursed her lips and left behind Zhang Chun and Xia Jiaojiao. Inside a trendy brand store. Okay, these are the ones I'll need. Please help me get him a size that he can wear. Zijin didn't let Lingqi try it. After all, they had to buy clothes for 7 people today. It would take too much time if everyone tried it. Okay, wait a moment. When the clerk saw Zijin took several sets at once, he was so happy that he smiled. As expected, she is a wealthy woman famous for her lavish spending in Jinxing shopping mall. Just these few sets of clothes represent her sales for several days. Ms. Yun, the clothes you ordered are packed. Please come over here to check out. Zijin nodded, handed the clothing bag to Lingqi, and followed the clerk to check out. Hello, your total spending is 128,000. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. Zijin handed over the black gold card. After the checkout process was completed, Zijin put the receipt into the packaging bag in Lingqi's hand and took them out of the cyberpunk fashion brand store, ready to move to the second store. Chapter 22 Xia Jiaojiao's plan. In view of Zijin's previous performance in Jinxing shopping mall, knowing that Zijin was going to buy clothes for the 7 bodyguards behind her, all the stores selling men's clothing in Jinxing shopping mall were looking forward to it today. On the other hand, although Xia Jian and the other 2 were choosing a dress for Xia Jiaojiao, they would occasionally pay attention to Zijin's movements in Jinxing shopping mall. When Xia Jian heard that Zijin actually spent a huge amount of money in Jinxing shopping mall just to buy clothes for those bodyguards, he didn't know why, but he felt a little jealous. As Zijin's blood brother, he had never received any clothes from Zijin, but several bodyguards actually received them. Moreover, he couldn't understand why there would be an employer willing to buy clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for a bodyguard since Zijin didn't look like the type of person who was irrational because of love. Jian. Jian. Xia Jian was brought back to reality by Zhang Chun's voice, and then he realized that his attention was attracted by Zijin again. Mom, what's wrong? Have you picked out your dress? Xia Jian originally didn't plan to go out shopping with them, but because Xia Jiaojiao pestered him so much, he finally agreed. But now seeing Xia Jiaojiao choosing a dress in the store without any worries and even in a willful and domineering manner, and then thinking about the way Zijin bought clothes for other men. Comparing the two, Xia Jian always felt a little depressed. But he couldn't tell why he felt uncomfortable. In his opinion, Zijin had indeed gone too far. After all, they were her relatives, but her attitude towards them was too bad. She was not as obedient and sensible as Jiaojiao. We've chosen it, but time is tight and we don't have time to make it custom made, so we can only ask them to get a new product that hasn't been released yet. I've communicated with them that after we sell the dress Jiaojiao chose, they can't sell us a second one. What Jiaojiao likes must be unique in the world. Today they will tailor the dress to Jiaojiao's size and deliver it to her home tomorrow. Remember to have someone follow up. Zhang Chun gave instructions to Xia Jian as if it was a matter of course. I understand, Mom. Then. Anything else? After choosing the dress, Zhang Chun also planned to take Xia Jiaojiao to buy some jewelry that would match the dress, so she sounded a little impatient when she spoke. Would you like to help take a look at Zijin's dress? Xia Jian felt that since it was Yun Zijin's first time attending a banquet, she might not know much about dresses, so she wanted Zhang Achun to help arrange it. Even though she couldn't be as open-hearted to Yun Zijin as she was to Xia Jiaojiao, she was her own daughter after all, so she couldn't really just ignore her. She doesn't like me, so she definitely doesn't like what I choose, so I'd better not try to please her. There are a few more sets over there, you can just buy one according to her size, she doesn't understand these things anyway. Zhang Achun raised her hand and pointed at several dresses hanging in the corner of the store. Just by looking at their placement, one could tell that these were slow-selling items in the store and their highest price would not exceed 200,000. What Xia Jiaojiao did just now cost them more than 1 million even after the discount for their membership. Xia Jian looked at Zhang Achun, and he felt that he seemed to understand why Yun Zijin was unwilling to return to the Xia family. If he were Yun Zijin, he might be even more heartless than her. Xia Jian didn't say anything else and followed Zhang Achun and Xia Jiaojiao silently. However, it wasn't long before his assistant called him and said there was something at the company that needed his attention. "Mom, I have something to do at the company. I have to go back first. I will be responsible for your and Jiaojiao's spending today. You can just have someone put it on my account." Xia Jian often buys gifts for Xia Jiaojiao and Zhang Achun, so he has his own accounts in almost all major brands. I know. Go do whatever you want. Your sister and I will buy some jewelry to match the dress and then we'll be back. Considering that Xia Jiaojiao had just been discharged from the hospital today, Zhang Achun didn't plan to go shopping for too long today. After Xia Jian left, Xia Jiaojiao glanced at Zhang Achun, who was concentrating on picking jewelry for her, and curled her lips. "Mom, my sister seems to be buying clothes for those boys all the time. Things in Jinxing shopping mall are not cheap. Didn't my sister grow up in an orphanage? How can she afford to buy so many?" Xia Jiaojiao asked in a puzzled manner. As expected, after hearing her words, Zhang Achun paused in picking out the jewelry, and then an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Who knows where she gets her money from? Don't learn from her. She's just a shameless vixen. When Zhang Achun insulted Yun Zijin, Invisible Door showed no tolerance as a mother, and was even more sarcastic than a stranger. "Mom, my sister, she probably didn't do it on purpose. It's all my fault. I stole my sister's identity. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't." It was another routine of leaving something half said and not continuing, but it was precisely this routine that caused Yun Zijin's impression in Zhang Achun's mind to drop significantly. Don't worry about her. Didn't she say she didn't want to go back to the Xia family? If she is so shameless, then don't go back. Although your father and your brother insisted on letting her attend your grandfather's banquet this time, you are the recognized eldest daughter of the Xia family, and no one can surpass you. Don't worry, Mom will always stand by you. Zhang Achun's impression of Yun Zijin soured, but it also gave Xia Jiaojiao peace of mind. "Mom, I actually heard what you and my brother said just now. I know you will never abandon me, but I am your daughter after all. Since I bought a dress, I should have one too. I don't understand these things, so I will help you choose one." Although she was very reluctant to spend the Xia family's money to buy clothes for Yun Zijin, Xia Jiaojiao wanted to take this opportunity to create a generous and decent image in front of everyone. So she couldn't just choose the dress for herself, she had to help Yun Zijin choose. As for what kind of choice she made, you can't blame her. Okay. Since you're speaking for her, Mom will join you in helping her choose a dress. Yun Zijin, who was still on her way to buy clothes for her bodyguard, didn't know that what she had said before about choosing the dress herself and letting Xia Jian pay for it, suddenly became Xia Jiaojiao and Zhang Achun helping her choose the dress. After entering all kinds of weird clothing stores, when it was Lingyi's turn, Yun Zijin finally saw some slightly normal men's clothing. Yun Zijin's eyes began to light up when he looked at Lingyi. Sure enough, there is a reason why it ranks first. This. Take them all, take his yardage. As soon as Yun Zijin entered the store, she pointed at several simple yet design-rich shirts and t-shirts and asked the clerk to pack them up. Yun Zijin looked at the clothes on the hangers in the store, and wished she could pack up all the ones she liked and take them away with her. It is really not easy to have a bodyguard with normal aesthetic taste. However, when he turned around, he saw a very familiar face, and Yun Zijin showed a surprised expression. "Miss Yun, we meet again." Lu Yunqiu had not expected that. When he came to Jinxing shopping mall for an inspection on a whim, he saw Yun Zijin shopping spreely in the mall. However, when Lu Yunqiu saw the shop where Yun Zijin was waiting, he felt a little confused. Chapter 23 Xia Jiajia pesters Lu Yunqiu. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. After Yun Zijin finished speaking, he remembered that this seemed to be a shopping mall under the Lu group, so it didn't seem strange that Lu Yunqiu would appear here. What a coincidence, Miss Yun, are you buying clothes for your boyfriend? When asking this question, Lu Yunqiu himself did not notice that his hand hanging by his side curled up. No, I bought it for them. Yun Zijin pointed at the 7 bodyguards behind her. They are my bodyguard. Lu Yunqiu nodded to show that he understood, and he didn't know when he loosened his curled hands. Then I won't bother you, Miss Yun. I wish you a happy shopping. If you encounter any problems here, Miss Yun can call me at any time. Lu Yung's words further elevated Yun Zijin's status in the hearts of the SARS at Jinxing Shopping Mall. Okay, Mr. Lu, take care. As soon as Yun Zijin finished speaking, Lu Yunqiu was about to take his men away, but was stopped by a white figure that suddenly appeared. Brother Yunqiu. It's really you. Who else could it be but Xia Jiajia's voice, which is so sweet that it gives people goosebumps. Yun Zijin was standing in the store and couldn't help but shiver a few times when he heard the voice. He couldn't imagine how uncomfortable Lu Yunqiu, who was the first to be affected, would feel. But Yun Zijin thought again, maybe Lu Yunqiu likes this style. Don't many boys nowadays like girls who are coquettish and can arouse their desire to protect them? However, everything was contrary to what Yun Zijin had guessed. When Xia Jiajia was about to pounce on Lu Yunqiu quickly stepped back, and the bodyguard following behind him also stopped Xia Jiajia from rushing forward in time. Throw it out. Lu Yunqiu rarely gets into an awkward situation, and it was obvious that Xia Jiajia had successfully touched Lu Yung's sore spot. Yes. Mr. Lu. Brother Yunqiu. Let me go. Wait. Let my daughter go. What did she do to deserve this? You want to take her away in broad daylight. Is there any law? 2 bodyguards held Xia Jiajia's arms and wanted to carry her out to the mall entrance, but were blocked by Zhang, who suddenly ran over. Zhang was old, so the bodyguards were restrained when they started fighting, and Xia Jiajia actually managed to break free from the grip of 2 bodyguards. As soon as she regained her freedom, Xia Jiajia didn't even have time to care about Zhang and ran towards Lu Yunqiu persistently. However, he was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed bodyguard 3 meters away from Lu Yunqiu. Xia Jiajia knew that she couldn't get through the wall of bodyguards, but she didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. From a distance of 3 meters, she began to introduce herself in a coquettish voice. Brother Yunqiu, I'm Jiajiao. We met at the birthday party of Mr. Li. Don't you remember me? I don't care whether you are the lower or upper Jiajiao. If you dare to stand in front of me again, I will let you know how the Xia group went bankrupt overnight. Being able to sit firmly on the position of the president of Lu Group at the young age of 25, Lu Yunqiu has never been a good-for-nothing who indulges in women. Not to mention, he has never been interested in women. Puff. Yun Zijin was watching the show in the men's clothing store. When he heard how Lu Yunqiu dealt with Xia Jiajiao in the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Yunqiu turned his head to look in the direction of Yun Zijin, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. People who didn't look carefully couldn't tell the difference at all. Miss Yun, are you satisfied with this play? Lu Yunqiu turned to look at Yun Zijin with a slightly teasing tone in his voice. Yeah. I'm quite satisfied. Yun Zijin nodded seriously. Yun Zijin. You are still laughing here. Don't you see how Jiajiao has been bullied? Zhang only now realized that Yun Zijin was also there. Seeing Xia Jiajia being bullied, instead of helping her family, she actually took advantage of the situation and laughed at her. Ms. Zhang, are you so nosy that you have to control why I laugh? Moreover, it was clearly your daughter who was trying to pounce on Mr. Lu, but Mr. Lu just asked the bodyguard to stop her. He was very generous not to call the police to report her for harassment. If you ask me, Mr. Lu, you are too generous. If I were you, I would have called the police long ago after being harassed like this. Elder sister. Hearing Xia Jiajia calling Yun Zijin sister, Lu Yunqiu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that there is a story between these people. However, since they were still in a public place, Lu Yunqiu did not ask. Miss Xia, your problem of randomly recognizing brothers and sisters is really serious. Lu Yunqiu nodded, he really loves you deeply. Yun Zijin, Jiao Jiao has just been discharged from the hospital, can't you be more accommodating to her? Since you know Mr. Lu, then you can talk to him. Jiao Jiao didn't do it on purpose. She just likes Mr. Lu too much, so she lost her sense of proportion for a moment. But I believe that Mr. Lu is magnanimous and will not hold it against Jiao Jiao, right? No, I'm quite stingy. Please ask Ms. Zhang to take good care of this young lady and not to appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I might be in a bad mood and want to buy 1 or 2 companies to relax. I know. I will definitely warn her when I get back. I will never appear in front of President Lu again. Previously, Zhang Achun failed to control her attitude due to her concern. Now that she has calmed down, Zhang Achun only wants Lu Yunqiu to let them go. After all, the Xia family has absolutely no chance of winning against the Lu family. If Xia Zhenguang knew that the Xia family was suppressed by the Lu family because of her and Xia Jiaojiao, they would be kicked out of the house in a short time. After being married for more than 20 years, Zhang Achun still has some understanding of Xia Zhenguang's true face. Mother. How could Xia Jiaojiao agree when she heard Lu Yunqiu say that he would never let her appear in front of him again? She was still thinking of using her talent and appearance to show off in front of Lu Yunqiu, and then marry into the Lu family and become the Lu family's young lady. She has always liked Lu Yunqiu, her mother knows that. Moreover, now that she knows that she is not the biological daughter of the Xia family, she must of course plan for her future, and Lu Yunqiu is the best future she can imagine. How could he let her never appear in front of Lu Yunqiu again? Jiao Jiao, Mr. Lu is angry now, let's go home first. Zhang Achun winked at Xia Jiaojiao. She certainly knew what Xia Jiaojiao felt about Lu Yunqiu, and she was also very satisfied with Lu Yunqiu as a son-in-law, but now was not the time to talk about this. Xia Jiaojiao understood Zhang Achun's eyes. Although she was reluctant, she finally compromised. After the mother and daughter left, Lu Yunqiu looked at Yun Zijin again and said, I forgot to mention it just now. Regarding the matter of the land in the western suburbs, I wonder when Miss Yun is free. Let's sit down and discuss it in detail. Yun Zijin must not give up the piece of land he bought, but how to cooperate is still under discussion. Sure, I'm not going to work right now. Mr. Lu can always contact me when he has time. Yun Zijin was still very willing to cooperate with Lu's company in the development of land in the western suburbs. Then Miss Yun, please come to Lu's to see me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The project plan I showed you before is just a simplified version. The detailed project plan can only be circulated within the company and cannot be taken out of the Lu's building, so I will trouble Miss Yun to come to Lu's. No problem, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Chapter 24 Discussing Cooperation with Lu. After Lu Yunqiu left, Yun Zijin continued to choose clothes for the 7 bodyguards. In the end, he spent a total of 5 million on buying clothes, shoes, etc. for the bodyguards. Yun Zijin donated the remaining 5 million to the beauty salon. Why do those celebrities who are in their 30s, 40s or even 50s still look like they are in their 20s? The reason is that they spent money on their faces. There is a difference between buying skin care products for daily skin care and deep professional skin care in a beauty salon. Jinxing Shopping Mall is worthy of being the most expensive but most comprehensive shopping mall in Dijing. Yun Zijin found a beauty salon on the 10th floor that has excellent decoration, service attitude and product reputation. Of course, the price is also very beautiful. However, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem for Yun Zijin. Because Yun Zijin recharged 5 million at one time, the owner of Chili Women's Beauty Salon immediately arranged a one-on-one beauty plan for Yun Zijin with a senior beautician. Although Yun Zijin has the advantage of being young and her face is full of collagen, there are still some blemishes if you look closely. For example, some mild red blood streaks, sunspots caused by prolonged sun exposure and so on. Beauticians will carry out this maintenance and repair plan for Yun Zijin one by one. Of course, with health and environmental protection as the premise, this maintenance and repair plan needs to be adhered to for a long time. In other words, Yun Zijin will be spending her time at this beauty salon for a long time. Although he knew that he was being taken advantage of, Yun Zijin didn't mind. This can be considered as a way for her to spend money for her future consumption tasks. As long as she recharges, the money is considered spent. In the single beauty room, Yun Zijin lay on the bed, enjoying the massage from the beautician comfortably. During this time, Yun Zijin's mobile phone made 2 text message sounds, but Yun Zijin didn't care. The beautician was also focused on the massage and didn't pay much attention to this little thing. 2 hours later. Yoon Zijin's first experience at the beauty salon today finally ended. Yoon Zijin opened her mobile phone as usual and saw a small red dot with the number 2 on the text message icon. Yoon Zijin had an obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't stand the sight of small red dots, so she just clicked it. Upon closer inspection, it was a message from the bank. Yoon Zijin clicked it calmly. The next second, Xuan Zhao's eyes widened. She checked WeChat again and it was true. Xu Yuanfu and Wu Yutang had both sent her messages. They had both sent her the rent today. The rent at Nanjiao Auto Expo City is a little less, 500 million yuan a month, and the rent is paid quarterly, which is 1.5 billion yuan. As for the Dingsi Building, their whole building has 88 floors and each floor has 100 office units. The monthly rent of one office unit is 300,000, which is 7.92 billion for 3 months. The parking fee is different every month. This time the parking fee in the first quarter is 30 million. This gave Yoon Zijin nearly 10 billion yuan. However, Yoon Zijin quickly calmed down. As a legal citizen of China, of course he had to pay the taxes. Yoon Zijin handed the tax payment task to Ling Lu, who was said to have done all kinds of jobs before being chosen by the system to be a bodyguard. After all, she didn't study accounting. If she missed something and was eventually found out and defined as tax evasion, that would be bad. 6. You have a long way to go. You must not cheat or be cunning. You must pay taxes according to the law, don't you understand? Understood. Don't worry, miss, I won't miss a penny. Hearing Ling Lu's affirmative answer, Yoon Zijin finally put his heart at ease. Sunday. During the system weekends, Yoon Zijin is still a worker with a daily salary of 10 million yuan who does not need to complete any consumption tasks. Because he had an appointment with Lu Yunqiu to discuss the Western Suburbs development project at Lu's group at 10 a.m., Yoon Zijin set out from Xingyu Huafu at 8:30 and finally arrived downstairs at Lu's group at 9:50. This is the first time Yoon Zijin has entered the Lu group. If it were in the past, she would never have dreamed that one day she would step into Lu's company and even discuss a project with the president of Lu's company. Lu Yunqiu had already received the news when Yoon Zijin arrived at the Lu Group building. In order to successfully sign a cooperation contract with Yoon Zijin, Lu Yunqiu specially set aside 2 hours today to discuss with Yoon Zijin how she could cooperate with Lu's company. Hello, I'm looking for your CEO Lu. Yoon Zijin walked to the front desk and politely explained the purpose of his visit. Do you have an appointment? Your CEO Lu and I made an appointment at 10 o'clock yesterday. Hold on. The receptionist picked up the phone and called the president's office to confirm. Hello, Miss Yoon. I am Chen Cheng, the special assistant of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu told me yesterday that I would come down to pick you up at 10 o'clock today. Please come this way. When the front desk clerk saw Chen Cheng and heard what Chen Cheng and Yoon Zijin said, she knew that what Yoon Zijin had just said was true. It turned out that they were not those rich girls who lied to her that they had an appointment in order to get close to Mr. Lu, thinking they could sneak into the Lu company. The receptionist secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not done anything inappropriate because of her preconceived notions. Otherwise, what would be waiting for her now would probably be a letter of dismissal from the Human Resources Department. Chen Cheng brought Yoon Zijin and took Lu Young's exclusive elevator to the small conference room on the top floor of Lu Group. Lu Yunqiu was already waiting inside. Ms. Yoon, good morning. Please take a seat. Lu Group is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yoon Zijin sat down on the chair opposite Lu Yunqiu while talking. I don't like to talk nonsense. Here is Lu's detailed plan for the Shijiao Hot Spring Resort. It contains design drawings, all of which are 3D structural drawings. They will allow Miss Yoon to more intuitively feel our design concepts and details. Lu Yunqiu turned the laptop in front of him so that the screen was facing Yoon Zijin. Yoon Zijin adjusted the angle of the computer and began to slide through the project plan. It was indeed much more detailed than what she had shown before at the Shiyu Cafe, and the 3D structural diagram was extremely realistic. If she hadn't known that it was a homemade picture, she would have thought it was an architectural drawing taken at some scenic spot. Just by looking at the project plan, Yoon Zijin could feel the huge investment funds for this project and the importance that Lu Group attached to this project. But it's true, if she didn't take it seriously, Lu Yunqiu wouldn't have come to her in person to discuss cooperation. Yun Zijin read the entire project plan from beginning to end and had to admit that even though she was a layman, she still felt that the project had very good prospects. This project, as Mr. Liu said, is very worth investing in. Miss Yun, if you have any concerns, please tell me all at once. I will try my best to satisfy you as long as I can. According to the contract you gave me before, not only did I have to provide the land, but I also had to pay for the subsequent development because the land was used as a share. My land accounted for 10% of the total construction area of the project, but I could only get 5% of the project's profit. It was just a dry share, and I couldn't do anything except dividends. Mr. Liu, don't you think I'm too young to understand the contract and just give me some dividends to get rid of me? Chapter 25 Happy Cooperation. This is just a draft contract. The final terms of cooperation will of course be implemented based on the terms we finally negotiated. I know what Miss Yun means. 5% of the profit share is indeed a little too little. I can make the decision and give Miss Yun 2 more points. After all, from the design drawings to the construction team, they are all Liu's, and the labor costs are also borne by Liu. The entire project construction is also a considerable expense. I hope Miss Yun can understand. Of course, I understand Mr. Liu's difficulties very well, so I also proposed another way of cooperation. I will not invest in the company by way of land, but I can develop the business together with the Liu family, and I will bear all the development costs of my land personally. This piece of land and the buildings on it still all belong to me. The Liu family only needs to pay me a certain amount of rent every year, and they can use or transform this land without any worries. I don't even need to be paid dividends. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Hearing Yun Zijin's words, Liu Yunqiu frowned slightly. If they had to pay rent every year, it would mean that they would have one more expense during the project development period. The amount of money Liu has invested in the entire resort is fixed. If there is an additional rent, they will have to re-coordinate the money for project development, which is not a difficult task. What is the rent Miss Yun has in mind? I won't take advantage of you. I also have a piece of land in the southern suburbs, which is about half the size of this piece of land in the western suburbs. The annual rent of that piece of land is 6 billion yuan, and I will give you a rent of 12 billion yuan per year for this piece of land in the western suburbs. Before the project is completed, I will give you a 10% discount, 10.8 billion yuan per year. 10.8 billion is for you to make. This number is auspicious, isn't it generous? Yun Zijin felt that she was a kind and good landlord because she gave them a discount. Wow, he asked for 10 billion right away. Liu Yunqiu had to admire Yun Zijin's way of thinking. She doesn't want shares and only wants to collect rent. Should he praise her and say that she is worthy of being you? Miss Yun, you are so admirable. If I give you the 10 billion, I won't have to develop this project anymore. The project collapsed midway due to lack of funding. It's also possible to collect it once a quarter. 3 billion a quarter, 90% off is 2.7 billion. It shouldn't be impossible to get it out, right? Yun Zijin gave Liu Yunqiu an expression that said, no way, no way. The Liu group can't even come up with 2.7 billion. I've already divided it into 4 installments for you, what else do you want? Let me think about it. Liu Yunqiu began to do a quick calculation in his mind, wondering whether it would be more cost-effective to let Yun Zijin invest in the company with the land, or to pay Yun Zijin rent every year. The most important thing is that if Yun Zijin leases the land to Liu's company, they will have to pay Yun Zijin at least 1 quarter's rent. Even if Yun Zijin gave a 10% discount, 2.7 billion is still not a small amount. However, after conducting a series of analyses and calculations in his brain, Liu Yunqiu finally determined that paying Yun Zijin rent every year was relatively more cost-effective for the Liu family. However, the rental period needs to be carefully discussed. I can agree to your condition, but it must be clearly stated in the contract that the Liu family has the priority right to lease this land. You cannot rent the land to others until Liu has clearly given up the lease. This must be included, otherwise, when the lease contract expires, Yun Zijin will just say, I won't rent it out anymore, and they will suffer a huge loss. Yes, but if you are overdue for 15 days or more when the rent is due, I have the right to take back the land and rent it out again. She could give them the right of priority to lease the land, but there had to be corresponding restrictive conditions. Otherwise, if Liu refused to lease the land and did not clearly state that they gave up the lease, then she couldn't just leave such a large piece of land lying idle. Liu Yunqiu had no objection to Yun Zijin's request. Yun Zijin and Lu Yunqiu argued back and forth over the requirements of the lease contract for more than an hour before it was finally over. Looking at the freshly made lease contract in his hand, Yun Zijin's face showed a very happy expression. It's another day to collect rent tilde. Miss Yun, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lu Yunqiu stood up and extended his hand to Yun Zijin. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yun Zijin also stood up and raised his hand to hold Lu Yunqi's hand generously. When Yun Zijin's hand came up, Lu Yunqiu subconsciously clenched it, feeling the soft and boneless touch in the palm of his hand. Lu Yunqiu felt something strange in his heart, but the feeling quickly disappeared without Lu Yunqiu himself noticing. After about a second or two, they let go of each other's hands. It's time to get off work. If Miss Yun doesn't mind, I'll host you to celebrate our successful cooperation. Yun Zijin looked at the time and it was indeed a few minutes past 12 o'clock, just in time for lunch. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Yun Zijin had a pretty good impression of Lu Yunqiu and was not opposed to him treating her to a meal. Moreover, from the few times they spent time together, Yun Zijin could also feel that Lu Yunqiu was a very orderly person. Then, Liuxian Pavilion? Their Buddha jumps over the wall is pretty good. When Yun Zijin heard about Buddha jumps over the wall, his eyes lit up. Everyone in China knows Buddha jumps over the wall, but there are very few authentic versions. Since Lu Yunqiu said it's good, it's probably the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. I'm not familiar with this place, I'll listen to you. Then let's go. It's only 10 minutes drive. It's not far. Yun Zijin and Lu Yunqiu took the elevator down to the underground parking lot of Lu's building. I drove here. Mr. Lu, tell me the address and I'll drive over myself. Next to Yun Zijin's car was the Suibianhua brand nanny car driven by Ling Yi and his friends, and everyone was in the car. I'll send the location. Oh, I just remembered that I don't have Miss Yun's WeChat yet. It's a bit unreasonable that I don't have Miss Yun's WeChat after meeting her so many times. Yun Zijin laughed, took out his mobile phone, opened his identity QR code, and handed it to Lu Yunqiu. It is an honor for ordinary people like me to be able to add Mr. Lu's WeChat. Yun Zijin agreed to the friend request sent by Lu Yunqiu, and the other party quickly sent a location. Yes, Miss Yun, who could spend 5 billion to snatch the land from me, is quite ordinary. Lu Yunqiu was very good at making this reverse comment. Speaking of the land grabbing incident, Yun Zijin touched his nose and laughed dryly. Aren't we going to have dinner? I'm going to drive. After saying that, she took small steps and ran towards Bing Meifan, who was still very conspicuous among the luxury cars. Lu Yunqiu waited for Yun Zijin to drive before following Ling Yi and their nanny car out of the parking lot. Liuxian Pavilion is considered a time-honored brand in the capital, and reservations for private rooms must be made quickly. Lu Yunqiu was obviously a regular here. As soon as he came in, someone came to greet him and was able to accurately recognize his identity. It was the first time for Yun Zijin to eat in such a high-end place, but she remained calm. After all, she was now a wealthy woman who could afford to eat in high-end restaurants. Chapter 26. There are many industries. Considering that this was their first time to eat alone, Lu Yunqiu specifically asked for a booth in the hall to avoid feeling uncomfortable with Yun Zijin in the enclosed space of the box. The waiter led the two of them and soon they arrived at the booth that Lu Yunqiu had reserved. The waiter picked up the tablet on the table, opened the menu and handed it to the two people. Here is the menu. Would you like to order now? Yes, order now. Lu Yunqiu signaled to the waiter to give the tablet to Yun Zijin and let her order first. This is my first time here, I'm not familiar with it, so I'd better order it, Mr. Lu. Yun Zijin actually doesn't like ordering food when she eats. She prefers someone to help her order and she can just wait and eat. Okay, is there anything you should avoid eating? Lu Yunqiu asked as he took the tablet in his hands. Don't eat offal. You can have onions, ginger and garlic, but it's best not to have too much. Yun Zijin doesn't reject onions, ginger and garlic, but she doesn't like them either. If there are too many of them, she will most likely refuse to eat the dish. Lu Yunqiu nodded to show that he understood. His hands kept moving and soon he finished ordering. The waiter took the tablet, operated it quickly, and put it back on the table. The menu has been sent to the kitchen. Please wait a moment. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned around to serve other guests. Yun Zijin and Lu Yunqiu sat in their seats, and no one spoke for a long time. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward for a moment. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Yun Zijin's cell phone rang at this time, and they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The call came at the right time. Let me take a call. Yun Zijin picked up the phone and pointed to the incoming call on the screen. Miss Yun, please feel free to do as you please. Of course Lu Yunqiu would not refuse. He was even grateful for the phone call for easing the awkward atmosphere between them. Yun Zijin swiped the answer button. Hello. Good afternoon, Miss Yun. I'm Wang Zhongxin, the property manager of the Feitsue Lakeside community. I received news yesterday that our community has been bought in full by Miss Yun. I saw that you didn't come yesterday, so I called to ask you if there is a house in the community that needs to be rented out. Our property can fully handle this matter for you. After hearing Wang Zhongxin's self-introduction and the Emerald Lakeside community he mentioned, Yun Zijin remembered that after she spent 5 million on Antique Street yesterday, the system gave her a rebate of 20 million and also rewarded her with a community. Today she was so busy chatting with Lu Yunqiu at Lu's about cooperation on the West Suburbs project that she forgot about the matter at Emerald Lake. Oh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Look. The house must be rented out, but I still need to go and see the details. I'll be there at 2 p.m. Please have someone prepare the documents. Emerald Lakeside is a newly completed residential area. I don't know how the system worked, but they actually bought out the entire community. When Yun Zijin thinks about it now, he finds it unbelievable. But none of this matters. Yun Zijin just needs to know that all the procedures are legal and compliant and she has to pay the taxes. Okay. On behalf of all the property staff, I look forward to your visit. Yun Zijin felt embarrassed after hearing what Wang Zhongxin said, and quickly found an excuse to end the call. Ms. Yun has quite a lot of assets. Not only does she own land in the southern suburbs, but she also owns houses. Lu, can't compare to her. Lu Yong's tone was teasing, and there was a smile in his eyes that he himself was not aware of. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Lu. My assets are nothing compared to the Lu Group. Although the system gave her a lot of industries, Yun Zijin still had a very clear understanding of her own assets. It is still unknown what will happen in the future, but what she has now, compared with Lu S, is indeed the difference between an ant and a tree. This is different. Lu's is indeed a behemoth, but it is basically a capital chain. With various project investments, the company's account balance may not be that much. Yun Zijin collects rent, and all the money he gets is cash flow. When the critical moment comes, Yun Zijin may be able to come up with more money than him. Yun Zijin did not comment on Lu Yong's statement. There is indeed a balance of over 10 billion in her bank card, all thanks to the rewards from collecting rent and spending freely. If you don't mind, the Shijiao project welcomes Miss Yun to invest in it. After talking for so long, Lu Yunqiu finally revealed his true colors. Knowing that Yun Zijin was a wealthy landlady, he set his sights on her wallet. I just collected your rent, and Mr. Lu wants me to invest in the company. He deserves death. Yun Zijin did not give Lu Yunqiu a direct answer. Yun Zijin believes that he cannot defeat a behemoth like the Lu family. Unless it is necessary, Yun Zijin does not want to have too much interaction with them. Lu Yunqiu smiled and did not continue the topic. At this time, several waiters came over with the dishes, and they put the dishes on the table one by one. Yun Zijin asked the waiter for a bowl of white rice. Lu Yunqiu was somewhat surprised at Yun Zijin's request for white rice. I thought you girls only ate vegetables to avoid getting fat, or even didn't eat meat or carbohydrates for a long time. Then just treat me as if I'm not a girl. If I skip meals, I'll be the one who's hungry and uncomfortable. Why bother? Yun Zijin doesn't like the current aesthetic of fair, young and thin. As long as you don't overeat and have 3 normal meals a day, how can you get fat? This is just to meet the normal nutritional needs of the human body, okay? If so many people really get fat by eating 3 meals a day normally, then the streets would be full of fat girls, wouldn't they? You are right to think so. I really don't understand those who only eat 2 vegetables in 1 meal. Yun Zijin's idea was strongly recognized by Lu Yunqiu. Right, so I never try to lose weight on purpose. I can't stand being too thin. Then eat more. If you like it, come back next time. Lu Yunqiu used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork for Yun Zijin. I heard it's hard to book a seat here. I don't know when I can come next time. After saying that, Zijin picked up the piece of braised pork and took a bite. This place is owned by a friend of mine. If you want to come next time, give me a call and I'll reserve a seat for you. Lu Yunqiu casually gave Zijin a small privilege. Your friends? Are they the ones I met at the auction last time? Zijin subconsciously thought of the few people who came to the auction with Lu Yunqiu. No, my friend often has to fly abroad for work, and he opened Luxian Pavilion just because he wanted to eat authentic Chinese food. Except for Tokyo, which is the head office, the other branches are all in places he flies to frequently. Zijin. Sure enough, those who can be friends with Mr. Lu are not ordinary people. Just opening a store can become a global chain and have a hard-to-fill store. This is something that will easily make people lose their defense. Chapter 27: The Almost Forgotten Xia Family Birthday Banquet. Lu Yunqiu smiled helplessly. He had no intention of showing off. He was just telling the truth. The meal passed with the two of them chatting casually, and it can be said that both the host and the guests had a great time. As the president of Lu Corporation, Lu Yunqiu had to rush back to Lu Corporation to continue working after dinner. Zijin drove to the Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake. As soon as Wang Zhongxin hung up the phone, he arranged for people to work overtime to prepare the materials that might be needed, and finally everything was sorted out at 1:30. Zijin arrived exactly 10 minutes after they had sorted out their information. When Wang Zhongxin saw the 7 bodyguards following Zijin, he broke out in a cold sweat. If you didn't know this, you would think he was here to cause trouble. Ms. Yun, these are the information of our property staff, security department, cleaners, etc. They are all here. And these are all the information the development company sent us. Would you like to take a look? Their property management company was hired by the development company, and their sole purpose is to ensure that when new homeowners move in, there is someone to help solve any problems they encounter. But I didn't expect that the entire community would be bought by the same person in the end, and the developer couldn't even keep 1 or 2 houses for himself. Zijin picked up the property staff information, flipped through it, and after making sure there were no strange positions, he stopped caring about it. Let's go check out the house first. The reason why Emerald Lakeside is called Emerald Lakeside is because there is a lake in the community. Looking from above, it looks like a very pure imperial green emerald, so the community got its name from this. The houses in the community are planned around this lake. Of course, Wang Zhongxin agreed 100% to Zijin's request, and immediately asked someone to drive a patrol car over. It's quite far from here, and it's not very convenient to drive. Driving this way will give you a wider view, and Miss Yun can also take a look at the greenery in the community. Wang Zhongxin explained why he asked someone to drive the patrol car over. Zijin did not mind and sat on it very generously, while Wang Zhongxin sat next to the driver. The patrol car drove slowly along the path, and Zijin could clearly see the greenery of the community and its various public facilities. I have to say that Suibianhua has a good eye. Just by observing the surrounding environment in the patrol car, Zijin felt that this was where she wanted to live. Because the developer wants to market the area by claiming to be quiet in a busy city, our community only has 150,000 square meters of land and 20 buildings, which are located in the center of the community and face each other from afar. If you are not residents of the same building, you may not run into each other even if you live there for 10 years. Because the buildings are far apart, residents usually have their own fixed routes to and from the building. It is not easy for two people whose routes do not intersect to meet each other. Also, because there are fewer buildings, there are still many large green spaces and public leisure areas in the community. Zijin asked the driver to drive the patrol car around the entire community, and then he randomly chose a building and walked in. A building has 36 floors. There are 8 buildings closest to Emerald Lake. Each of these 8 buildings has 1 household per floor, and there are 36 households in each building. There are 12 buildings in the circle outside, with 2 households per elevator and 72 households per building. There are 2 apartment sizes and the interior design of each building is different. It can be said that Emerald Lakeside can almost meet the needs of all customers in terms of apartment types and styles. Of course, this does not apply to those who like villas. Zijin roughly checked the decoration of the 20 buildings, the hygiene of the public areas, and the fire escapes and firefighting equipment, and only felt relieved after confirming that there were no problems. After arriving at their temporary office with Wang Zhongxin, he explained his requirements. I will let your property management take charge of the rental of residential buildings in the community. You can just collect the rent according to the normal rent in the vicinity. Tomorrow I will have someone draft a power of attorney agreement so that you can have a legitimate interest in it. Oh, by the way, the top 2 floors of Unit 1 are reserved. I might come and live here someday. You must agree with the tenant on the time to pay the rent, otherwise it will be difficult for you to collect the rent, and the information I see is also confusing. Okay, Miss Yun. When Wang Zhongxin heard that Yun Zijin was really going to hand over the rental of the entire community to them, he smiled so much that only a slit remained in his eyes. After resolving the matter at the Emerald Lake, Yun Zijin remembered that she had promised Xia Jian today to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xia family. She chose the dress herself and Xia Jian paid for it. As for the one chosen by the mother and daughter, Yun Zijin didn't even look at it. It's obvious that they won't choose a good dress for her. As for the makeup issue, Yun Zijin called Chili Women's Beauty Salon directly to make an appointment, and then drove directly to Jinxing Shopping Mall. Yes, Chili Woman does have styling services, but not every customer can enjoy this service. As a major customer who made a one-time recharge of 5 million, Yun Zijin is already at the VIC level and of course has this right. Thinking that she had not yet spent her daily salary of 10 million, Yun Zijin asked the stylist who was responsible for her look today that if she couldn't find suitable accessories, she could have someone buy them at Jinxing Shopping Mall and she would pay for them herself. Xia Jian only bought her a dress, and she even had to find the shoes herself in the cloakroom at home. As for jewelry, there is no need to mention it. Xia Jian never mentioned it from beginning to end. I don't know if he really didn't think about it or if he felt sorry for the money. When the stylist heard Yun Zijin's words and saw the black gold card in Yun Zijin's hand, his breathing suddenly became much faster. Okay Miss Yun, I will definitely help you make the most suitable look for you in the shortest time. As long as you have money, you don't have to worry about anything. When Yun Zijin's styling was half done, Lingqi finally brought her dress and shoes from Xingyu Huafu to the Chili Women's Beauty Salon. The birthday banquet started at 7 o'clock, but Xia Jian called Yun Zijin at 5:30 using the maid's cell phone. When she heard the call, she found out that the caller wanted her to go back and have dinner with everyone. Yun Zijin rolled her eyes very rudely. I really don't know what Xia Jian is thinking. He knows that she doesn't want to return to the Xia family and that the people in the Xia family don't welcome her back, but he is still so persistent in wanting her to have a relationship with the Xia family. Thank you but no thanks. Didn't you ask me to go to the dinner? I haven't finished my makeup yet. I won't break a promise I made. You do your own makeup. We've hired a special stylist to come to our house today. You can come over and do it with us. The makeup you do yourself is a little different from the makeup done by a stylist. Oh, you probably won't believe me if I tell you I have a stylist, so forget it. Your sister and mother probably don't want to share a stylist with me, they are busy. Bye. After saying that, Yun Zijin hung up the phone. Anyway, it wasn't Xia Jian's phone number, so Yun Zijin didn't bother to block it. The stylist who was doing Yun Zijin's makeup, upon hearing the content of Yun Zijin's phone call, had already ignited a raging fire of gossip in her heart. She didn't expect that the gossip would be cut short before she could hear all of it. She felt very regretful, but still had to work hard. Chapter 28 I Don't Want It. Yun Zijin's styling was not completed until 6:30. The Xia family's birthday banquet was held at the Jinxing Hotel, so she would definitely be late if she went there at this time. However, Yun Zijin didn't care. She only agreed reluctantly because Xia Jian came to her again and again. It's good enough to be there, why bother about being late? Because she was wearing a dress, Yun Zijin asked Lingyi and the other 4 to go to her Bingmeifen, while she sat in the back seat of the Suibianhua brand nanny car. Although it's a bit strange to see Bingmeifen paired with several tall and strong bodyguards, the contrast is also kind of cute. Sure enough, when Yun Zijin and several bodyguards arrived at the Jinxing Hotel, it was already 7:30 in the evening, a full half-hour late. The Xia family's banquet hall was located in Hall 3 on the 5th floor of Jinxing Hotel. Yun Zijin took the elevator upstairs with the 7 people in his group and soon arrived at Hall 3 according to the route signs. Hello, please show me your invitation. Just as Yun Zijin was about to walk in, she was stopped by the person at the door and asked to show her invitation. Yun Zijin, God knows, Xia Jian asked her to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Xia family many times, but he never thought of giving her an invitation. At this moment, Yun Zijin's air pressure dropped and the temperature around him dropped a lot. Yun Zijin's face turned cold. She took out her cell phone from her handbag and released Zijin, who was on the blacklist. Unexpectedly, the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Zijin hung up the phone and looked at the staff member who had stopped her just now. Tell Zijin that if you are not sincere, then don't invite anyone randomly. Invitation letter? From beginning to end, Zijin never said a word to me about the invitation letter. Do you think I am willing to come? If he hadn't asked me to come several times, I wouldn't even know when his grandfather's birthday is. Zijin threw the birthday gift that Ling Yi had prepared for the old man of the Xia family directly into the trash can outside Hall 3. At this time, Zijin's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Zijin. Zijin directly refused. Let's go. What Xia family? They think I'm precious. Zijin. Wait. Zijin shouted Zijin's name loudly, but Zijin showed no intention of stopping. However, between high heels and leather shoes, in the end, the leather shoes ran faster, and Zijin was caught up by Zijin and blocked. Master Xia, what do you mean by this? You asked me to attend the birthday party, but you didn't even give me an invitation. I grew up in an orphanage and was just found by you. I don't know that I need an invitation to attend a party. Don't you know that? How many times have you asked me to come to your birthday party? Why didn't you ever think of sending me an invitation? You didn't. I get it. You didn't do this on purpose. Are you afraid that I would cause trouble for Xia Jiaojiao? So you are using this incident to intimidate me and warn me not to go against Xia Jiaojiao. Master Xia, you really have good intentions. Zijin gave Zijin a cold look, and Ling Yi stepped forward to stop Zijin. Miss, please go first. I will be there later. Zijin gave Ling Yi an appreciative look, and walked quickly past Zijin with the others and went straight into the elevator. When Zijin ran out, quite a few people followed him. When they heard Zijin scolding Zijin, their eyes lit up. Especially when hearing Zijin say that she was the daughter that the Xia family had just found and compared her to Xia Jiaojiao, many people had already thought of countless secrets of the wealthy family. But the most important thing is that the Xia family actually has a daughter who was only recently found. But Xie Zhengguang's wife Zhongachun only had 2 pregnancies back then. After all, there is basically no way to hide pregnancy, unless. At this moment, everyone looked at Xie Zhengguang and Zhongachun with something strange in their eyes. After all, just now at the banquet, Xie Zhengguang and Zhongachun admitted in person that Xia Jiaojiao was also Xia's biological daughter. The guy outside who was so angry just now couldn't be lying, right? Judging from Xie Zhiyin's behavior, it can be judged that what he said must be true. Otherwise, how could Xie Zhiyin, the eldest son of the Xia family, be so indulgent to her and not even talk back when he was scolded? The birthday banquet hosted by the Xia family ended with the old man of the Xia family waving his sleeves and leaving the scene. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But Zijin is not included. Zijin used her anger as motivation for consumption and went to Jinxing shopping mall to spend millions. When she returned to Xingyu Huafu at night, her feet were sore. With enough exercise, Zijin had a good night's sleep. It's a new week again. Please spend all the .00 before midnight tonight. There are no requirements tilde. Mission reward, to be unlocked. The wake-up service is still so punctual. After eating the breakfast made by Lingqi, Zijin went to Dingsi Building and asked Xu Yuanfu about the situation of several law firms in the building. After comprehensive consideration, we finally selected a law firm called Hengchuan and asked them to help draft the contract for the house entrustment lease. Because Xu Yuanfu acted as a go-between, the people at Hengchuan law firm were very polite to Zijin and offered a very favorable price. Coming out of the law firm, Zijin was holding the freshly prepared authorization agreement in his hand. Miss Yun, it's almost noon now. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. Xu Yuanfu wanted to invite Zijin to dinner last time, but it was only the first time they met, so he was too embarrassed to mention it. As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. This is the second time we have met, so we are familiar with each other. It is natural for me to suggest having dinner with you. Next time, I just made an appointment with an ex-colleague. Now that he was here, Zijin sent a message to Sang Ying while he was still in the law firm. Invite her to have lunch with you. Of course, Sang Ying responded to Zijin immediately and accepted Zijin's invitation to dinner. Zijin took the elevator down to the 20th floor, and Sang Ying came out soon after. Zijin. Long time no see. You are getting more and more beautiful. Sang Ying couldn't help but touch Yun Zijin's face. Her face was full of collagen. No, it's all thanks to my hard work in maintaining my health. Ever since Yun Zijin fell into the trap of the beauty salon, she has never been able to get out. There's nothing we can do about it. They have professional techniques and can customize restoration and maintenance plans. Why do rich people age slower? It's all because of their money. You are still young. At my age, even if I go to the beauty salon every day, I can't get the same results as you. Sang Ying really envied Yun Zijin's face. To thank you for recognizing my pretty face today, I'll treat you today. Yun Zijin waved her hand and offered to treat everyone. Since you're here, how can I let you treat me? I'll treat you today. One of the main reasons why Sang Ying and Yun Zijin can get along so well is that neither of them is the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. You treated me today, so it will be my turn next time. Alright, I'll treat everyone to afternoon tea. It's a rare occasion for you to come here, so it's not too much to treat my former colleague to milk tea. There is a spending task of 3 million today. Yun Zijin must seize the opportunity to spend money. Chapter 29, Anyone want to buy the house on Emerald Lake? Sang Ying looked at Yun Zijin helplessly. Could this girl be the reincarnation of the boy who gave away money? She treated everyone to afternoon tea on the day she resigned, and now she happened to come here to do some work and she treated everyone to afternoon tea again. With her salary, I wonder how much she can save. What is she thinking by treating people to afternoon tea every day? Sister Ying, I really have money. Otherwise I can't quit my job. I came here today to find a lawyer to draft a house rental contract for me. I am now a landlady in the imperial capital. Yun Zijin took out the freshly made contract from her bag and showed Sang Ying the cover of the contract. Is this true or false? Sang Ying still couldn't believe it. How did she suddenly become the landlady of the capital? Do you think I would joke about something like this? It's easy to be exposed. Yun Zijin put away the contract and took Sang Ying straight to their favorite buffet restaurant. Then I'll treat you today. Yun Zijin felt that since it had been proven that she was really rich, it would be okay for her to pay for today's meal. Sang Ying has children at home, and the expenses are huge. I said it's my treat, even if I'm not as rich as you, a landlady, I can still afford a meal. Sang Ying pushed Yun Zijin away, quickly opened her payment code, and asked the clerk to scan the code to pay. It's for 2 people. The clerk doesn't care who pays. She will scan the payment code of whoever takes out the payment code first. Let's go, there are seats over there, go sit down first, I'll get you food. Sang Ying pointed to a spot against the wall inside. The waiter had just cleaned up and it was their turn. Yun Zijin knew that he couldn't win against Sang Ying, so he took the initiative to reserve a seat. Sang Ying and Yun Zijin used to eat together. She knew what Yun Zijin liked and disliked to eat, and she could quickly prepare meals for Yun Zijin. After giving it to Yun Zijin, he went back to get his own food. By the way, after I left, did you find a new dining partner? After leaving his job, Yun Zijin was most concerned about this issue. Yun Zijin would feel guilty if Sang Ying had to eat alone every day because of her resignation. Of course, who am I, your sister Ying? I just need to call out to her and someone will take the initiative to join me. Sang Ying is indeed a very good person in the company. I can't say that everyone in the company knows her, but everyone in the company must know her. Anyway, Yun Zijin still admired her communication skills very much. After all, she thought she couldn't reach that level. After dinner, Yun Zijin took Sang Ying to order afternoon tea. Last time I treated her to milk tea, this time Yun Zijin ordered a dessert shop. Yun Zijin chose a small mousse cake and first confirmed that there was enough stock before asking Sang Ying to report the number of people and ordering one for each person. Since he is not in the company now, Yun Zijin did not let everyone order by themselves. Everyone ordered the same mousse cake. There is nothing you can do if you don't like it. There will always be someone you like. Besides, desserts are much more expensive than milk tea. Originally, Yun Zijin wanted Sang Ying to choose one for herself, but she refused, saying that everyone else's was the same except hers, which would be detrimental to her building her network in the company. With such a reason given, Yun Zijin did not force it. After confirming that the quantity was correct, he placed the order directly. Sang Ying took a look at the amount Yun Zijin paid and couldn't bear to look any further. You are really a money-spending boy. A small mousse cake costs 40 or 50 yuan, and there are 40 or 50 people in the company. More than 2,000 yuan was gone in one go, which means 1/3 of this month's salary is gone. As expected, she has transformed herself into a landlady, and she is very generous. Money can't buy my willingness, it's just that the atmosphere in our company is pretty good, otherwise you can see if I will buy them afternoon tea. Although her hands are loose now, she is not really naive. If I really don't like her, I'd say she's such a miser. Okay, I've eaten, ordered the cake, and I need to go back for my lunch break. Why are you leaving? I'm going to sign the contract now. I drove here. Don't worry about me. Sang-Ying nodded, picked up her bag and stood up, and the two parted ways at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Yun Zijin drove to the Feitsue Lakeside community, and Wang Zhongxin came out to greet him immediately. However, when he walked to the door of their temporary office, Wang Zhongxin's face looked a little distressed. Manager Wang, what's wrong? Yun Zijin thought back over what happened during their two meetings. She shouldn't have assigned him any excessive workload, right? She didn't even assign him any work from the beginning to the end, so what did this expression mean? Miss Yun, we have guests here today. Yun Zijin raised her eyebrows. A potential tenant appeared so soon. But hadn't they signed the lease contract yet? What's the meaning? You'll find out when you go in. Let's go. Wang Zhongxin walked in front of Yun Zijin on the left, leading the way for Yun Zijin. I've already told you that I want to buy a house here. In full. I can sign the contract right away if I get the house, but you made me wait here for another 10 minutes. Is this how you treat your customers? As soon as Yun Zijin walked into the door, she heard a sharp voice inside scolding the property staff of the community. I've already bought this place, why is she coming to buy a house? I'm not going to sell their house. Yun Zijin is already worried about how to spend her money every day, so how could she possibly want to sell her house to cash in? We have already explained it to her, but this customer claimed that her daughter will be attending graduate school at Tikio University this summer, and that our community is only a 20-minute walk from Tikio University, and a maximum of 5 minutes by car, so she wants to buy a house in our community. A graduate student at Tikio University, that sounds like an impressive degree. But she still won't sell their house. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Zhongxin and Yun Zijin opened the office door together. The woman's already sharp voice became even more piercing without the barrier of the door. Yun Zijin! Why are you here? Yun Zijin didn't expect to meet Zhang Achun and Xia Jiaojiao, mother and daughter, here. I didn't see them at the door of Hall 3 yesterday. You want to buy the house here, why don't you find out who owns it? Xia Jiaojiao was also a little surprised when she saw Yun Zijin, but she quickly adjusted her expression. Sister, are you here to buy a house too? Brother told you not to give me the money. Sister, you just graduated and you have the money to buy a house here. You are really amazing. Unlike me, I still need my mother to come and help me look after the house. I don't know what I would do without my mother Tilda. As Xia Jiaojiao spoke, her eyes seemed to sparkle, and then she looked extremely distressed. You mean to say that I had the money to buy a house right after graduation? I don't even know where the money came from. Maybe I became a mistress and asked an old man to buy the house for me. Then I am quite curious about who can pay the full amount for the entire community for his mistress. How about you tell me more about it so I can see it? Chapter 30 Ms. Zhang's Confidence. You. Sister, I am doing this for your own good. Otherwise, your brother will definitely be disappointed in you if he finds out. Xia Jiaojiao was at a loss for words to refute what Yun Zijin said for a moment, but she quickly changed her thoughts. She only mentioned Xia Jian to let Yun Zijin understand that in the Xia family, except Xia Jian, no one wanted her to return to the Xia family. You said the entire Emerald Lakeside neighborhood is your house. Zhang Achun was quiet for a long time and suddenly spoke, but she was not concerned about whether Xia Jiaojiao was bullied by Yun Zijin, but was asking about the affairs of the Emerald Lakeside community. Yun Zijin glanced at Zhang Yiqin and smiled slightly. Yes, what's the problem? The news that the Emerald Lakeside community was bought in full by a mysterious wealthy man just after it was launched has spread among the circles in Dijing. Once Wang Zhongxin starts renting out the property, people will soon trace the clues back to her, so Yun Zijin never thought of hiding this matter. Anyway, the fact that the Emerald Lakeside community is under her name has become an established fact, and no one can change it. Your sister will go to Tikio University for graduate studies this summer. Jiao Jiao is weak and cannot eat food from outside. This place is close to Tokyo University. Since it's under your name, that's perfect. We're all family, so there's no need to divide it so clearly. You can choose a good one and transfer it to your sister, so I can arrange a live-in cook for Jiao Jiao. Yun Zijin was stunned after hearing what Zhang Yichun said. Who gave her the courage to say such things? She was already very generous by not asking them to pay her child support for the 18 years before she came of age, but now she was asking for a house by Emerald Lake. Does she know how much a house on Emerald Lake costs? Ms. Zhang, are you sick? Do you think I have a good relationship with you? Or do you think I am a fool? I won't sell the house by Emerald Lake, and I won't transfer it to Xia Jiao for free. Xia Jiao can live here if she wants. We're just starting to rent it out. Your Xia family is so rich, so you must want the best. So, let's go to the top floor of Building 2, 1 floor per household, 300,000 per month, 3 deposits and 3 payments, a total of 1.8 million. Do you want to pay by card or cash? We can also use Jifubao and WeChat transfer tilde. Yun Zijin took out his mobile phone, clicked on his payment code, and handed it to Zhang Yichun. She didn't think that Xia Jiao would pay the rent herself after deliberately asking Zhang Yichun to rent a house with her. She just wanted to take advantage of her. I'm your mother. What's your attitude? It's just a house. I gave it to Jiao all these years. Yun Zijin looked at Zhang Yichun with a half smile. Why don't you continue? Oh. I see, you want to say that you have given more than one house to your Jiao over the years, but what does this have to do with me? You have never given me a house. Come to think of it, if it weren't for all the clothes, bags, jewelry, and the house in her name on your Jiao's body, all of these would belong to me. You wouldn't let me, who grew up in an orphanage, give a house to someone who has taken over my home, right? You are so good at using the abacus that the beads are falling on my face. Yun Zijin said the most sinister words in the most gentle tone. After hearing this, Zhang Yichun felt that the request she had just made was indeed a bit excessive. But 1.8 million was not a small sum for her, and Zhang Yichun was unwilling to just give it away for nothing. If you don't want to recognize us, I won't force you. But even if we break bones, we still have tendons. You don't have to transfer the property to Jiao Jiao. Just pick a house with a good view for Jiao Jiao to live in, and waive the rent. This place is close to Tokyo University, so it's more convenient for Jiao Jiao to live here. You're the elder sister, so you should think more about your younger sister. 1.8 million, not a cent less. Yun Zijin is not someone who can be fooled by just a few words. Seeing such obvious PUA, Yun Zijin really wants to roll her eyes. 1,800,000, why don't you just go and rob it? Robbery is not as profitable as collecting rent. Are you two going to rent it or not? If not, we have a lot of other things to do here. Just because these two people were making trouble here, the entrusted lease contract she had agreed with the property management had not been signed for so long. Zhang Yichun was so angry at Yun Zijin that she was speechless, and Xia Jiao hurried to calm her down. I can't faint at this moment, otherwise who will pay the rent later? Mom, please take a breath. It's right for my sister not to help me. After all, it's right for my sister to be angry. I shouldn't live at home anymore. Mom, I will pack my things and move out when I get home today. You can take my sister home. I can be alone, I won't miss my parents, and you don't have to come to look for me, When she said this, Xia Jiao's eyes turned red and she looked so pitiful. Why are you moving? The Xia family will always be your home. No one can make you move out without mom's permission. Don't be afraid, mom is always by your side. No one will bully you. Yun Zijin looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other and felt so disgusted. This play is so fake that even she, an outsider, finds it outrageous. Manager Wang, let's go over there and sign the contract. Since she's going to perform, she might as well perform well. Anyway, what happens to them has nothing to do with her. Etc. Seeing that Yun Zijin and Wang Zhongxin were about to turn around and leave, Zhang Yichun quickly called out to them to stop. Yun Zijin paused for a moment, without even turning his head, and continued walking forward. Yun Zijin and Wang Zhongxin found another table in the office, tidied up the clutter on it, and asked someone to pour Yun Zijin a cup of hot water. After sitting down, Yun Zijin took out the lease agency contract drafted for her by Hinchuan law firm from her bag and handed a copy to Wang Zhongxin. This was the first time that their property had signed this kind of leasing agency contract with anyone, and Wang Zhongxin read it very carefully. It's not that he doesn't trust Yun Zijin, but he wants to understand the terms of the contract better so that he can better understand what he should do in his daily life. Oh, by the way, here is also a personal housing lease contract given to me by the law firm for your reference. Without an audience, the mother and daughter could not continue their drama. Zhang Yichun became furious when she saw Yun Zijin actually signing a lease contract with the property company. This Yun Zijin, with so many houses, doesn't he think about his own family and actually seeks cooperation with outsiders? I don't agree. You can't sign the contract. Xia's company has lost many orders due to loose suppression. Xia's company also has a real estate company that does both sales and leasing, but it has been in a downturn in the past few years. Since Yun Zijin is the landlord of Emerald Lakeside, if he wants to rent out the house, it would of course be more reassuring to hand it over to his own company. Yun Zijin. She hates being interrupted when she is working. Ms. Zhang Yiqin. What's wrong with you? You don't agree. Why do you disagree? The house is in my name, and I didn't use a single cent of your money to buy it. Also, I'm an adult, and even if you are my biological mother, you have no reason to interfere with any decision I make. Chapter 31 Zhang Yiqin prevents Yun Zijin from signing their commission contract. The Xia family also has a real estate company. It is said that good things should be kept within the family. If you want to rent out your house, you can hand it over to our own company, so that you can rest assured, right? Zhang Yichun said it as a matter of course, without even considering whether Yun Zijin was willing to do so. Oh. I think it's more worrying to be responsible for you. Manager Wang, if there is no problem with the contract, please sign it. You are the property management of the community and you know our community better than other companies. I feel more at ease leaving the house rental to you. Yun Zijin was afraid that Wang Zhongxin might feel uneasy, so she turned around and gave him a reassurance. With Yun Zijin's words, Wang Zhongxin felt much more relieved. He happily signed his name and stamped his handprint at the end of the contract, and also stamped the official seal of the property company. Yun Zijin also picked up the pen and prepared to sign his name. No. I told you not to sign it. Zhang Yichun snatched the pen from Yun Zijin's hand and even tried to take the contract signed by Wang Zhongxin on the table. Fortunately, Wang Zhongxin acted quickly and took the contract away and held it in his arms. 01. Yun Zijin also called for bodyguards, and Ling Yi quickly ran in from the office door and controlled Zhang Yichun in an instant. Who are you? Let mom go. Sister, how could you do this to mom? Although Xia Jiaojiao said that she cared about Zhang Yichun and scolded Yun Zijin for her, she was secretly happy in her heart and even called Yun Zijin a fool. The more presumptuous Yun Zijin is, the more her mother will dislike her. This way, the identity of the eldest daughter of the Xia family will only be hers. So she just said a few perfunctory words but did nothing practical. Yun Zijin ignored them and quickly signed her name on the contract and stamped her handprint. Okay, make 3 copies of the contract, 1 for each of us, and I'll take the other copy to Henchuang law firm for filing tomorrow. After signing the contract, Ling Yi released Zhang Yichun, but he kept someone by Yun Zijin's side to prevent Zhang Yichun from going crazy again. Zhang Yichun also knew that with this bodyguard around, she couldn't do anything to Yun Zijin, so she had to give up. Yun Zijin pushed one of the contracts in front of Wang Zhongxin. Looking at the signed contract, Wang Zhongxin was still a little dazed. Is this what it feels like to be hit by overwhelming wealth? It's so cool. He seemed to have seen the pink tickets coming towards him, in an endless stream with no end in sight. Yun Zijin. You actually signed the contract. You ungrateful bastard. I should have strangled you to death when I gave birth to you. The rental business of Feitsue Lakeside Community was actually handed over to an outsider by Yun Zijin, this damn girl. Does she still have her mother in her eyes? Or the Xia family? I was replaced when I was born. If you try to pinch me, you'll probably hurt someone by mistake. Yun Zijin said this and glanced at Xia Jiaojiao. Xia Jiaojiao felt a chill down her spine, and there was a moment of fear in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yichun. Obviously, Yun Zijin's seemingly unintentional words left an indelible mark in Xia Jiaojiao's heart, which was shallow but stubborn. Jiaojiao, I'm not saying I want to strangle you to death, I want to strangle her to death. Don't you know how mom treats you? Zhang Yichun also realized that what she said was not right, and quickly explained to Xia Jiaojiao. Mom, I know, you've always been very good to me. Don't blame my sister, she didn't mean it. What do you mean she didn't do it on purpose? I think she did it on purpose. We won't rent this house anymore. Mom will find you a better one. Just buy it and you can live in it whenever you want. Some people may not know what she has lost by being willful for a moment. Zijin. Sometimes, I am speechless. A house and a community, what do you think I lost? If you don't want to rent it, please leave. If you stay here all the time, you won't be afraid of affecting other people's work and being disliked. After saying that, Zijin looked at the two of them with disdain. Wang Zhongxin sat in his seat, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, sitting upright, trying to minimize his presence. What do you mean? Do you still despise me? You really let your heart become wild in the orphanage. Is this the right attitude to have towards your biological mother? I really dislike it. I can't even understand what people are saying. She has said many times that she will not return to the Xie family, and her attitude has always been very clear and firm, but they still firmly believe that the Xie family allowed her to return to her roots, and she should be grateful. Yun Zijin just looked at her like that. Zhang Yiqin, who was about to say something to reprimand her, couldn't say any more. Jiao, let's go. Mom will buy you a house. Goodbye, Tilder. No matter what house you buy, her house will be given by the system. Wang Zhongxin heaved a sigh of relief only after the mother and daughter left. It was really challenging to deal with these two acting geeks. It's a pity that Miss Yun could win the argument against both of them by herself. She is so strong. However, seeing Yun Zijin's indifferent expression, Wang Zhongxin's gossipy spirit couldn't help but burn. Miss Yun, are you really the long-lost daughter of the Xie family? The one following that lady is. Yun Zijin glanced at Wang Zhongxin, and Wang Zhongxin became too timid to continue speaking. Do you think I recognize them? If you meet someone from the Xie family in the future, just treat them as normal customers. You don't have to consider my face. Yun Zijin didn't want to let the Xie family take advantage of him at all. Clear. After hearing what Yun Zijin said, Wang Zhongxin knew what he should do. Anyway, the Xie family can't give any preferential treatment. Okay, now that the contract has been signed and the troublemakers have left, I won't delay your work any longer. I'll leave first. Yun Zijin has not forgotten that she has a spending task of 3 million to complete today. However, when Yun Zijin saw that there were no requirements mentioned above, his mind was suddenly opened. Yun Zijin drove out of the Feitsue Lakeside community and headed straight to the imperial capital First People's Hospital. When they arrived at the First People's Hospital of Tokyo and got off the car, Yun Zijin had already put on a mask and sunglasses, and asked Lingyi to follow him. After entering the First People's Hospital, Yun Zijin quickly looked at the terrain, chose a rest area closest to the payment window, and sat down on a chair. Ding ding ding. Spend as you like. Can you help me check the family situation of the person who comes to pay the fee? Is it worth my free help? Since it's a consumption task, then it's the same as she spends on others, right? The money was withdrawn from the card, so even if it was spent, the money would never come back to her. Adhering to the principle of providing the best service to their host at any time, we can provide this service to their host. Please pay attention to receiving information. Okay. Yun Zijin was sitting on a chair right opposite the payment window, and Lingyi was sitting next to Yun Zijin, with an upright posture, looking like a dedicated and responsible bodyguard. Soon, someone came to the payment window. A virtual screen that only Yun Zijin could see appeared in front of her, and on it was the relevant information that Suibianhua had prepared for her. Chapter 32. Swipe the card. Yun Zijin was wearing sunglasses, so even if he looked at the virtual screen in front of him very intently, no one could notice anything. The comments on the virtual screen are very concise and clear. Wang Minli, mother of leukemia patient Shen Tongtong, her husband died suddenly of a cerebral infarction due to the high cost of surgery and working several jobs at the same time. The hospital is owed 68 cents. Surgery fee, 200,000 unpaid. Yun Zijin's heart ached when he read the information above. After raising his hand to push his sunglasses to make sure they were firmly on, Yun Zijin stood up and walked towards the payment window, with Lingyi following closely behind. Ms. Wang, you already owe 200,000 yuan in medical expenses. Considering that you are really in difficulty, the hospital is willing to give you some leniency, but the amount is really too much. The shareholders above have already asked, please pay the fees and settle the outstanding balance as soon as possible. The hospital has also helped you find volunteers who are willing to donate bone marrow, but the surgery can only be arranged after you pay the fee. We hope you can prepare this fee as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we delay any further, something unexpected will happen. A volunteer may be willing to donate bone marrow today, but he may change his mind tomorrow. This kind of thing has happened in the hospital before. I know, I'm very grateful for the hospital's tolerance towards us, but I really can't get that much money together. Here is the 50,000 yuan I just collected today. I will definitely get the money together as soon as possible. Don't stop my daughter's treatment, we need to cure her. Wang Minli hurriedly took out the tightly wrapped cloth bag in her arms, opened it and handed the money inside to the staff in charge of payment. Wait a moment. Yun Zijin's voice made Wang Minli pause for a moment, and the tall pair inside also looked in Yun Zijin's direction. Seeing Yun Zijin covered tightly with a mask and sunglasses, both of them were confused. But when they saw Lingyi behind her, neither of them dared to speak, and their bodies even froze. How much does she owe the hospital? Including the cost of the surgery and follow-up treatment, how much will it cost in total? Yun Zijin walked to the payment window and Lingyi stood behind her with an expressionless face. All should cost about 500,000. I don't know the exact amount. Swipe the card. Yun Zijin handed in her black gold card. What? The person paying the fee didn't quite understand what Yun Zijin meant at first. I said, swipe the card. Just swipe as much as she needs to pay, or swipe a little more, and return the remaining amount to her as my follow-up nutrition fee for treatment. Yun Zijin moved her outstretched hand, signaling the payment staff to hurry up. You? Wang Minli didn't know what to say. Although Yun Zijin was wrapped tightly, she felt like an angel. Madam, we need facial recognition to pay here. Can you take off your mask and sunglasses? When the person paying the fee saw that Yun Zijin was wrapped so tightly, he immediately became alert. Yun Zijin. I wrapped myself so tightly just to avoid being recognized. But it seems that she can't help people pay the bills without taking off her mask. Yun Zijin took off his sunglasses and mask. Is this okay? Hurry up and swipe the card, swipe more, or you won't have enough money when the time comes. Okay. Please wait a moment. When the cashier saw Yun Zijin's school beauty, he understood why she was wrapped so tightly. Miss, you can put it back on. Just one facial recognition will be enough. Yun Zijin. This is the first time I've seen someone who did good things being suspected of being a bad person. Because Yun Zijin asked the person to swipe more, the payee directly swiped 600,000 yuan, which not only paid off the outstanding debt, but also paid for the surgery. In the end, there was almost 200,000 yuan left, which was enough to cover the subsequent expenses. Yun Zijin and Wang Minli left the payment window and gave their seats to the people who came to pay behind. There were still people queuing up behind, and they all looked at Yun Zijin with expectant eyes, hoping that she could also swipe their cards to pay for them like she did just now. It's a pity that Yun Zijin had no intention of paying for them. Thank you so much. This is the 50,000 yuan I collected today. I'll give it to you first. Please leave me your contact information and I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Wang Minli really didn't expect that she would be so lucky. At this time, Yun Zijin had put on his sunglasses and mask again. But Yun Zijin still felt a little overwhelmed by Wang Minli's thanks. No, I'm spending this money on myself. I went to the temple yesterday to have my fortune told, and the abbot told me that I'm about to have a bloody disaster, and the way to get rid of it is to do more good deeds. I'm not paying for you, I'm spending money to avoid disaster for myself. Give me back the money. I can't get out of this disaster. I can't give it back. If you give it back, I'll be angry with you. Yun Zijin suddenly had an idea and made up a reason. The more he spoke, the more he felt that this reason was powerful and sufficient. Spending money to avoid disaster is a good reason. This time it was Wang Minli's turn to be conflicted. She felt that she couldn't accept favors from others for nothing, and how could she not pay the money back? But according to her benefactor, she spent the money to ward off disaster. If she pays it back, what should she do if the benefactor really fails to ward off disaster? But, if I don't pay you back, I'll feel really bad. Please let me do something for you, such as washing clothes and cooking, I can do it all. Yun Zijin was so pestered by Wang Minli that she finally gave in. If you want to repay me, that's fine. My family is still in need of a housekeeper, but this requires strong coordination skills. Can you do it? The bodyguards at home all have special skills, but they are all macho men with more masculine than feminine qualities. Zijin has wanted to find an aunt for a long time, but he has never had time to do so. I can. You may not know that before my daughter got sick, I was a live-in nanny in those rich families' homes. I was the one who took care of the housekeeper when he had something to do. When talking about her previous work, Wang Minli's face was full of energy. It's great that you have experience. Come back to me after your daughter has finished the surgery and has rested. I will keep the position of housekeeper for you. Zijin glanced at Ling, and Ling took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Minli. Here's my business card. Call me when you can come to work. Zijin got this business card after attending the Lu's charity auction. The golden card is shiny and eye-catching. If he runs out of money, he can melt it down and sell it. It should be worth some money. Thank you, Miss Yun. Wang Minli saw Zijin's name on the business card. Go find your daughter quickly. The payment has been delayed for so long, she must be worried. Zijin also found a second person who met her requirements. Okay. Thank you, Miss Yun, I will go to work soon. Zijin waved at Wang Minli, then turned and walked towards the payment window. The second eligible person. Chen Junsheng, the father of Chen Shi, a patient who suffered 75% severe burns on his body in an accidental fire. His wife divorced him because it cost too much money to treat their daughter. Currently, he and his parents are jointly bearing the cost of his daughter's treatment. Currently owed to the hospital .36. Estimated cost of comprehensive treatment, 250,000 yuan. Chapter 33. Let's brush 5 million. When the tall pair saw Zijin again, his eyes lit up. Could it be that this sister wants to help someone pay the bill again? Nurse, I'll pay the bill. Chen Junsheng took out a savings card from his worn wallet and handed it to the payee. However much he wants to pay, just swipe it from me. Chen Junsheng turned his head subconsciously, but found that the person who was speaking was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and he could not see the other person's appearance at all. Thank you, but no thanks, I can do it myself. Chen Junsheng smiled at Zijin. Although his expression was simple, his smile was sincere. Brother, I went to the temple yesterday to have my fortune told. The abbot told me to do more good deeds so that I can get rid of my misfortune. I have just helped a leukemia patient pay off his medical expenses. You are such a good person, you probably don't want me to fail to avoid disaster because I didn't succeed in making money, right? If you want to do this for my own good, please let the nurse swipe my card. The second time, Zijin was obviously very familiar with it and even spoke in a dramatic manner. You? Chen Junsheng didn't expect that there would be people who actually believed in these fortune tellers and actually put them into action. But I can't let you pay for me for nothing. Give me your bank account number. I have collected 70,000 yuan this time, so I will pay you back some of it first. No. If you repay my loss and fail to remedy the disaster, I will hold you responsible. Big brother, please have pity on me and let me pay the bill for you, so that I can do some good deeds to accumulate merit and avoid disaster, okay? This little money is nothing to me, but I am happy that it can help those in need and help me avoid disaster. Sister, swipe the card quickly. Just like last time, swipe more. Zijin waved her black gold card and urged the payee to swipe the card quickly. Immediately. The payer's favorite thing is those who pay the fees in one go and still have tens of thousands of yuan left over. They even seem excited about swiping their cards. Seeing people with sad faces because of paying bills every day, she might become depressed that day. But I did meet an angel today. I don't know if what she said about losing money to ward off disasters is true. After successfully paying the second bill, Zijin not only completed his consumption task but also helped others. He felt happy both physically and mentally. Brother, thank you for helping me to spend money and avoid disaster. Please leave the money in your card to buy some nutritional supplements for your patient. You are not allowed to pay it back. After saying that, Zijin slipped away. Lingy walked behind Zijin and successfully helped Zijin hold back Chen Junsheng, who wanted to catch up. After making sure that Chen Junsheng had not caught up with him, Zijin breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. These days, if you do something good you're afraid of being chased. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. You are still so young, how could you? Don't be sad, this is too expensive. I won't treat it anymore. Please accompany me to travel. When Yun Zijin heard this, she thought, this is a ready-made goal for her to complete her consumption task. Treat it. Why not? There are always more solutions than problems. Tell me and I'll give you some advice. Yun Zijin suddenly walked out from behind the two of them, and what he said left the couple stunned. Suibianhua had already sent her the information of these two people in the form of a virtual screen. Yun Zijin knew at a glance that these two people met her criteria for help. Sorry, I heard a little bit of what you said just now. I just happened to pass by and didn't mean to eavesdrop. Yun Zijin smiled shyly at the two of them, but she was wearing a mask, so the couple couldn't see her smile. It's okay. This is a public place. Anyone can come here. The woman forced a smile, but it really wasn't a pretty smile. I just heard from you that this sister is sick. Is this illness very expensive? Yes, cancer is expensive. A chemotherapy session costs several thousand yuan, which is unaffordable unless you are a very wealthy family. Then you should. Yun Zijin couldn't continue. It's okay, I know the result. Maybe. I can help you. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Yun Zijin pulled the woman and walked towards the hospital entrance, and the woman's husband hurriedly followed. Well, no need. I don't even plan to treat myself. Your money is also the hard-earned money of my parents. How can you treat a stranger like me? As the woman spoke, she tried to break free from Yun Zijin's hand. I grew up in an orphanage, so I don't have any parents. Don't worry, my money is mine, and I'm an adult, so I have the right to control my own finances. I didn't say how much I can help you, I will just do the best I can. At least I can help you by some time, right? Also, I came to the hospital today to do good deeds and avoid disasters. You are the third patient I decided to help today. I have a feeling that after I help you today, my bloody disaster will be gone. So sister, can you bear to let a poor little girl like me, who wants to spend money to avoid disaster in order to survive, die because of failure? You're reluctant, right? Woman. You have said all the good and bad things, what can I say? Are you the angel sister who is being talked about in the hospital today and generously donates money to the hospital to ward off disasters? When the woman's husband heard Yun Zijin say that losing money can ward off disaster, he suddenly remembered that when he was waiting for his wife's examination today, he heard passers-by talking about the strange incident at the payment window. Yun Zijin. So why is it an angel sister and not a fairy sister? That's right. It's me. So you don't have to worry. I've helped you pay the bills, and my plan to accumulate virtue, do good deeds, and eliminate financial troubles today will be a complete success. You won't let my plan fail, right? Yun Zijin turned around and looked at them seriously. The couple quickly shook their heads. It seemed too cruel for them to refuse now that things had come to this. Yun Zijin took the woman's hand and ran to the payment window. She took out her black gold card and handed it to the payment person inside. Sister, swipe the card. Nurse. You're here again, who are you paying for this time? Those who come to the hospital today are really lucky. She is a patient, and this is the patient's family. Give me your ID card. The woman took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to her. Yang Jingfang, we just did the examination today. Have you decided to hospitalize him? The bill payer did not say what her condition was. Of course. We'll use the best. Just spend 5 million. This should last for a while. I'll come back and take a look later. Yun Zijin originally wanted to say 2.1 million, but when the words came to his mouth, he changed it to 5 million. The extra 2 million can be considered as a gift from her today. I already have so much savings, so it wouldn't be a big deal to help more people in need. This is too much. I can't do that. Nurse, please stop brushing. When the woman heard Yun Zijin say the price was 5 million, she was so scared that she almost had a heart attack and quickly stopped him. When the pair heard the amount was 5 million, he didn't dare to swipe his card. It was too much. Before, she had been using the money to pay for the outstanding debt, surgery fees, and some follow-up treatment costs, so of course she would not be lenient. But when she had to spend 5 million at once, her hands went soft. Chapter 30 for Whitening and Moisturizing Rose Essential Oil Formula. I don't feel bad about spending my own money, so why should you be afraid? Swipe your card quickly, I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner. Zijin handed the card to the payment staff again. Seeing that she insisted, I picked up the card and followed the steps carefully. This is too much, we can't afford it. Miss, you should take it back. Yang Jingfang originally thought that Zijin would pay them a few tens of thousands of yuan at most, or 100,000 yuan at most, but she didn't expect him to ask for 5 million yuan. This was totally different from the amount she had estimated. Although the 5 million could indeed allow her to stay in the hospital for a long time, they really didn't deserve it. What kind of disaster could cause her to lose 5 million in one go? Zijin didn't care about that and asked the pair to swipe the card without worry. If their consumption target is not met, the system will directly deduct the amount from her savings card. In any case, it will not be impossible to swipe the money. Zijin finally spent the 5 million successfully. After the payment was completed, the payment staff handed the black gold card to Zijin with trembling hands. Okay, the money has been paid, you can rest assured and get the treatment. But I have to make one thing clear first. I used this money for this sister's medical treatment. As long as she is still alive, your hospital cannot take out the money and give it to anyone else. Anyone who dares to touch this money, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zijin gave a sweet date and did not forget to tap it. After all, money is a very tempting thing, and 5 million is quite tempting for some ordinary families. Don't worry, Miss Yun. The hospital will help you supervise their work. 5 million is indeed a large sum of money, and the person paying the bill does not want Zijin's kindness to be taken advantage of. Don't worry. I will also supervise my family members and won't let them do anything reckless. Yang Jingfang's husband also knew that this angel sister would help them because their wife was sick and had no money for treatment. If someone wanted to take advantage of the money and she knew about it, they might be in trouble. After all, the methods used by those powerful people are never something that ordinary people like them can imagine. Zijin nodded. Although this verbal assurance was useless, no matter what he thought now, he might change his mind in a few days. But at least his intentions are still right now. Zijin is not afraid that they will covet the 5 million. As long as they spend it casually, she can find him even if he hides to the ends of the earth. The 3 million consumption task had been completed, and Zijin had no intention of continuing. He said goodbye to the couple and walked towards the hospital entrance. But I didn't expect to see Lu Yunqiu at the hospital gate, followed by an assistant carrying a fruit basket. Lu Yunqiu also saw Zijin. He was surprised at first, then he came over to greet her. Miss Yun, I didn't expect to see you in the hospital. Are you feeling unwell? No, come and do something nice. Lu Yunqiu was confused by what Zijin said. Come to the hospital to do good deeds. Don't talk about me, why did Mr. Lu come to the hospital? Zijin pointed at the fruit basket in Chen Cheng's hand. An elder I know is in the hospital, so I came to visit him. Lu Yunqiu said this very frankly. Zijin suddenly realized and said he understood. I finished my work, so I'll leave now. Zijin waved at Lu Yunqiu and walked towards the hospital entrance. The two met by chance, and the place was the hospital. Lu Yunqiu did not call Zijin and continued to walk into the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Zijin drove directly back to Villa No. 1 in Xingyu Huafu. Only at this time did Zijin have time to read the task completion notification just sent by the system. Consumption task, please spend 0.00 before midnight tonight. No requirements. Completed. Mission reward, trigger 5 times the reward, 0.00 has been issued to the host's savings card. Giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance. Reward the host with the formula and samples of whitening and moisturizing rose essential oil 100 bottles. It was the first time that Zijin saw rewards other than real estate. When he opened the system backpack, he saw the rose essential oil formula and samples. Zijin first took out the recipe. The ingredients needed were basically some common medicinal materials that could be bought in Chinese medicine stores at a reasonable price. But now is not the time to study this. Zijin took out a bottle of rose essence sample from the system backpack. I looked at it carefully for a while, opened it and smelled it. The scent of rose was not very strong, but I knew it was the scent of rose as soon as I smelled it. After taking a shower in the evening, Zijin cleaned her face, and then when doing skincare, she deliberately only used rose essential oil and no other skincare products. Since it is said to have the effect of whitening and moisturizing, let her try it out to see if it is true. Lying in bed, Zijin fell asleep faster than usual, and when she woke up the next day, she didn't feel tired at all. She was in great shape. However, Zijin didn't think too much about it. She just thought it was because she slept well yesterday. However, Zijin did not forget to check the condition of her skin. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Zijin felt that her face no longer had the tight feeling she had after using facial cleanser, but was still moisturized. I re-evaluated the effects of rose essential oil in my mind. After using rose essential oil to do skincare, Zijin opened today's system tasks. Consumption task: please spend 0.00 before midnight tonight. Requirements: sharing joy is worse than enjoying it alone. The host must be seen by the audience when spending money. Reward: to be unlocked. What kind of request is this? Does she have to shout when she spends money, "Watch out! This woman is going to spend money"? Suibianhua disappeared after he had distributed the task, and he did not respond to Zijin's questions. However, Zijin soon stopped worrying about it. It was pointless for her to worry about what happened before midnight tonight. When Zijin came out of the room, Lingqi had already prepared a delicious breakfast and was waiting for her to sit down and enjoy the food. Although it was not the first time that Zijin had eaten Lingqi's cooking, she always felt amazed every time she ate it. Maybe it's because Lingqi was originally from the gourmet plane. Although he used blue star ingredients when cooking, the cooking methods were still from the gourmet plane. After breakfast, Zijin went out as usual to find new ways to spend money. As the car drove on, they arrived at the entrance of a museum in Tokyo. She had been studying and interning in Tokyo for so many years, but had never been here before. Today, she happened to come across it, and Zijin wanted to go in and take a look. Probably because today is a weekday, there weren't many people around, and Zijin, Lingyi and the others quickly found a parking space. However, even on weekdays, there are still many people queuing up to buy tickets in front of this museum. Zijin walked straight to the front. The first person was already buying tickets. Zijin then negotiated with the second to ninth people. She gave them 5,000 yuan each and asked them to give up their seats to her and her 7 bodyguards. Then they lined up again at the back. The number of people is the same, just a group of people has been replaced, it does not affect the people behind. Chapter 35. A big order is about to land. Most people agreed to receive 5,000 yuan just for giving up their seat, but the fourth person started to raise the price. I've been waiting in line for more than half an hour. 5,000 yuan is not enough. 10,000 yuan. If you transfer it to me, I'll give it to you. While speaking, he looked at Zijin from beginning to end with profound meaning. Zijin's face suddenly turned cold. He ignored him and asked the 10th person. Hello, I'll charge you 5,000 yuan to change my seat. Can you please go to the back and queue up again? Sure. Of course. He can earn 5,000 yuan in less than an hour by waiting in line. Isn't that better than the 7,000 or 8,000 yuan he can earn in a month by working? Look at the guy who raised the price, he must be regretting it now. Zijin didn't waste any time and asked the boy to show his payment code, and she scanned it to transfer the money directly. Hey. You asked me first. I don't want 10,000 yuan. Although 5,000 yuan is a little less, I reluctantly agreed. Zijin was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked straight to the second person's seat. Then Lingyi to Lingqi lined up behind Zijin. The man in front and behind were Zijin's bodyguards. After being glanced at by Ling they suddenly became quiet. When the staff signaled that they could go in, Zijin paid the ticket money for the 7 bodyguards. However, Zijin did not expect that the 5,000 yuan and ticket money she had just transferred to others were actually confirmed by the system as having completed the consumption task. But these tens of thousands of dollars seem insignificant compared to the balance of 5 million. However, once it was confirmed that as long as someone saw her spending money, it could be considered as an audience and it would be counted towards the consumption task amount, so Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't the kind of audience that needed her to call out to them to come over. When Zijin entered the museum and saw the cultural relics on display, he felt like he was in a historical scene. However, not long after Zijin left, he discovered that someone was filming and broadcasting live inside. Zijin had heard that some museums did not allow taking photos, but this was the first time she had seen live streaming or video recording in a museum. However, judging from their attire, they should be museum staff. This should be a live broadcast done by the museum itself. Zijin listened to their introduction and unconsciously followed their footsteps, listening to the explanation while visiting. Zijin's group of 8 people were still very conspicuous. The people in charge of the live broadcast had already discovered that Zijin had been following them. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be listening to their explanation carefully and did not use his mobile phone to take pictures the whole time. The anchor winked at the assistant anchor next to him, who understood immediately, said something to the audience, and left the camera. Then, he walked towards Zijin. Zijin was still following their host's explanation and visiting the cultural relics, but when she looked up she unexpectedly saw the deputy host walking towards her with a smile. She didn't do anything illegal, did she? Zijin immediately looked for the reason in himself. Hello, I just saw you following our staff's explanation. Do you mind appearing on camera? Our anchor wants to ask a random question on the spot. Let me put on a mask. Zijin took out her mask and sunglasses again. Deputy anchor. What a pretty girl. Why doesn't she want to show her face? Then get ready, our anchor will be here soon. Zijin nodded, and 01 and 02 stood on Zijin's left and right. Deputy anchor, do young people nowadays need to bring bodyguards when traveling? Hello. Hello, I am the deputy director of the Imperial Capital Museum. May I ask your name, young lady? No need to worry about your surname. Ms. Yun, may I ask why we came to the museum today? Just passing by. Deputy director. Well, it can be seen that Miss Yun has a very casual personality. Just now, I saw Miss Yun has been listening to our explanation carefully. Did she gain anything? The deputy director looked at Zijin with some anticipation in his eyes. I learned some knowledge that I don't usually come into contact with. I just passed by a place where some silk was displayed, and I really want to buy the same one. It has to be said that Zijin has a deep love for Chinese culture. When she saw the silk, she thought it was very beautiful. She couldn't buy the original, but she could always buy a similar one, right? Wow. It seems that Miss Yun likes silk very much. Our museum has a cooperation with the silk workshop. If Miss Yun likes it, we can chat offline. When the deputy director heard that Zijin wanted to buy silk, his eyes lit up. Nowadays, few young people buy traditional handicrafts. The silk workshop that their museum cooperates with has had very bleak business in recent years. Okay, you go live first. Zijin was actually not used to the feeling of being followed by the camera, it felt quite awkward. He seemed a little stiff when answering. The deputy curator winked at the deputy anchor again, and then continued her live broadcast of the museum. Ms. Yun, you just mentioned that you want to buy silk, you can tell me. Whatever you want, we have ready-made products and customized ones as well. Where is your silk workshop? Do you have any samples you can show me? Although Zijin was quite interested in the silk displayed in the museum, she didn't want to spend a lot of money only to buy an inferior product that was not what she had ordered. You can rest assured. Our museum has been cooperating with this silk workshop for many years, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We have samples too, please wait a moment and I will get them for you. After finally finding a potential customer, the deputy anchor ignored the live broadcast room and went straight to find silk samples for Zijin. Afraid that Zijin would leave directly after the tour, she almost ran there and ran back. Ms. Yun. Miss Yun, this is the sample. Except that it was made recently, the craftsmanship is absolutely the same as those in the museum. The deputy anchor took a long breath before finally recovering. When I opened the box, I saw that there were indeed many silk samples inside. However, because the deputy anchor was running too fast, the silk inside was mixed into a ball. Zijin picked one out of the box and took it out. It was very smooth in her hand and slipped away without her noticing. I want to make a custom one. Can I just ask you? Zijin did not forget that she still had a spending task of 5 million to complete today. If I can spend the 5 million here, that's not impossible. The deputy anchor doesn't know yet that a big order is about to fall on her head. Sure. Are you still interested? If you want to customize it, we need to go to the office inside to discuss some details. Zijin had been following the live broadcast and listening to the explanations. The deputy host was afraid that if she asked Yun Zijin to leave directly, she would be unhappy. It's okay. Come over whenever you want to listen to me. I'll talk to you about custom-made silk first. Although Yun Zijin enjoyed listening to the explanation, she still thought the mission of spending money was more important. Then please come this way, let's go to the office to talk. Chapter 36 Reasons for Poor Business. The deputy anchor took Yun Zijin to the office usually used by museum staff, quickly found the relevant contract, and handed it to Yun Zijin to read. Ms. Yun, this is the contract for your purchase in our museum. You can take a look, and if you think there is no problem, you can sign the contract at any time. Yun Zijin took the contract and opened it to read its contents. However, when Yun Zijin saw that the client was a museum, he felt it was not very reliable. After all, Yun Zijin wanted to buy authentic silk from that silk workshop. If she signed a contract with the museum, who knows whether the silk the museum gave her was authentic? Well, I think it would be better for me to talk to the people at the silk workshop in person. Give me their contact information and I'll contact them myself. The deputy anchor looked somewhat reluctant. After all, if Yun Zijin signed a contract with her, the real commission would be given to her. If Yun Zijin went to talk to the people in the silk workshop herself, the commission would have nothing to do with her at all. Why, did you just lie to me? There is no such silk workshop at all. Yun Zijin could more or less see through the deputy anchor's little thoughts, but although Yun Zijin had a lot of money, she was not stupid. If she signed this kind of contract and ended up getting cheated, she would have to bear the consequences herself and would not be able to protect her rights at all. Of course not, it's just that no one is here at the silk workshop. If you contact them now, there may not be anyone coming today. The deputy anchor still wanted Yun Zijin to sign a contract with him. I'm not in a hurry. Everyone buys it. It's not necessary to buy it. Yun Zijin picked up her bag and prepared to go out. This deputy anchor seemed quite enthusiastic, but she was too thoughtful. Yun Zijin did not have a very good impression of her. If she had told her the contact information of the people in the silk workshop at the beginning, Yun Zijin would have had a better impression of her. Ms. Yun. It's the same when you sign a contract with the museum. Please think about it again. The deputy anchor followed closely behind Yun Zijin, trying to persuade her. No, I think you handled this matter very unprofessionally. Even if there really was a cooperating workshop, when you signed the contract, at least the name of the silk workshop should be mentioned. She didn't see the name of the silk workshop from beginning to end, it only wrote that the customer ordered souvenirs from the museum. Souvenir? Who would sign a purchase contract just to buy a souvenir? Do you really think she is young and easy to fool? After this incident, Yun Zijin probably understood why the silk workshop's business was so bad. If he didn't change this kind of partner, would he be able to keep it for the new year? After coming out of the office, Yun Zijin was no longer in the mood to continue sightseeing. She walked in front of Lingyi and the others and quickly headed towards the exit on the other side of the museum. The deputy director, who was explaining something to the audience in the live broadcast room, saw Yun Zijin coming out of the office with a bad look on his face. The deputy director's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiaopan failed to reach a deal for cooperation again this time? What happened recently? I haven't signed a single order from the silk workshop. Yun Zijin had no intention of explaining and simply left the Imperial Capital Museum and drove aimlessly around the city of Imperial Capital. Finally, I found myself outside a large agricultural product wholesale market without realizing it. If we can't buy silk, we can buy some things and send them to the disaster area. Is that okay? Yun Zijin thought so. Yun Zijin did what he said. He found a place to park the car, got out and walked towards the agricultural product wholesale market. Yun Zijin first took a look around to make sure that everything was fresh, and then asked who was in charge of the market. Upon hearing that someone was looking for the person in charge, many shop owners gave Yun Zijin directions, and he soon found the person. Deng Yi didn't expect that when he received a call saying someone was looking for him and rushed over, he would see such a young and beautiful girl. You want to buy supplies in bulk? What do you need? I'll see if I can get you some. Deng Yi has been able to reach the position of marketing manager, which shows that he has good vision. Although Yun Zijin looked out of place in this wholesale market, Deng Yi didn't think the girl in front of him would joke about such a thing. It has been raining heavily in the south recently, and many places have been flooded. I'm so worried. After thinking it over, I decided to donate a batch of supplies. Boss Deng, please help me choose the ones that can be transported and stored easily. There are also trucks needed to transport the supplies. I would also like to trouble Boss Deng to help contact them. I will give you the money you need when the time comes. Including the transportation costs, we need to prepare about 5 million worth of supplies. Boss Deng, can you transfer the supplies? When Deng Yi heard Yun Zijin asking for 5 million worth of supplies, he felt deeply moved. Young people nowadays are really rich. However, thinking that these were supplies donated to the disaster-stricken areas in the south, Deng Yi secretly decided in his heart that he would give Miss Yun the lowest price later. Yes. I admire your kindness very much. Since it is donated to the disaster area, I will not make money from you, Miss Yun. I will give you the lowest price for all the supplies. It is impossible not to make money. After all, this market does not belong to him alone. He can only give Yun Zijin a lowest price within his authority. Then I would like to thank Mr. Deng for his generosity on behalf of the people in the disaster area. Oh no, this is all my job. I'll have someone transfer the goods first. The truck will be here soon after I contact them. Those who work in the wholesale market do have some connections in the truck industry. After Deng Yi and Yun Zijin finished talking, they walked aside and made a few phone calls. Sure enough, not long after, they saw several trucks driving over. Because the supplies were to be sent to the disaster area, vegetables that were difficult to preserve and transport were almost eliminated. Deng Yi gave Yun Zijin a list, which listed all the supplies he planned for Yun Zijin. The unit price and final total price are indicated behind each item. Including transportation fees, Yun Zijin had to pay Deng Yi 0.63 yuan in total. Deng Yi was very generous and gave Yun Zijin a discount, so he only had to pay 5 million and the order was completed. Yun Zijin didn't mind it. To her, more than 10,000 yuan was no different from 1 cent. You took out the black gold card from your bag and handed it to Deng Yi, swiped the card. When Deng Yi saw the black gold card in Yun Zijin's hand, he was surprised and wondered, could this be the legendary black card? Deng Yi took the bank card from Yun Zijin's hand and inserted it into the POS machine. Ms. Yun, please enter the password. Yun Zijin picked up the POS machine and quickly entered the password. Soon Deng Yi's payment was successful and the POS machine automatically spit out a receipt. Task: spend 0.00 before midnight tonight. Requirement: there needs to be an audience when spending money. Completed. Mission reward: triggering 2x rebate. 0.00 has been issued to the host's savings card, and a free-to-play off-road vehicle has been issued to the system backpack. Please check it carefully. Ms. Yun, please take your card and receipt. After paying 5 million in one lump sum, Deng Yi assessed Yun Zijin's financial resources. After paying the money, Yun Zijin looked at the reward and suddenly had the idea of following the truck to the disaster area. Chapter 37: Xingyu calls. She grew up in an orphanage. Although she didn't suffer much, sometimes when she encountered problems and couldn't find anyone to talk to or support her, she longed for someone to stand up and give her the warmth she needed. It's a pity that before she bound herself to Suibianhua, her life was not a lucky one. But now, she wants to be someone who can give warmth to others. She has consumption tasks assigned by the system to complete every day. Even if she doesn't donate supplies, there is no problem in donating money directly. She might not be able to help much when she gets to the scene, but with the Suibianhua SUV there, she should be able to do her bit. Why don't we drive there together? I have a pretty good off-road vehicle that might be able to help in the disaster area. It's just that it didn't come out today, so I have to go back and get it. No, don't worry, Miss Yun, these are the trucks I've worked with for many years, and they will definitely deliver the supplies safely. You have thin arms and legs. If you go to the disaster area, someone might need to be sent to take care of you. Don't go and cause trouble. Deng Yi is a man who sometimes speaks very directly. But he also wanted to dissuade Yun Zijin from the idea. If a person wearing all luxury brands and carrying a bag that costs tens of thousands of yuan goes to the disaster area, who knows who will take care of whom? Yun Zijin. Does she look so untrustworthy? Miss, you are indeed not suitable to go. If you are worried, just send one of us. You don't need to go in person. Yun Zijin is now so delicate and tender that the slightest bump will make her skin red. If she goes to the disaster area, she will become the favorite blood-sucking target of mosquitoes. That's fine, but who of you is more suitable to go? Go home and drive my car over. It's better than yours. Zijin still hasn't figured out what hidden abilities her 7 bodyguards have. 05 has survived in the wild for a long time, so it is most appropriate for him to go. Lingwu has the strongest ability to survive in the wild. Even if something unexpected happens, he is able to be self-reliant and wait for rescue, although the possibility of this is very small. Then go 05, go back and drive now, maybe you can catch up with the truck. Zijin was thinking of releasing the off-road vehicle that Suibianhua had just given him from the system backpack in a place where there was no surveillance, and let Lingwu drive directly to chase the truck. Don't worry, Miss Yun. The loading is not finished yet. I'll ask them to wait for you and we can leave together when the time comes. Seeing Zijin listen to the advice, Deng Yi breathed a sigh of relief and enthusiastically began to help Zijin coordinate the departure time of the truck. Okay then, we'll be back as soon as possible. Zijin winked at the 017 members and walked quickly towards where they parked. After getting away from the wholesale market, Zijin began to observe the surrounding cameras again. However, Linger said that he used to be a hacker and could help Zijin adjust the surveillance camera footage so that she could release the car without worry. This gave Zijin another surprise. She always felt like she was opening a blind box. Each bodyguard had hidden skills, and when they were needed, she could successfully open a blind box. I don't know how long it will take to open all 7. Zijin probably never thought that the bodyguards might have 1 or more hidden skills. After Linger was ready, Zijin took out the Suibianhua brand off-road vehicle that Suibianhua had just given him from the system backpack. 05, although my fundamental purpose is to allow you to help more people, the most important thing is your own safety. No matter what you do, always consider yourself first. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself for anyone. Of course, we will help as much as we can within our ability. Here. This is my bank card. There is 50 million in it. The password is my birthday. If you need anything, just swipe the card. If you don't have enough money, just call me. I don't have anything else, but I have enough money. There are hundreds of billions of dollars in the card. Zijin really doesn't care much about money now. If she can spend it on meaningful things, she is certainly willing to contribute her own strength. Lingwu solemnly took the bank card given by Zijin and nodded. Don't worry, miss. I will complete the task you give me seriously. Lingwu still had a serious expression on his face, but Zijin knew that this was an occupational disease for bodyguards, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Go ahead, and be safe. It was the first time for Zijin to send someone out to complete a mission, and he still found it quite new. Lingwu drove the Suibianhua brand SUV that Zijin took out and headed towards the wholesale market, while Zijin and the remaining bodyguards returned along the same route. After returning to Xingyu Huafu, Zijin remembered that she had not yet gone to the Chinese medicine store to buy the herbs needed to make rose essential oil. But once a person lies down, he doesn't want to get up. Or how about buying it when I go out to do my shopping task tomorrow? Zijin successfully convinced herself and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room without knowing when. Just like when the clouds are low it rains, when you sing softly I am moved. Zijin's cell phone rang shortly after she lay down. Zijin reached out his hand to fumble for his cell phone in annoyance, then decisively hung up the call. After being out and about all day, she really didn't want to move anymore and even found it difficult to answer the phone. But the person who called obviously didn't give up so easily. After Zijin hung up one call, he called again. Zijin sat up irritably and swiped the answer button heavily. You'd better be busy. Otherwise. Zijin first roared, then gritted his teeth. Sister Yun. Sister Yun? Did I disturb you? On the other side of the phone, Xingyang's voice sounded weak and a little cautious. From the day of the auction, Xingyang found his position in front of Zijin. What do you think? If you have something to say, just say it. Zijin is in a really bad temper right now. Sister Yun, I want to start a small business, but my brother won't give me money. I'm calling to ask if Sister Yun is interested in investing. Business? What kind of business do you want to do? She is rich, but she is not willing to invest in every business. Bar. Zijin. It does fit your image as young Master Sheng, but how much does it cost to open a bar? You don't have any money now. How come the Xing family is an old and established family in the capital? As the only son of the current generation of the Xing Group's chairman, how could Xingyang's pocket money be too little? Just take out 2 months' pocket money and you have it, right? I've spent all my money. You win millions at a racetrack today, and then go to a club for a night of partying tomorrow, and all the money will be gone in a flash. Zijin fell silent again. I have money to invest in you, but if you want to open a bar, what if your brother finds out that I invested in you and comes to trouble me? I won't invest. Sister Yun, please stop bragging. If I can't open a bar, how can I stay in the circle of imperial capital? Chapter 38 Buying Rose Essential Oil Raw Materials. Did I ask you to brag? Zijin blocked all the words that Xingyang wanted to say with just one sentence. Indeed, he wanted to brag, but he didn't have the capital to open a store, so he could only find someone to clean up his mess. Sister Yun, please have pity on me. I don't want much, 2 or 3 million will be enough. Sister Yun, you don't have to worry about anything, I will just give you 50% of the shares. Xingyang is still a college student, but he will start his internship next year as a senior. He doesn't want to go to those crappy companies assigned by the school, nor does he want to go to the company at home, so he wants to start his own business. He didn't know how to do anything else, so he finally chose the bar industry, which he was more familiar with. When he excitedly took his business plan to his brother, he unexpectedly received a veto. He also said that his main task now is to study and not think about going to bars and picking up girls all day. When Xingyang, a dandy boy, opened a bar, Xinghao's first reaction was that he wanted to use the reputation of entrepreneurship for fun. Of so many industries, why did you choose bar? At least opening a grocery store would seem much more reliable than opening a bar. Do you think I look like someone who is short of that 50% stake? Xingyang is dead. We are about the same age, so why is there such a big gap between people? Sister Yun, what do you want in exchange for investment? You have to give me a military order, telling me how much money you can make for me in a year. If you can't do that, you have to return all my funds according to the bank's interest rate of the day. Zijin could agree to invest in him, but the prerequisite was that he was really serious about starting a business, and not just doing it for fun as Xinghao said. Okay. When will the funds arrive? Let's make an appointment to meet tomorrow and talk about it. Bye. After saying that, Zijin hung up the phone without hesitation. Zijin now really wants someone to give her a shoulder massage to relieve the fatigue from excessive exercise during the day. The next day. Consumption task, please spend 0.00 before midnight tonight, no requirements, reward, to be unlocked. Zijin has now become immune to the system's daily task release notification sound and can remain calm. Because Xingyang couldn't get up, Zijin and Xingyang made an appointment to meet at a dessert shop near Tokyo University at 1 o'clock this afternoon. It wasn't a flirtatious date, it was simply because Zijin suddenly wanted to eat dessert. After breakfast, Lingyi came to report the situation at Lingwu to Zijin. 05 and the supply truck arrived safely at the destination early this morning. 05 joined the rescue team this morning, but the signal in the disaster area is not good at the moment, so we may not be able to respond to many situations in time. However, Lingwu's strength should be able to handle 99% of possible unexpected situations, so you can rest assured, young lady. Zijin nodded. She had great confidence in the strength of the bodyguards assigned by the system. Saving people is important, but remember to remind him that his own safety is more important. He should not risk his own life to save others. Zijin was afraid of Lingwu's stubborn temper, because she said that if she wanted to save more people, she would risk her own life. Okay miss, I'll pass it on. Lingyi nodded slightly to show that he understood. The tone of his speech was also very serious. Let's go to the Chinese medicine store today. Since the system has given the recipe, Zijin doesn't want to waste it. It just so happened that she had nothing else to do except worrying about how to spend money every day, so making rose essential oil was a way for her to pass the time. If the effect is good, she can also start a small business of her own. You can't just give up and spend money every day just because the system gives you money. Problems will easily arise over time. Zijin didn't want to drive today, so Lingqi was pushed out by others to be Zijin's driver. Not everyone can open Bing Mai powder, and Lingqi, after all, he ranks 7th in martial arts strength. There are quite a lot of Chinese medicine stores in the capital. Zijin searched on the map and saw several of them. Yun Zijin chose the one closest to Xingyu Huafu, which was about 20 minutes drive away. Yun Zijin, who didn't need to drive, walked straight to the entrance of the Chinese medicine store after getting out of the car. The two people in the nanny car, 0102, got out of the car behind Yun Zijin. The name of the Chinese medicine store is Lishan Tang. The store is not big, but there are many people inside. It looks like it should be a Chinese medicine store with a good reputation. Hello, are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor? As soon as Yun Zijin and 0102 walked into the store, someone came to greet them. To buy medicinal herbs, please take some from the list. Give me 5 taels of each herb. That's about it. Yun Zijin didn't want to buy too much at once, she just wanted to try it first. Whether it would work or not was another matter. There are several expensive herbs here. Are you sure you want them all? The clerk looked at the list and noticed that there were several expensive herbs on it. He reminded her out loud, fearing that she would be frightened when she took the herbs and calculated the prices. It's okay, just take it, I'll pay you whatever it is. Yun Zijin certainly doesn't care about the price of the medicinal materials. No matter how expensive it is, it can't be more than 10 billion. If so, she can still afford it. Okay, please sit here and wait for a moment. I'll get it. When the clerk left, he glanced at Ling Yi and lingered behind Yun Zijin. Do people nowadays have to bring bodyguards with them when they go out? Yun Zijin did not sit on the chairs in the store. There were already people sitting there, most of them were elderly people, so she did not try to take up a seat. While the clerk went to get the herbs, Yun Zijin began to observe the decoration of the store and the patients who were seeing doctors here. The people queuing inside that small door have all gone outside. The traditional Chinese medicine technology here must be quite good. Hello, I have all the herbs you requested. Can you check to see if the number is correct? While Yun Zijin was still observing, the clerk called Yun Zijin from inside the counter. Yun Zijin walked forward and watched the clerk weigh the items for her bit by bit. After confirming that the weight was correct, Yun Zijin nodded. After all the herbs were weighed, the clerk began to pack them. I don't know how she managed it, but she packed a package very quickly. The list that Yun Zijin brought contained 15 kinds of medicinal herbs in total, most of which were common ones, with 1 or 2 occasionally being rarely used and with very limited stock in the store. All the herbs cost 0.63 in total. Because they are all Chinese herbs, they cannot be paid with the medical insurance card. At this point, the clerk looked at Yun Zijin cautiously. Seeing that Yun Zijin's expression did not change, he finally felt relieved and continued, do you want to pay by card or cash? Jifubao or WeChat are also acceptable. Yun Zijin did not pay, and the clerk did not hand the herbs to Yun Zijin. After all, these packages were worth more than 10,000 yuan. If the order was run away, her monthly salary wouldn't be enough to compensate. Swipe the card. Yun Zijin handed over his black gold card. The clerk took the black gold card and quickly processed the payment. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the payment was successful. Okay, here are your receipt and bank card. I look forward to seeing you next time. 01 and 02 stepped forward and picked up the herbs in their hands. Chapter 39 Sterile Production Room. After buying the herbs, Yun Zijin returned to Xingyu Mansion and picked an empty room to use as his own pharmacy, asking Ling Yi and Linger to put all the herbs he bought today in it. However, medicinal materials alone are not enough, some tools needed to make essential oils also need to be purchased. There is a sterile production room in the system. Does the host want to spend 10 million.00 to unlock it? Yes, no. Yun Zijin was just about to buy tools on the online shopping app on her phone, but she didn't expect Suibianhua to make a sound. It can actually be operated like this? 10 million was not too much for Yun Zijin now, so he agreed without much hesitation. Ding! The random flower card sterile production room has been unlocked. The host can open it and use it at any time from the system virtual screen. Yun Zijin opened the system virtual screen and quickly found the sterile production room next to the system backpack. After clicking it, Yun Zijin appeared in a very professional-looking laboratory. I have to say that this 10 million is well worth it. With Suibianhua's sterile production room, Yun Zijin no longer needs to buy tools from outside. Considering that she had an appointment with Xingyang today, Yun Zijin did not start making the essential oil. Otherwise, she was afraid that if she immersed herself in it all at once, she might miss the time to meet Xingyang. In the afternoon, Yun Zijin showed up at the dessert shop where Ri Xingyang had made an appointment 10 minutes early. Xingyang arrived earlier than Yun Zijin. Perhaps he really wanted Yun Zijin to invest in him, otherwise he wouldn't be so proactive. Sister Yun. When he saw Yun Zijin, Xingyang's eyes lit up. Yun Zijin also saw Xingyang and walked towards his seat. You're here quite early. Xingyang is usually a carefree person, so Yun Zijin was a little surprised that he was so active this time. Isn't this just to let Sister Yun see my sincerity? Xingyang is serious about starting his own business this time. Although a bar does not sound very serious, it does not prevent it from being a business. Now it seems that you are quite sincere, but I don't know if your enthusiasm is just a passing fad. In Yun Zijin's opinion, this possibility is still very high. Absolutely not. Sister Yun, just wait and see. If I am really just a flash in the pan, I will definitely return every penny of the money you invested in me. Yun Zijin is the only person he can find now who might invest in him, and Xingyang is really afraid that Yun Zijin will suddenly change his mind. Okay, since you're still serious now. But I can't give you the money now. We need to sign an agreement first. Do you want to find a lawyer to draw up the contract, or should I? Yun Zijin looked at Xingyang. Sister Yun, you should find a lawyer. Yun Zijin hired her own lawyer to draw up the contract, so she wouldn't be afraid that he would set a trap for her. Yun Zijin raised an eyebrow. Okay. Then why not wait for a better day? Let's go now. Yun Zijin was quite satisfied with Hengchuang law firm, with which he cooperated last time. This time, Yun Zijin also planned to ask people from Hengchuang law firm to help draft the contract. This is just a small matter, and the people from Hengchuang law firm should be able to complete it quickly. Walk. By the way, I just ordered a serving of snow meringue for you, but it hasn't been served yet. I'll go ask. The two of them just stood up from their seats when Xingyang remembered that he had asked Yun Zijin what dessert she wanted to eat yesterday. He ordered it for Yun Zijin when he arrived today. Unexpectedly, they were about to leave and no one brought it to her. Tell them to pack it up. It's too late to eat it now. Yun Zijin didn't expect that Xingyang had ordered dessert for her in advance. There was nothing in front of him, not even a drink. Xingyang nodded. Of course, he would listen to Yun Zijin as he ordered for her. Hello, is the snow meringue ordered by table 5 ready? We'll take it away. Chapter 40, Invincible, Lawyer Tang. Sorry, there are too many people today, so the food is slow to come out. It will be ready in a minute. The chef is already finishing the dishes. I'll get you some takeaway boxes now. The clerk at the front desk was a little embarrassed when she was asked. She just noticed that the boy had been sitting here for about 20 minutes. He seemed to be waiting for someone and no one urged him. She didn't expect him to leave as soon as the girl came. Please hurry up, we have something to do and need to leave. Yun Zijin looked at the clerk and said calmly. I'll go help you guys, urge them. As he said that, the clerk walked into the production room and brought out a portion of snow meringue in a few moments. This is the snow meringue you ordered. I'll pack it for you now. There are a lot of people today, sorry to bother you to wait so long, here are some cookies made by our chef, for you to try. The clerk packed up the snow meringues and took a box of cookies from the counter and put it in a small bag to pack up as a small compensation for them. It's okay. How much is it? Xingyang took the 2 bags in his hands, turned on his phone and asked the clerk. 98 yuan. Today I gave you 2 a bad shopping experience. I will give you a 10% discount and it will be 88 yuan. The price is still as expensive as before, but their food is really delicious. Let's go. I just contacted Hengchuang law firm. Their lawyer Tang Yu happens to be at the law firm today. Let's hurry over there. Maybe we can run into him. Lawyers are really busy, and if you are not careful, they may no longer be in the capital. Xingyang nodded. He now wished he could go to the law firm immediately and ask them to draft the contract and sign it as quickly as possible. Otherwise he was afraid that Yun Zijin would regret it the next second. It took less than an hour to get from the dessert shop to Dingsi Building. Yun Zijin took Xingyang and used the Dingsi Building's special elevator for leaders, going directly to the floor where Hengchuang law firm was located. Ms. Yun, you are here. Tang Lu is still in the office. Please go to the conference room with this gentleman and wait for a while. When the front desk clerk at the law firm saw Yun Zijin, she immediately greeted her with a smile. She remembered that Yun Zijin was brought here by President Xu last time. Regardless of Yun Zijin's identity, Xu Yuanfu is now the only landlord and the only spokesperson in Dingsi Building, so they have to be polite to Xu Yuanfu. The same applies to the customers brought by Xu Yuanfu. That's good. I was afraid that if I came too late, Tanglu would be busy with something. It's not impossible. The receptionist smiled. Although this was possible, she couldn't say that. No, Miss Yun, your order will definitely be given priority. The receptionist poured a cup of hot tea for each of them and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get Tanglu to come over for you." Yun Zijin nodded, then picked up the tea and took a sip. Tanglu? Isn't that the Tanglu I know? Xingyang thought of the Tanglu in his memory, wondering if it was really such a coincidence. What do you mean? Yun Zijin didn't know much about the legal profession and didn't know what the Tanglu that Xingyang mentioned meant. He's the golden lawyer who always wins in court. But I only know that everyone calls him Tanglu. I don't know his real name, nor do I know which law firm he is from. But it could be the same surname. Tang is not rare. Have you ever seen this Tanglu? When Yun Zijin heard Xingyang mention the star lawyers in the legal profession, her gossipy spirit suddenly ignited. I've only seen it on video, never in person. Xingyang would know that most of it was due to his 5G internet speed. TSK, it turns out that there are outstanding people in every industry. That's right. I heard that several companies wanted to recruit him as a legal officer, including the four major families in the imperial capital. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded in the end. When it came to gossip, both of them were a bit talkative.